series. There is a entire video of the first reading on my YouTube channel, Insomniac Lemon. So go and check it out there if you'd like to listen to the first one. But there we go. Shall we begin? Artemis Fowl, a psychological assessment from the teenage years, by Professor J. Argan, Brotherhood of Psychologists, commissioned by the Lower Elements Police. By the age of 13, our subject, Artemis Fowl, was displaying signs of an intellect greater than any human since Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Artemis had beaten European chess champion Evan Khashoggi in an online tournament, patented more than 27 inventions, and won the architectural competition to design Dublin's new opera house. He had also written a computer program that diverted millions of dollars from Swiss accounts to his own, forged more than a dozen impressionist paintings that now hang in various galleries worldwide, and cheated the fairy people out of a substantial amount of gold. The question is, why? What drove Artemis to get involved in criminal enterprises? The answer lies with his father. Artemis Fowl Sr. was the head of a criminal empire that stretched from Dublin's docklands to the backstreets of Tokyo, but he had ambitions to establish himself as a legitimate businessman. Artemis Fowl Sr. had bought a cargo ship, stocked it with 250,000 cans of cola, and set course for Murmansk in northern Russia, where he had arranged a business deal that could prove profitable for decades to come. Unfortunately, the Russian mafia decided they did not want an Irish tycoon cutting himself a nice slice of their market, and sank the Fowl Star in the Bay of Kola. Artemis Fowl I was declared missing, presumed dead. Artemis Jr. was now head of an empire with limited funds. In order to restore the family fortune, he embarked on a criminal career that would turn him over £15 million in 2 short years. This vast fortune was mainly spent financing rescue expeditions to Russia. Artemis refused to believe that his father was dead, even though every passing day made it seem more likely. Artemis avoided other teenagers and resented being sent to school, preferring to spend his time plotting his next crime. So, even though his involvement with the Goblin Uprising during this year was to be traumatic, terrifying, and dangerous, it was probably the best thing that could have happened to him. At least he spent some time outdoors and got to meet some new people. It's a pity most of them were trying to kill him. Artemis Fowl, the Arctic Incident. Prologue. Murmansk, northern Russia, 2 years before. The two Russians huddled around a flaming barrel in a futile attempt to ward off the Arctic chill. The Gulf of Kola was not a place you wanted to be after September, especially not in Murmansk. In Murmansk, even the polar bears wore scarves. Nowhere was colder, except perhaps Norlisk. The men were mafia enforcers, and were more used to spending their evenings inside stolen BMWs. The large gangster, Mikhail Vasikin, checked the fake Rolex beneath the sleeve of his fur coat. "This thing could freeze up," he said, checking the diving bezel. "What am I going to do with it then?" "Stop your complaining," said the one called Kumar. "It's your fault you're stuck outside in the first place." Vasikin paused. "Pardon me?" "Our orders were simple. Sink the Fowl Star. All you had to do was blow the cargo bay. It was a big enough ship, heaven knows. Blow the cargo bay and down she goes. But no, the great Vasikin hits the stern. Not even a backup rocket to finish the job. And now we have to search for survivors." "She sank, didn't she?" Kumar shrugged. "So what? She sank slowly. Plenty of time for the passengers to grab onto something. Vasican, famous sharpshooter. My grandmother can shoot better. Lubkin, the mafia's man on the docks, approached before the discussion could develop into an all-out brawl. How are things? Asked the bear-like Yakut. Vasican spat over the quay wall. How do you think? Did you find anything? Dead fish and broken crates, said the Yakut, offering both enforcers a steaming mug. Nothing alive. It's been over 8 hours now. I have good men searching all the way down to Green Cape. Kumar drank deeply, then spat in disgust. What is this stuff? Pitch. Lubkin laughed. Hot cola. From the Fowl Star. It's coming ashore by the crate load. Tonight we are truly on the Bay of Cola. Be warned, said Vasican, spilling the liquid into the snow. This weather is souring my temper, so no more terrible jokes. It's enough that I have to listen to Kumar. Not for much longer, muttered his partner. One more sweep and we call off the search. Nothing could survive these waters for 8 hours. Vasican held out his empty cup. Don't you have something stronger? I know you always keep a flask hidden somewhere. Liubkin searched for his hip pocket, but stopped when the walkie-talkie on his belt began to emit static. 3 short bursts. 3 squawks. That's the signal. Signal for what? Liubkin hurried down the docks, shouting back over his shoulder. 3 squawks on the radio. It means that the K9 unit has found someone. The survivor was not Russian. That much was obvious from his clothes. Everything from the Gore-Tex boots to the leather overcoat had obviously been purchased in Western Europe, perhaps even America. They were tailored to fit and made from the highest quality material. Though the man's clothes were relatively intact, his body had not fared so well. His bare hands were mottled with frostbite, one leg had been strapped below the knee, and his face was a horrific mask of burns. The search crew had carried him from a ravine 3 clicks south of the harbor on a makeshift tarpaulin stretcher. The men crowded around their prize, stamping their feet against the cold that invaded their boots. Vasican elbowed his way through the gathering, kneeling for a closer look. He'll lose the leg for sure, he noted. A couple of fingers, too. The face doesn't look too good either. Thank you, Dr. Mikhail, commented Kumar dryly. Any ID? Vasican conducted a quick thief's search. Wallet and watch. Nothing. That's odd. You'd think a rich man like this would have some personal effects, wouldn't you? Kumar nodded. Yes, I would. He turned to the circle of men. 10 seconds, then there'll be trouble. Keep the currency. I need everything else. The sailors considered it. The man was not big, but he was Mafia, the Russian organized crime syndicate. The leather wallet sailed over the crowd, skidding to a dip in the tarpaulin. Moments later, it was joined by a Cartier chronograph. Gold with diamond studding, worth 5 years of an average Russian's wages. His decision, said Kumar, scooping up the treasure trove. Well, asked Vasican, do we keep him? Kumar pulled a platinum Visa card from the kidskin wallet, checking the name. Oh, we keep him, he replied, activating his cell phone. We keep him and put some blankets over him. The way our luck's going, he'll catch pneumonia. And believe me, we don't want anything to happen to this man. He's our ticket to the big time. Kumar was getting excited. This was completely out of character for him. Vasican clambered to his feet. Who are you calling? Who is this guy? Kumar picked a number from his speed dial menu. I'm calling Britva. Who do you think I'm calling? Vasican paled. Even calling the boss was dangerous. Britva was well known for shooting the bearers of bad news. It's good news, right? You're calling with good news? Kumar flipped the visa at his partner. Read that. Vasican studied the card for several moments. I don't read Angliski. What does it say? What's the name? Kumar told him. A blow smile spread across Mikhail's face. Make the call, he said. Chapter 1. Family Ties. The loss of her husband had a profound effect on Eion Fowl. She had retreated to her room, refusing to go outside. She had taken refuge in her mind, preferring dreams of the past to real life. It is doubtful that she would have recovered had not her son, Artemis II, done a deal with the elf Holly Short, his mother's sanity in return for half the ransom gold he had stolen from the fairy police. His mother safely restored, Artemis Jr. focused his efforts on locating his father, investing large chunks of the family fortune in Russian excursions, local intelligence, and internet search companies. Young Artemis had received a double share of foul guile, but with the recovery of his mother, a moral and beautiful lady, it became increasingly difficult for him to realize his ingenious schemes that were ever more necessary to fund the search for his father. Angeline, distraught over his son's obsession and afraid of the effects of the past year on Artemis's mind, signed her 13-year-old up for treatment with the school counselor. You have to feel sorry for him. Counselor, that is. St. Bartleby's School for Young Gentlemen, County Wicklow, Ireland, present day. Dr. Poe leaned back in his padded armchair, eyes flicking across the page in front of him. Now, Master Fowl, let's talk, shall we? Artemis sighed deeply, smoothing his dark hair back from a wide, pale brow. When would people learn that a mind such as his could not be dissected? He himself had read more psychology textbooks than the counselor. He had even contributed an article to the Psychologist's Journal under the pseudonym Dr. F. Roy Dean Shelf. Certainly, Doctor. Let's talk about your chair. Victorian? Poe rubbed the leather arm fondly. Yes, quite correct. Something of a family heirloom. My grandmother acquired it at auction in Sotheby's. Apparently, it once stood in the palace, the Queen's favorite. A hot smile stretched Artemis's lips perhaps half an inch. Really, Doctor, they don't generally allow fakes into the palace. Poe's grip stretched the worn leather. Fake? I assure you, Master Fowl, this is completely authentic. Artemis leaned in for a closer examination. It's clever, I'll grant you, but look here. Poe's gaze followed the youth's finger. Those furniture tacks. See the crisscross pattern on the head? Machine-tooled. 19th century at the earliest. Your grandfather was duped. But what matter? A chair is a chair. A possession of no importance, eh, Doctor? Poe scribbled furiously, burying his dismay. Yes, Artemis, very clever. Just as your file says, playing your little games. Now shall we get back to you? Artemis Fowl II straightened the crease in his trousers. There is a problem here, Doctor. Really? And what might that be? The problem is, I know the textbook answers to any questions you care to ask. Dr. Poe jotted in his pad for a full minute. We do have a problem, Artemis, but that's not it, he said eventually. Artemis almost smiled. No doubt the doctor would treat him to another predictable theory. Which disorder would he have today? Multiple personality, perhaps, or maybe he'd be a pathological liar. The problem is that you don't respect anyone enough to treat them as an equal. Artemis was thrown by this statement. This doctor is smarter than the rest. That's ridiculous. I hold several people in the highest esteem. Poe did not glance up from his notebook. Really? Who, for example? Artemis thought for a moment. Albert Einstein. His theories were usually correct. And Archimedes, the Greek mathematician. What about someone whom you actually know? Artemis thought hard. One came to mind. What? No examples? Artemis shrugged. You seem to have all the answers, Dr. Poe. Why don't you tell me? Poe opened a window on his laptop. Extraordinary. Every time I read this. A biography, I presume? Yes, it explains a lot. Such as? Asked Artemis, interested in spite of himself. Dr. Poe printed off a page. Firstly, there's your associate, Butler. A bodyguard, I understand. Hardly a suitable companion for an impressionable boy. Then there's your mother. A wonderful woman, in my opinion, but with absolutely no control over your behavior. Finally, there's your father. According to this, he wasn't much of a role model, even when he was alive. The remark stung, but Artemis wasn't about to let the doctor realize how much. "The file is mistaken, Doctor," he said. "My father is alive. Missing, perhaps, but alive." Poe checked the sheet. "Really? I was under the impression that he has been missing for almost 2 years. Why, the courts have declared him legally dead." Artemis's voice was devoid of emotion, though his heart was pounding. "Don't care what the courts say or the Red Cross. He is alive, and I will find him." Poe scratched another note. "But even if your father were to return, what then? Will you follow in his footsteps? Will you be a criminal like him? Perhaps you already are?" "My father was no criminal," Artemis said testily. "He was moving all our assets into legitimate enterprises. The Murmansk venture was completely above board." "You're avoiding the question, Artemis," said Poe. But Artemis had had enough of this line of questioning. Time to play a little game. "Why, Doctor?" said Artemis, shocked. "Why, Doctor?" said Artemis, shocked. "This is a sensitive area. For all you know, I could be suffering from depression." "Suppose you could," said Poe, sensing a breakthrough. "Is this the case?" Artemis dropped his face into his hands. "It's my mother, Doctor." "Your mother?" prompted Poe, trying to keep the excitement from his voice. Artemis had caused half a dozen counselors to retire from St. Bartleby's already this year. Truth be told, Poe was on the point of packing his own bags. But now... "My mother, she..." Poe leaned forward on his fake Victorian chair. "Your mother? Yes. She forces me to endure this ridiculous therapy when the so-called counselors are little better than misguided do-gooders with degrees." Poe sighed. "Very well, Artemis, have it your way, but you are never going to find peace if you continue to run away from your problems." Artemis was spared further analysis by the vibration of his cell phone. He had a coded secure line. Only one person had the number. The boy retrieved it from his pocket, flipping open the tiny communicator. "Yes?" Butler's voice came through the speaker. "Artemis, it's me." "Obviously. I'm in the middle of something here." "Had a message." "From where?" "I don't know exactly, but it concerns the Valstar." A jolt raced up Artemis's spine. "Where are you?" "Main gate." "Good man, I'm on my way." Dr. Poe whipped off his glasses. "This session is not over, young man. We made some progress today, even if you won't admit it. Leave now, and I will be forced to inform the dean." The warning was lost on Artemis. He was already somewhere else. A familiar electric buzz was crackling over his skin. This was the beginning of something. He could feel it. Chapter 2. Cruisin' for Chicks. The Lower Elements, Haven City, West Bank. The traditional image of a leprechaun is of a small, green-suited imp. Of course, this is the human image. Fairies have their own stereotypes. The people generally imagine officers of the Lower Elements Police Reconnaissance Squad to be the truculent gnomes or bulked-up elves, recruited straight from their college crunchball squads. Captain Holly Short fits neither of these descriptions. In fact, she would probably be the last person you would pick as a member of the LAP Recon Squad. If you had to guess her occupation, the cat-like stance and the sinewy muscle might suggest a gymnast, or perhaps a professional splunker. But if you took a closer look past the pretty face, into the eyes, you would see determination so fiery it would light a candle at 10 paces, and a streetwise intelligence that made her one of the Recon Squad's most respected officers. Of course, technically, Holly was no longer attached to Recon. Ever since the Artemis Fowl affair, when she had been captured and held for ransom, her position as Recon's first female officer had been under review. The only reason she wasn't at home watering her ferns right now was that Commander Root had threatened to turn in his own badge if Holly were suspended. Root knew, even if Internal Affairs wasn't convinced, that the kidnapping had not been Holly's fault, and only her quick thinking had prevented loss of life. But the council members weren't particularly interested in loss of human life. They were more concerned with loss of fairy gold. And according to them, Holly had cost them quite a chunk from the Recon ransom fund. Holly was quite prepared to fly above ground and wring Artemis Fowl's neck until he returned the gold, but that wasn't the way it worked. Book, the Fairy Bible, stated that once a human managed to separate fairies from their gold, then that gold was his to keep. So instead of confiscating her badge, Internal Affairs had insisted Holly handle grunt work somewhere she couldn't do any harm. Stakeout was the obvious choice. So Holly was farmed out to Customs and Excise, stuck down in a cam pod and suckered to the rock face overlooking a pressure elevator chute. Dead-end duty. Smuggling was a serious concern for lower elements police. It wasn't the contraband itself, which was generally harmless junk, designer sunglasses, DVDs, cappuccino machines, and such. It was the method of acquiring these items. The Wakel Goblin Triad had cornered the smuggling market and was becoming increasingly brazen in its above-ground excursions. It was even rumored that the goblins had constructed their own cargo shuttle to make their expeditions more economically viable. The problem was that goblins were dim-witted creatures. All it would take would be for one of them to forget his shield, and goblin photos would be bouncing from satellites to news stations around the world. Then the lower elements, the last mud people free zone on the planet, would be discovered. When that happened, human nature being what it was, pollution, strip mining, and exploitation were sure to follow. This meant that whatever poor souls were in the department's bad books got to spend months at a time on surveillance duty, which is why Holly was now anchored to the rock face outside a little-used chute's entrance. E37 was a pressure elevator that emerged in downtown Paris, France. The European capital was red-flagged as a high-risk area, so visas were rarely approved. LEP business only. No one had been in the chute for decades, but it was still merited 24/7 surveillance, which meant 6 officers on 8-hour shifts. Holly was saddled with Chick's Verbal for her podmate. Like most sprites, Chicks believed himself God's green-skinned gift to females, and spent more time trying to impress Holly than doing his job. "Looking good tonight, Captain," was Chicks' opening line that particular night. "You do something with your hair?" Holly adjusted the screen focus, wondering what you could do with an auburn crew cut. "Concentrate, Private. We could be up to our necks in a firefight in any second." "I doubt it, Captain. This place is quiet as the grave. I love assignments like this. Nice and easy. Just cruising." Holly surveyed the scene below. Verbal was right. The once thriving suburb had become a ghost town with the chutes closer to the public. Only occasional foraging trolls stumbled past their pods. When trolls began staking out territory in an area, you knew it was deserted. "It's just you and me, Cap, and the night's still young." "Stow it, Verbal. Keep your mind on the job. Or isn't Private a low enough rank for you?" "Yes, Holly. Yes, sir." Rights. They were all the same. Give a fairy a pair of wings and he thought he was irresistible. Holly chewed her lip. They'd wasted enough taxpayers' gold on this stakeout. The brass should just call it a day, but they wouldn't. Surveillance duty was ideal for keeping embarrassing officers out of the public's eye. In spite of this, Holly was determined to do the job to the best of her ability. The Internal Affairs Tribunal wasn't going to have any extra ammunition to throw at her if she could help it. Holly called up their daily pod checklist on the plasma screen. The gauges for the pneumatic clamps were in the green. Plenty of gas to keep their pod hanging here for 4 long, boring weeks. Next on the list was thermal imaging. "Pix, I want you to do a flyby. We'll run a thermal." Verbal grinned. Sprites love to fly. "Roger, Captain," he said, strapping a thermoscan bar to his chest. Holly opened a hole in the pod, and Verbal swooped out, climbing quickly into the shadows. The bar in his chest bathed the area below with heat-sensitive rays. Holly punched up the thermoscan program on her computer. The view screen swam with fuzzy images in various shades of gray. Any living creature would show up even behind a layer of solid rock. But there was nothing, just a few swear toads and the tail end of a troll shambling the screen. Verbal's voice cracked over the speaker. "Hey, Captain, should I take her in for a closer look?" That was the trouble with portable scanners. The further away you were, the weaker the rays became. "Okay, chicks, one more sweep. Be careful." "Don't worry, Holly. The chicks man will keep himself in one piece for you." Holly drew a breath to make a threatening reply, but the retort died in her throat. On the screen, something was moving. "Chicks, you getting this?" "Affirmative, Cap. I'm getting it, but I don't know what I'm getting." Holly enhanced the section of the screen. Two beings were moving around on the second level. The beings were gray. "Chicks, hold your position. Continue scanning." Gray? How could gray things be moving? Gray was dead. No heat. Cold as the grave. Nevertheless. "On your guard, Private Verbal. We have possible hostiles." Holly opened a channel to Police Plaza. Foley, the LAP's technical wizard, would undoubtedly have their video feed running in the operations booth. "Foley, you watching?" "Yep, Holly," answered the Centaur. "Just bringing you up on the main screen." "What do you make of these shapes? Moving gray? I've never seen anything like it." "Me neither." There followed a brief silence, punctuated by the clicking of a keyboard. Two possible explanations. One, equipment malfunction. These could be phantom images from another system, like interference on a radio. The other explanation? So ludicrous that I hardly like to mention it. Yeah, well, do me a favor, Foley. Mention it. Well, ridiculous as it sounds, someone may have found a way to beat my system. Holly paled. If Foley was even admitting the possibility, then it was almost definitely true. Cut the Centaur off, switching her attention back to Private Verbal. "Chicks, get out of there! Pull up! Pull up!" The sprite was far too busy trying to impress his pretty captain to realize the seriousness of the situation. "Relax, Holly, I'm a sprite. Nothing can hit a sprite." That was when a projectile erupted through the chute window, blooming a fist-sized hole in Verbal's wing. Holly tucked a Neutrino 2000 into its holster, issuing commands through her helmet's comset. "Code 14, repeat, code 14, ferry down, ferry down. We are under fire. E-37, send Warlock medics and a backup." Holly dropped through the hatch, rappelling to the tunnel floor. She ducked behind a statue of Frond, the first Elfin King. Chix was lying on a mound of rubble across the avenue. It didn't look good. The side of his helmet had been bashed in by the jagged remains of a low wall, rendering his comset completely useless. She needed to reach him soon, or he was a goner. Sprites only had limited healing powers. They could magic away a wart, but gaping wounds were beyond them. "Patching you through to the commander," said Foley's voice in her ear. "Stand by." Commander Root's gravelly tones barked across the airwaves. He did not sound in the best of moods. No surprises there. "Captain Short, I want you to hold your position until backup gets there." "Negative, Commander. Chix is hit. I have to reach him." "Holly, Captain Kelp is minutes away. Hold your position. Repeat, hold your position." Behind the helmet's visor, Holly gritted her teeth in frustration. She was one step from being booted out of the LAP, and now this. To rescue Chix, she would have to disobey a direct order. Root sensed her indecision. "Holly, listen to me. Whatever they're shooting at you, punch straight through Verbal's wing. Your LAP vest is no good, so sit tight and wait for Captain Kelp." Captain Kelp, possibly the LAP's most gung-ho officer, famous for choosing the name Trouble at his graduation ceremony. Still, there was no officer Holly would prefer to have at her back going through a door. "Sorry, sir, I can't wait. Chix took a hit in the wing. You know what that means." Shooting a sprite in the wing was not like shooting a bird. Wings were a sprite's largest organ and contained 7 major arteries. A hole like that would have ruptured at least 3. Commander Root sighed. Over the speakers it sounded like a rush of static. "Okay, Holly, but stay low. I don't want to lose any of my people today." Holly drew her Neutrino 2000 from its holster, flicking the setting up to 3. She wasn't taking any chances with the snipers. Presuming they were goblins from the Bawakel triad, On a 3 setting, the first shot would knock them unconscious for 8 hours at the very least. She gathered her legs beneath her and rocketed out from behind the statue. Immediately, a hail of gunfire blew chunks from the structure. Holly raced toward her fallen comrade, projectiles buzzing around her head like supersonic bees. Generally, in a situation of this kind, the last thing you do would be to move the victim, but with gunfire raining down on them, there was no choice. Holly grabbed the private Ippolit's, hauling him behind a rusted-out delivery shuttle. Hicks had been out there for a long time. He was grinning feebly. "You came for me, Cap. I knew you would." Holly tried to keep the worry from her voice. "Of course I came, Chicks. Never leave a man behind." "Knew you couldn't resist me," he breathed. "I knew it." Then he closed his eyes. There was a lot of damage done here. Maybe too much. Holly concentrated on the wound. Heal, she thought, and the magic welled up inside her like a million pins and needles. It spread through her arms and ran down to her fingers. She placed her hands on Verbal's wound. Blue sparks tingled from her fingers into the hole. The sparks played around the wound, repairing the scorched tissue and replicating spilt blood. The sprite's breathing calmed, and a healthy green tinge started to return to his cheeks. Holly sighed. Chicks would be okay. He probably wouldn't fly any more missions on that wing, but he would live. Holly laid the unconscious sprite on his side, careful not to put pressure on the injured wing. Now for the mysterious gray shapes. Holly upped the setting on her weapon to 4, and ran without hesitation toward the chute entrance. On your very first day in the LEP Academy, a big, hairy gnome with a chest the size of a bull troll's pins each cadet to a wall and warns them never to run into an unsecured building during a firefight. He says this in a most insistent fashion. He repeats it every day until the maxim is etched on every cadet's brain. Nevertheless, this was exactly what Captain Holly Short of LEP Recon proceeded to do. He blasted the terminal double doors, diving through to the shelter of a check-ins desk. Less than 400 years ago, this building had been a hive of activity, with tourists lining up for above-ground visas. Paris had once been a very popular tourist destination, but, inevitably it seemed, humans had claimed the European capital for themselves. The only place fairies felt safe was in Disneyland Paris, where no one looked twice at diminutive creatures, even if they were green. Holly activated a motion sensor filter in her helmet and scanned the building through the desk's security panel. If anything moved, the helmet's computer would automatically flag it with an orange corona. He looked up just in time to see 2 figures looping along a viewing gallery toward the shuttle bay. They were goblins, all right, reverting to all fours for extra speed, trailing a hover trolley behind them. They were wearing some kind of reflective foil suits, complete with headgear, obviously to fool the thermal sensors. Very clever. Too clever for goblins. Thank you for the lurk, Charm. And I'm sorry if you sent that a while ago, I just saw it. They were very clever. Too clever for goblins. Holly ran parallel to the goblins, 1 floor down. All around her, ancient advertisements sagged in their brackets. 2 weeks solstice tours, 20 ounces of gold, children under 10 travel free. She vaulted the turnstile gate, racing past the security zone and duty-free booths. The goblin were descending now, boots and gloves flapping on the frozen escalator. One lost his headgear in his haste. He was big for a goblin, over 3 feet. His lidless eyes rolled in panic, his forked tongue flicked upward to moisten his pupils. Captain Short squeezed off a few bursts on the run. One clipped the backside of the nearest goblin. Holly groaned, nowhere near a nerve center. But it didn't have to be. There was a disadvantage to all those foil suits. They conducted neutrino charges. The charge spread through the suit's material like fiery ripples across a pond. The goblin jumped a good 6 feet straight up, then tumbled unconscious to the foot of the escalator. The hover trolley spun out of control, crashing into a luggage carousel. Hundreds of small cylindrical objects spilled from the shattered crate. Goblin number 2 fired a dozen rounds Holly's way. He missed, partly because his arms were jittery with nerves, but also because firing from the hip only works in the movies. Holly tried to take a screenshot of his weapon with her helmet camera for the computer to run a match on, but there was too much vibration. The chase continued down the conduits and into the departure area itself. Holly was surprised to hear the hum of docking computers. There wasn't supposed to be any power here. LEP engineering would have dismantled the generators. Why would power be needed here? He already knew the answer. Power would be needed to operate the shuttle monorail and mission control. Her suspicions were confirmed as she entered the hangar. The goblins had built a shuttle. It was unbelievable. Goblins had barely enough electricity in their brains to power a 10-watt bulb. How could they possibly build a shuttle? Yet there it was, sitting in the dock like a used craft seller's worst nightmare. There wasn't a bit of it less than a decade old, and the hull was a patchwork of weld spots and rivets. Holly swallowed her amazement, concentrating on the pursuit. The goblin had paused to grab a set of wings from the cargo hold. She could have taken a shot then, but it was too risky. She wouldn't be surprised if the shuttle's nuclear battery was protected by nothing more than a single layer of lead. The goblin took advantage of his reprieve to skip down to the access tunnel. The monorail ran the length of the scorched rock to the massive chute. The chutes were natural vents that riddled the Earth's mantle and crust. Magma streams from the planet's molten core blasted toward the surface at irregular intervals. If it wasn't for these pressure releases, the Earth would have shaken itself to fragments aeons since. The LEP had harnessed this natural power for express surface shots. Recon officers rode the flares and titanium eggs in the times of emergency. For a more leisurely trip, shuttles ascended to the various terminals around the world. Holly slowed her pace. There was nowhere for the goblin to go, not unless he was going to fly into the chute itself, and nobody was that crazy. Anything that got caught up in a magna flare got fried right down to the subatomic level. The chute's entrance loomed ahead, massive and ringed by charred rock. Holly switched on the helmet's microphone. "That's far enough," she shouted over the howl of poor wind. "Give it up. You're not going into the chute without science." Science was LEP speak for technical information. In this case, science would be flare prediction times, accurate to within a tenth of a second. Generally. The goblin raised a strange rifle, this time taking careful aim. The firing pin dropped, but whatever his weapon was firing, there wasn't any left. That's the problem with non-nuclear weapons. You run out of charge, quipped Holly, fulfilling the age-old tradition of firefight banter, even though her knees were threatening to fold. In response, the goblin heaved the rifle in Holly's direction. It was a terrible throw, landing 15 feet short, but it served its purpose as a distraction. The Bawakel Triad member used this moment to fire up his wings. They were old models, rotary motor and a broken muffler. The roar of engine filled the tunnel. There was another roar behind the wings, a roar that Holly knew well from 1,000 log flight hours in the chutes. There was a flare coming. Holly's mind raced. If the goblins had somehow managed to hook up the terminal to a power source, then all the safety features would have been activated, including Captain Short whirled, but the last blast doors were already closing. The fireproof barriers were automatically triggered by a thermal sensor in the chute. When a flare passed by below, 6-foot-thick steel doors shut the access tunnel off from the rest of the terminal. They were trapped in here, with a column of magma on the way. Not that the magma would kill them. There wasn't much overspill from the flares. The superheated air would bake them drier than autumn leaves. The goblin was standing on the tunnel's edge, oblivious to the impending eruption. Holly realized that it wasn't a question of the fugitive being crazy enough to fly into the chute. He was just plain stupid. The jaunty wave, the goblin hopped into the chute, rising rapidly from view. Not rapidly enough. A 20-foot thick jet of roiling lava pounced on him like a waiting snake, consuming him completely. Holly did not waste time grieving. She had problems of her own. LEP jumpsuits had thermal coils to disperse excess heat, but it wouldn't be enough. In seconds, a wall of dry heat would roll in here and raise temperature enough to crack the walls. Holly glanced upward. A reinforced line of ancient coolant tanks were still bolted to the tunnel roof. She slid her blaster to maximum power and began sinking charges into the bellies of the tanks. There was no time for subtlety. The tanks buckled and split, belching out rancid air and coolant traces. Useless. They must have bled out over the centuries, and the goblins had never bothered replacing them. But there was one, a black oblong cut out of place among the standard green LEP models. Holly positioned herself directly underneath and fired. 3,000 gallons of coolant-enhanced water crashed onto her head at the very moment a heat wave came billowing in from the chute. It was a curious sensation to be frozen and burned almost simultaneously. Holly felt blisters pop on her shoulders only to be flattened by water pressure. Captain Short was driven to her knees, lungs starving for air, but she couldn't take a breath, not now, and she couldn't raise a hand to switch on her helmet tank. After an eternity, the roaring stopped, and Holly opened her eyes to a tunnel full of steam. She activated the demister in her visor and got up off her knees. Water slid in sheets from her non-friction suit. She released her helmet seals, taking deep breaths of tunnel air. Still warm, but breathable. Behind her, the blast doors slid open, and Captain Trouble Kelp appeared in the gap, along with an LEP rapid response team. Nice maneuver, Captain. Holly didn't answer, too absorbed by the weapon of Dend and by the recently vaporized goblin. This was the prize pig of rifles, almost 2 feet long, with a starlight scope clipped above the barrel. Holly's first thought had been that somehow the Bawakel were manufacturing their own weapons, but now she realized that the truth was far more dangerous. Captain Short pried the rifle from the half-melted rock. She recognized it from her history of law enforcement in service. Old soft-nosed laser. Soft-noses had been outlawed long ago, but that wasn't the worst of it. Instead of a fairy power source, the gun was powered by a human AA alkaline battery. Trouble, she called. Have a look at this. Darvit, breathed Kelp, reaching immediately for the radio controls on his helmet. Get me a priority channel to Commander Root. We have a Class A contraband. Yes, Class A. I need a full team of techies. Get Foley, too. I want this entire quadrant shut down. Trouble continued spouting orders, but they faded into a distant buzz in Holly's ears. The Bawakel were trading with the Mudmen, humans and goblins working together to reactivate outlawed weapons. And if the weapons were here, how long could it be before the Mudmen followed? Help arrived just after the nick of time. In 30 minutes, there were so many halogens, bright spotlights buzzing around D-37 that it looked like a Golem World movie premiere. Foley was down on his knees examining the unconscious goblin by the escalator. Foley was the main reason that humans hadn't yet discovered the people's underground layers. He was a technical genius who had pioneered every major development from flare prediction to mind-wiping technology. Every discovery made him less respectful and more annoying, but rumor had it that he had a soft spot for a certain female recon officer. Actually, the only female recon officer. Good job, Holly, he said, rubbing the goblin's reflective suit. You just had a firefight with a kebab. That's it, Foley. Draw attention away from the fact that Bawakel fooled your sensors. Foley tried on one of the helmets. Not the Bawakel. No way. Too dumb. Goblins just don't have the cranial capacity. These are human manufacture. Holly snorted. And how do you know that? Recognize the stitching? Nope, replied Foley, tossing the helmet to Holly. Holly read the label. Made in Germany. I'd guess that this is a fire suit. The material keeps the heat out as well as in. This is serious, Holly. We're not talking a couple of designer shirts and a case of chocolate bars here. Some human is doing some serious smuggling with a Bawakel. Bully stepped out of the way to allow the technical crew access to their prisoner. The techies would tag the unconscious goblin with a subcutaneous sleeper. The sleeper contained microcapsules of a sedative agent and a tiny detonator. Once tagged, a criminal could be knocked out by computer if the LAP realized he was involved in an illegal situation. You know he's probably behind this, don't you? Said Holly. Foley rolled his eyes. Oh, let me guess. Captain Short's arch-enemy, Master Artemis Fowl. Well, who else could it be? Take your pick. The people have been in contact with thousands of mudmen over the years. Is that so? Retorted Holly. And how many that haven't been mind-wiped? Holly pretended to think about it, adjusting the foil hat jammed on his head to reflect any brain-probing signals that could be focused his way. 3, he muttered eventually. Pardon? 3, okay? Exactly. Fowl and his pet gorillas. Artemis is behind this. Mark my words. You'd just love that to be the case now, wouldn't you? You'd finally get the chance to get your own back. You do remember what happened the last time the LEP went up against Artemis Fowl? I remember, but that was last time. Bully smirked. I would remind you that he'll be 13 now. Holly's hand dropped to her buzz baton. I don't care how old he is. One zap with this and he'll be sleeping like a baby. Bully nodded toward the entrance. I'd save my charges if I were you. You're going to need them. Holly followed his gaze. Commander Julius Root was sweeping across the secured zone. The more he saw, the redder his face grew, hence the nickname Beetroot. Commander, began Holly, you need to see this. Holly's gaze silenced her. What were you thinking? Pardon me, sir? Don't give me that. I was in ops for the whole thing. I was watching the video feed from your helmet. Oh, hardly covers it, Captain. Root's buzz-gray hair was quivering with emotion. This was supposed to be a surveillance mission. There were several backup squads sitting in their well-trained behinds only waiting for you to call. But no, Captain Short decides to take on the Buwakel on her own. I had a man down, sir. There was no choice. What was Verbal doing out there in the first place? For the first time, Holly's gaze dropped. I sent him out to do a thermal, sir, just following regulations. Root nodded. I just talked to the paramedic Orbach. Verbal will be okay, but his flying days are over. There'll be a tribunal, of course. Yes, sir, understood. A formality, I'm sure, but you know the council. Holly knew the council all too well. She would be the first LEP officer in history to be the subject of 2 simultaneous investigations. So what's this here I hear about a Class A? All contraband was classed. Class A was code for dangerous human technology. Power sources, for instance. This way, sir. Holly led them to the rear of the maintenance area, to the shuttle bay itself. A translucent, restricted access perspex dome had been erected in the shuttle bay. Holly pressed through the frosted entrance flaps. You see, this is serious. Root studied the evidence. In the shuttle's cargo bay there were crates of AA batteries. Holly selected a pack. Pencil batteries, she said, a common human power source. Crude, inefficient, and an environmental disaster. 12 crates of them right here. Who knows how many are in the tunnels already? Root was unimpressed. Forgive me for not quaking in my boots. So few goblins get to play human video games. So what? Bully had spotted the goblin's soft-nosed laser. Oh no, he said, checking the weapon. Exactly, agreed Holly. The commander did not appreciate being left out of the conversation. Oh no, he mimicked them. I suppose you're just being melodramatic. No, Chief, replied the centaur, somber for once. This is deadly serious. The Buwakel are using human batteries to power the old soft-nosed lasers. They'd only get about 6 shots per battery, but you give every goblin a pocket full of power cells, and that's a lot of shots. Soft-nosed lasers? They were outlawed decades ago. Weren't they all recycled? Foley nodded. Supposedly, my division supervised meltdowns. Not that we considered it priority, they were originally powered by a single solar cell with a lifespan of less than a decade. Obviously, someone managed to sneak a few out of the recycling lockup. Quite a few by the look of all these batteries. That's the last thing I need, goblins with soft noses. Softnose technique involved placing an inhibitor on a blaster, which allowed a laser to travel at slower speeds, actually penetrating the target. Initially developed for mining purposes, they were quickly adapted by some greedy weapons manufacturer. The soft-noses were just as quickly outlawed, for the obvious reason that these weapons were designed to kill and not to incapacitate. Now and then, one found its way into the hands of a gang member, but this did not look like an isolated case. This looked like somebody was planning something big. You know what the worrisome thing about this is? Said Foley. No, said Root with deceptive calmness. Do tell me what the worrisome thing is. Foley turned the gun around. The way this weapon has been adapted to take a human battery. Very clever. There's no way a goblin figured this out on his own. Why adapt the soft noses? Asked the commander. Why not just use the old solar cells? Those solar cells are very rare. They are worth their weight in gold. Antiques dealers use them to power all sorts of old gadgets, and it would be impossible to build a power cell factory of any kind without my sensors picking up the emissions. Much simpler just to steal them from the humans. Root lit one of his trademark fungus cigars. Tell me that's it. Tell me there's nothing else. Holly's gaze flicked to the rear of the hangar. Root caught the glance and pressed past the crates to the makeshift shuttle in the docking bay. The commander climbed into the craft. And what the hell is this, Foley? The Stuntor ran a hand along the ship's hull. It's amazing. Unbelievable. They put a shuttle together from junk. I'm surprised this thing gets off the ground. The commander bit down hard on his fungus cigar. When you're finished admiring the goblins fully, maybe you can explain how the Bawakal got a hold of this stuff. I thought all outdated shuttle technology was supposed to be destroyed. That's what I thought. I retired some of this stuff myself. The starboard booster used to be an E1 until Captain Short blew it out last year. I remember signing the destruct order. Root spared a second to shoot Holly a withering glance. So now we have shuttle parts escaping the recycling smelters, as well as soft-nosed lasers. Find out how this shuttle got here. Take it apart, piece by piece. I want every strand of wire lasered for prints and DNA. Feed all the serial numbers into the mainframe. See if there are any common denominators. Good idea. I'll get someone on it, said Foley nodded. No, Foley. You get on it. This is priority. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. We're reading the second installment of the Artemis Fowl series, The Arctic Incident. We're only a couple of chapters in if you want to settle in and listen for a spell. If you missed the first book, it is on my YouTube channel, Insomniac Lemon, the full reading of that. So sit back and relax and enjoy the ride. Foley nodded. Good idea. I'll get someone on it. No, Foley, you get on it. This is priority. So give your conspiracy theories a rest for a few days and find me the inside fairy of who's selling this junk. But Julius, protested Foley, that's grunt work. Root took a step closer. 1. Don't call me Julius, civilian. And 2. I'd say it was more like donkey work. Foley noticed the vein pulsing in the commander's temple. Point taken, he said, removing a handheld computer from his belt. I'll get right on it. You do that. Now, Captain Short, what is our Bawakal prisoner saying? Holly shrugged. Nothing much, still unconscious. He'll be coughing soot for a month as soon as he wakes up. Anyway, you know how the Bawakal works. The soldiers aren't told anything. This guy is just a grunt. It's a pity the book forbids using the mesmer on other fairies. Said Root, his face glowing redder than the baboons behind. An even greater pity the Atlantis Convention outlawed truth drugs. Otherwise, we could pump this convict full of serum until he sang like a drunken mudman. The commander took several deep breaths to calm down before his heart popped. Right now, we need to find out where those batteries came from, and if there are any more in lower elements. Holly took a breath. I have a theory, sir. Don't tell me, groaned Root. Artemis Fowl, right? Who else could it be? I knew he'd be back. I knew it. You know the rules, Holly. He beat us last year. Game over. That's what the book says. Yes, sir, but that was a different game. New game, new rules. If Fowl is supplying power cells to the Bawakel, the least we can do is check it out. Root considered it. If Fowl was behind this, things could get very complicated very fast. I don't like the idea of interrogating Fowl on his turf, but we can't bring him down here. The pressure underground would kill him. Ollie disagreed. Not if we keep him in a secure environment. The city is equalized. So are the shuttles. Okay, go, the commander said at last. Bring him in for a little chat. Bring the big one, too. Butler? Yes, Butler. Root paused. But remember, we're going to run a few scans, Holly, that's it. I don't want you using this as an opportunity to settle a score. No, sir, strictly business. Do I have your word on that? Yes, sir, I guarantee it. Root ground the cigar butt beneath his heel. I don't want anyone else getting hurt today, not even Artemis Fowl. Understood. Well, added the commander, not unless it's absolutely necessary. Chapter 3. Going Underground. St. Bartleby's School for Young Gentlemen. Butler had been in Artemis Fowl's service since the moment of the boy's birth. He had spent the first night of his charge's life standing guard on the Sisters of Mercy maternity ward. For over a decade, Butler had been teacher, mentor, and protector to the young heir. The pair had never been separated for more than a week, until now. It shouldn't bother him, he knew that. A bodyguard should never become emotionally attached to his charge. It affects his judgment. But in his private moments, Butler couldn't help thinking of the Fowl heir as the younger brother he had never had. Butler parked the Bentley Arnage red label on College Avenue. If anything, the Eurasian manservant had bulked up since midterm. With Artemis in boarding school, he was spending a lot more time in the gym. Truth be told, Butler was bored pumping iron, but the college authorities absolutely refused to allow him a bunk in Artemis's room. And when the gardener had discovered the bodyguard's hideout just off the 17th green, they had banned him from the school grounds altogether. Artemis slipped through the school's gate, Dr. Poe's comments still in his thoughts. Problem, sir? Said Butler, noticing his employer's sour expression. Artemis ducked into the Bentley's wine-colored leather interior, selecting a bottle of still water from the bar. Hardly, Butler. Just another quack spouting psychobabble. Butler kept his voice level. Should I have a word with him? Never mind him now. What news of the Fowl Star? Got an email at the manor this morning. It's an MPG. Artemis scowled. He could not access MPG files on his mobile phone. Butler pulled a portable computer from the glove compartment. I thought you might be anxious to see the file, so I downloaded it into this. He passed the computer over his shoulder. Artemis activated the compact machine, folding out the flat color screen. At first, he thought the battery was dead. Then he realized he was looking at a field of snow. White on white, with only the faintest shadows to indicate dips and drumlins. Artemis felt the uneasiness rolling in his gut. Funny how such an innocent image could be so foreboding. The camera panned outward, revealing a dull twilight sky, then a black hunched object in the distance. A rhythmic crunching issued through the compact speakers as the cameraman advanced through the snow. The object grew clearer. It was a man sitting on, tied to, a chair. The ice clinked in Artemis's glass. His hands were shaking. The man was dressed in rags of a once fine suit. Scars branded the prisoner's face like lightning bolts, and one leg appeared to be missing. It was difficult to tell. Artemis's breath was jumpy now, like a marathon runner's. There was a sign around the man's neck, cardboard and twine. On the sign was scrawled in thick black letters. This is Russian, and I cannot pronounce that. I will do my best, and I am sorry if I butcher it horribly. Zdrov Stuvitaisin. The camera zoomed in on the message for several seconds, then went blank. Is that all? Butler nodded. Just the man and the sign. That's it. The Travis whatever sign, muttered Artemis, his accent flawless. His accent might be flawless, but mine is horrible, and I can't even pronounce it. Since his father's disappearance, he had been teaching himself the language. Did I translate for you? Asked Butler, also a Russian speaker. His accent, however, was not quite so sophisticated. He had picked it up during a 5-year stint with an espionage unit in the late 80s. No, I know what it means, replied his young employer. Hello, son. Butler pulled the Bentley into the divided highway. No one spoke for several minutes. Eventually, Butler had to ask, Do you think it's him, Artemis? Could that man be your father? Artemis rewound the MPG, freezing it on the mysterious man's face. He touched the display, sending rainbow distortions across the screen. I think so, Butler, but the picture quality is too poor. I can't be certain. Butler understood the emotions battering his young charge. He, too, had lost someone aboard the Fowl Star. His uncle, the Major, had been assigned to Artemis's father on that fateful trip. Unfortunately, the Major's body had turned up in the Shirtsky morgue. Artemis regained his composure. I must pursue this, Butler. You know what's coming next, of course. Yes, a ransom demand. This is merely the teaser to get my attention. I need to cash in some of the people's gold. Contact Lars in Zurich immediately. Butler accelerated into the fast lane. As to Artemis, I have had some experience in these matters. Artemis did not interrupt. Butler's career before his current charge's birth had been varied, to say the least. The pattern with kidnappers is to eliminate all witnesses. Then they will generally try to eliminate each other to avoid splitting the ransom. Point being that paying a ransom in no way guarantees your father's safety, if indeed that man is your father. It is quite possible that the kidnappers will take your money and then kill all of us. Artemis studied the camera screen. You're right, of course. I will have to devise a plan. Butler swallowed. He remembered the last plan. It had almost gotten all of them killed and could have plunged the planet into an interspecies war. Butler was a man who didn't scare easily, but the spark in Artemis Fowl's eyes was enough to send a shiver crackling down his spine. Chute Terminal E1, Tara, Ireland. Captain Holly Short had decided to work a double shift and proceeded directly to the chute to the surface. She paused only for a Nutri-Bar and an energy shake before hopping on the first shuttle to the terminal at Tara. One of Tara's officials was not making her journey any easier. The head of security was annoyed that Captain Short had not only put all chute traffic on hold to take a priority pod from E1, but then proceeded to commandeer an entire shuttle for the return journey. Why don't you check your system again, she said through gritted teeth. I'm sure the authorization from Police Plaza has arrived by now. The truculent gnome consulted his handheld computer. No, ma'am, I ain't got nothing. Look, mister. Commandant Tyro, I'm on an important mission here. National security. I need you to keep the arrivals hall completely clear for the next couple of hours. Carol made a great show of almost collapsing. The next couple of hours? Are you crazy, girlie? I got 3 shuttles coming in from Atlantis. What am I supposed to tell him? Tours off because some LEP secret shenanigans? This is high season. I can't just shut things down. No way, no how. Holly shrugged. Fine. You just let all your tourists catch sight of the 2 humans I'm bringing down here. There'll be a riot. I guarantee it. 2 humans, said the head of security. Inside the terminal? Are you nuts? Holly was running out of patience and time. Do you see this? She demanded, pointing to the insignia on her helmet. I'm LEP, a captain. No rent-a-cop gnome is going to stand in the way of my orders. Daryl drew himself up to his full height, which was a little more than 2 feet. Yeah, I heard you. The crazy girly captain. Yeah, I heard of you. The crazy girly captain. Caused quite a stir-up here last year, didn't you? My taxing gut's gonna be paying for that little screw-up for quite some time. Just ask Central, you bureaucratic idiot. Call me what you want, Missy. We have our rules here, and without a confirmation from Rio, below, ain't nothing I can do to change 'em, especially not for some gun-totin' girlie with an attitude problem. Well, get on the polar blower to Police Plaza then. Terrell sniffed. The magma flares have just started acting up. It's hard to get a line. Maybe I'll try again after my rounds. Just you take yourself a seat in the departure lounge. Holly's hand strayed toward her buzz baton. You know what you're doing, don't you? What? Croaked the gnome. You're obstructing an LEP operation. I ain't obstructing nothing, and as such, it is in my power to remove said obstruction using any force I deem necessary. Don't you threaten me, missy. Holly drew the weapon, twirling it expertly. I'm not threatening you. I'm just informing you of police procedure. If you continue to obstruct me, I remove the obstruction, in this case you, and proceed to the next in command. Carol was unconvinced. You wouldn't dare. Holly grinned. I'm the crazy girly captain, remember? The gnome considered it. It was unlikely the officer would buzz him, but then again, with female elves, who knew? Okay, he said, printing off a sheet on the computer. This is a 24-hour visa, but if you're not back here in that time, I'll have you taken into custody on your return. Then I'll be the one making the threats. Holly snatched the sheet. Whatever. Now remember, make sure the arrival dock is clear when I get back. Ireland, en route from St. Bartleby's to Fowl Manor. Artemis was bouncing ideas off Butler, a technique he often used when trying to come up with a plan. After all, if anybody was an expert on covert operations, it was his bodyguard. We can't trace the MPG. No, Artemis, I tried. They put a decay virus in the email. I only barely managed to get the film on disk before the original disintegrated. What about the MPG itself? Could we get a geographical fix from the stars? Butler smiled. Young Master Artemis was starting to think like a soldier. No luck. I sent a shot to a friend of mine at NASA. He didn't even bother putting it into the computer. Not enough definition. Artemis was silent for a minute. How fast can we get to Russia? Butler drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Depends. Depends on what? On how we go. Legal or illegal? Which is quicker? Butler laughed, something you didn't hear very often. Illegal is usually faster. Either way is going to be pretty slow. We can't go by air, that's for sure. The Mafia is going to have foot soldiers at every airstrip. Are we sure it's the Mafia? Butler glanced in the rearview mirror. I'm afraid so. All kidnappings go through the Mafia. Even if an ordinary criminal managed to abduct your father, he would have to hand him over. Artemis nodded. That's what I thought. So we will have to travel by sea, and that will take a week at the very least. We could really use some help with transport. Something Mafia won't expect. How's our ID situation? No problem. I thought we'd go native. Russians arouse less suspicion in Russia. I have passports and visa. Good. What's our cover? What about Stefan Bashkir and his uncle Konstantin? Perfect. The chess prodigy and his chaperone. They'd used this cover many times before on previous search missions. Once a checkpoint official, himself a chess grandmaster, had doubted their story, until Artemis beat him in 6 moves. Artemis's technique had since become known as the Bashkir maneuver. How soon can we leave? Almost immediately. Mrs. Fowl and Juliet are in Nice this week. That gives us 8 days. We can email the school and make up some excuse. They say St. Bartleby's will be glad to be rid of me for a while. We could go straight to the airport from Fowl Manor. The Learjet is stocked. At least we can fly as far as Scandinavia, and we can try to pick up a boat from there. I just have to pick up a few things from the manor first. Artemis could imagine exactly the kind of things his manservant wished to pick up. Dangerous things. Good, the sooner the better. We've got to find these people before they know we're looking. We can monitor email as we go. Butler took the exit for Fowl Manor. You know, Artemis, he said, glancing in the mirror, we're going up against the Russian Mafia. I've had dealings with these people before. They don't negotiate. This could get bloody. If we take these gangsters on, people are going to get hurt. Most likely us. Artemis nodded absently, watching his own reflection in the window. He needed a plan, something audacious and brilliant, something that had never been attempted before. Artemis was not unduly worried on that front. His brain had never let him down before. We are going to pause there, folks, for a moment, because my cats are insisting that I feed them, and I should probably do that before they decide I'm a good snack. We will be right back in a few minutes. Hang tight. Alright, folks, we are back. We are at the Terra Shuttleport. The ferry shuttleport at Tara was an impressive operation. 30,000 cubic feet of terminal concealed beneath an overgrown hillock in the middle of the McGraney farm. For centuries, the McGraneys had respected the ferry for its boundaries, and for centuries they had enjoyed exceptional good luck. Illnesses mysteriously cleared up overnight, priceless art treasures popped up with incredible regularity, and mad cow disease seemed to avoid their herds altogether. Having solved her visa problem, Holly finally made her way to the security door and slipped through the holographic camouflage. She had managed to secure a set of cowboy double decks for the trip. The rig ran on a satellite-bounced solar battery and employed a revolutionary wing design. There were two sets, or decks, one fixed for gliding, and a smaller set for maneuverability. Holly had been dying to try the double decks out, but only a few rigs had made their way across from Cowboy Labs. Foley was reluctant to let them out because he hadn't designed them. Professional envy. Holly had taken advantage of his absence from the lab to swipe a set from the rack. She soared 50 feet above the ground, allowing unfiltered surface air to fill her lungs. Though laden with pollutants, it was still sweeter than recycled tunnel variety. For several minutes she enjoyed the experience before turning her concentration to the mission at hand: how to abduct Artemis Fowl. Not from his home, Fowl Manor, that was for certain. Legally, she put herself on very shaky ground by entering a dwelling without permission, even though, technically, Fowl had invited her in by kidnapping her last year. Not many lawyers would take your case on the basis of that defense. Anyway, the manor was a virtual fortress and had already seen off an entire LEP retrieval team. Why should she fare any better? There was also the complication that Artemis could very well be expecting her, especially if he was trading with the Balakel. The idea of walking into a trap did not appeal to Holly. She had already been imprisoned once in Fowl Manor. Doubtless her cell was still furnished. Holly activated the computer navigation package, calling up Fowl Manor on her helmet visor. A soft crimson light began to blip beside the 3D plan of the house. The building had been red-flagged by the LEP. Holly groaned. Now she would be treated to a video warning, just in case there was one recon officer under the world who had not heard of Artemis Fowl. Corporal Lily Fran's face appeared on her screen. Of course they had chosen Lily for this assignment. The bimbo face of the LEP. Sexism was alive and well and living in the police plaza. It was rumored that Fran's LEP scores had been bumped up because she was a descendant of the Elfin King. "You have selected Fowl Manor," said Fran's image, tossing blonde tresses over her shoulder. "This is a red-flagged building. Unauthorized access is strictly forbidden. Do not even attempt to fly over. Artemis Fowl is considered an active threat to the people." A picture of Fowl appeared beside Fran, a digitally enhanced scowl on his face. His accomplice, known only as Butler, is not to be approached under any circumstances. He is generally armed and always dangerous. Butler's massive head appeared beside the other images. Armed and dangerous hardly did him justice. He was the only human in history to have taken on a troll and won. Holly sent the coordinates to the flight computer and let the wings do the steering for her. The countryside sped by below. Even since her last visit, the mudman infestation seemed to have taken a stronger hold. There was barely an acre of land without dozens of their dwellings digging into its soil, and barely a mile of river without one of their factories pouring its poison into the waters. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, and Holly raised the filters on her visor. Time was on her side now. She had the entire night to come up with a plan. Holly found that she missed Foley's sarcastic comments in her ear. Annoying as the center's observations were, they generally proved accurate, and had saved her hide on more than one occasion. She tried to establish a link, but the flares were still high, and there was no reception. Nothing but static. Fowl Manor loomed in the distance, completely dominating the surrounding landscape. Holly scanned the building with her thermal bar and found nothing but insect and small rodent life forms. Spiders and mice. Nobody home. That suited her fine. She landed on the head of a particularly gruesome stone gargoyle and settled in to wait. Fowl Manor. The original Fowl Castle had been built by Eion Fowl in the 15th century, overlooking low-lying country on all sides, a tactic borrowed from the Normans. Never let your enemies sneak up on you. Over the centuries, the castle had been extensively remodeled until it became a manor, but the attention to security remained. The manor was surrounded by 3-foot-thick walls and wired with a state-of-the-art security system. Butler pulled off the road, opening the estate gates by a remote control. He glanced back at his employer's thoughtful face. Sometimes he thought that in spite of all his contacts, information, and employees, Artemis Fowl was the loneliest boy he had ever met. "We could bring a couple of those fairy blasters," he said. Butler had relieved LAP Retrieval 1 of their weaponry during the previous year's siege. Artemis nodded. "Good idea, but remove the nuclear batteries and put them in a bag with some old games and books. We can pretend they're toys if we're captured." "Yes, sir, good thinking." The Bentley red tag crunched up the driveway, activating the ground security lights. There were several lamps in the main house. These were on randomly alternating timers. Butler undid his seatbelt, stepping blithely from the Bentley. "You need anything special, Artemis?" Artemis nodded. "Grab some caviar from the kitchen. You wouldn't believe the muck they feed us in Bentleys for $10,000 a semester." Butler smiled again. A teenager asking for caviar. He'd never get used to it. The smile withered on his lips halfway to the recently remodeled entrance. A shiver passed across his heart. He knew that feeling well. His mother had used to say that someone had just walked over his grave. A sixth sense, gut instinct. There was peril somewhere. Invisible, but here nevertheless. Holly spotted the headlights raking the sky from over a mile away. Optics were no good from this vantage point. Even when the automobile's windshield came into view, the glass was tinted and the shadows beyond were deep. Holly felt her heart rate increase at the sight of Fowl's automobile. The car wound along the avenue, flickering between the rows of willow and horse and chestnut. Holly ducked instinctively, though she was completely shielded from human eyes. You couldn't be certain with Artemis Fowl's manservant. Last year he had dismantled a fairy helmet and constructed an eyepiece that allowed him to spot and neutralize an entire crack squad of LAP retrieval commandos. It was hardly likely that he was wearing the lens at the moment, but as Trouble Kelp and his boys had learned, it didn't pay to underestimate Butler. Holly set the neutrino to slightly above the recommended stun setting. A couple of Butler's brain cells might get fried, but she wasn't about to lose any sleep over it. The car swung into the driveway, crunching across the gravel. Butler climbed out. Holly felt her back teeth grinding. Once upon a time, she had saved his life, healing him after a mortal encounter with a troll. She wasn't sure if she'd do it again. Holding her breath, Holly set the double decks to slow descent. She alighted soundlessly, aiming her weapon at Butler's chest. Now there was a target a sun-blinded dwarf couldn't miss. The human couldn't have detected her presence. Not possible. Yet something made him pause. He stopped and sniffed the air. The mudman was like a dog. No, not a dog. A wolf. Holly focused her helmet lens on the weapon, sending a photo to her computer database. Moments later, a high-res rotating 3D image of the gun appeared in the corner of her visor. 6 hours, said a recorded bite of Foley's voice. 9mm, big bullets. One of these hits you and even magic can't fix it. Other than that, you should be alright, presuming you remember to wear the regulation above-ground microfiber jumpsuit recently patented by me. But then again, being a recon jock, you probably didn't. Holly scowled. Foley was all the more annoying when he was right. She had jumped on the first available shuttle without even bothering to change into an above-ground suit. Holly's eyes were level with Butler's now, yet still more than 3 feet from the ground. She released the visor's seals, wincing at the pneumatic hiss. Butler heard the escaping gas and swung toward the source. "Fairy," he said. "I know you're there. Unshield or I start shooting." This was not exactly the tactical advantage Holly had in mind. Her visor was up, and the manservant's finger was creaking on his pistol's hair trigger. She took a deep breath and shut down her shield. "Hello, Butler," she said evenly. Butler cocked his weapon. "Hello, Captain. Come down slowly, and don't try any of your—" "Put your gun away," said Holly, her voice layered with the hypnotic mesmer. Butler fought it, his gun barrel shaking erratically. "Put it down, Butler. Don't make me fry your brain." A vein pulsed in Butler's eyelid. Unusual, thought Holly. I've never seen that before. "Don't fight me, Mudman. Give in to it." Butler opened his mouth to speak, to warn Artemis. She pushed harder, the magic cascading around the human's head. "I said, put it down." A bead of sweat ran down the bodyguard's cheek. "Put it down!" And Butler did, gradually and grudgingly. Holly smiled. "Good, Mudman. Now back up to the car and act as though nothing's wrong." The manservant's legs obeyed, ignoring the signals from his own brain. Holly buzzed up her shield. She was going to enjoy this. Artemis was composing an email on his laptop. "Dear Mr. Giuini, because of your counselor's tactless interrogation of my little Artie, I have taken him out of school for a couple of therapy sessions with real professionals in the Mont Gaspard Clinic of Switzerland. I am considering legal action. Do not attempt to contact me, as that would only serve to irritate me further, and when irritated, I generally call my attorneys. Sincerely, Eion Fowl." Artemis sent the message, allowing himself the luxury of a small grin. It'd be nice to watch Principal Green's expression when he read the electronic letter. Unfortunately, the button camera he had planted in the headmaster's office could only be accessed within a 1-mile radius. Butler opened the driver's door, and after a moment slipped into the seat. Artemis folded the phone into his wallet. "Captain Short, I presume. Why don't you stop vibrating and settle it to the visible spectrum?" Holly speckled into view. There was a gleaming gun in her hand. "Really, Holly? Is that necessary?" Holly snorted. "Well, let's see. Kidnapping, actual bodily harm, extortion, conspiracy to commit murder. I'd say it's necessary." "Please, Captain Short," smiled Artemis. "I was young and selfish. Believe it or not, I do harbor some doubts over that particular venture." "Not enough doubts to return the gold?" "No," admitted Artemis. "Not quite." "How did you know I was here?" Artemis steepled his fingers. There were several clues. 1. Butler did not conduct his usual bomb check under the car. 2. He returned without the items he went to fetch. 3. The door was open for several seconds, something no good security man would permit. And 4. I detected a slight haze as you entered the vehicle. Elementary, really. Holly scowled. "Observant little mud boy, aren't you?" "I try. Now, Captain Short, if you would be so kind as to tell me why you are here." "As if you don't know." Artemis thought for a moment. "Interesting. I would guess that something has happened. Obviously something that I am being held responsible for." He raised an eyebrow fractionally, an intense expression of emotion for Artemis Fowl. "There are humans trading with the Mud People." "Very impressive," said Holly. "Or it would be if we didn't both know you're behind it, and if we can't get the truth out of you, I'm sure your computer files will prove most revealing." Artemis closed the laptop's lid. "Captain, I realize there is no love lost between us, but I don't have the time for this now. It is imperative that you give me a few days to sort out my affairs." "No can do, Fowl. There are a few people underground who would like a word." Artemis shrugged. "I suppose, after what I did, I can't really expect any consideration." "That's right, you can't." "Well then," sighed Artemis, "I don't suppose I have a choice." Holly smiled. "That's right, Fowl, you don't." "Shall we go?" Artemis's tone was meek, but his brain was sparking with ideas. Maybe cooperating with the fairies wasn't such a bad idea. They had certain abilities, after all. "Why not?" Holly turned to Butler. "Drive south, stay on the back roads." "Tara, I presume. I've often wondered where exactly the entrance to E1 was." "Keep wondering, mud boy," muttered Holly. "Now sleep. All this deduction is wearing me out." Chapter 4. Foul is Fair. The lower elements, Haven City, Police Plaza, Detention Cell 4. Artemis woke in the LAP interrogation room. He could have been in any police interview office in the world. Same uncomfortable furniture, same old routine. Root jumped right into it. "Okay, Fowl, start talking." Artemis took a moment to get his bearings. Holly and Root were facing him across a low plastic top table. A bright bulb shone directly into his face. Really, Commander? Is this it? I expected more. Oh, there's more, just not for criminals like you. Artemis noted that his hands were shackled to the chair. You're not still upset about last year, are you? After all, I won. That is supposed to be that, according to your own book. Root leaned forward until the tip of his cigar was inches from Artemis's nose. This is an entire different case, mud boy, so don't give me the innocent act. Artemis was unperturbed. Which one are you, good cop or bad cop? Root laughed heartily, the tip of his cigar drawing patterns in the air. Good cop, bad cop. Hate to tell you this, Dorothy, but you ain't in Kansas anymore. The commander loved quoting The Wizard of Oz. 3 of his cousins were in the movie. A figure emerged from the shadows. It had a tail, 4 legs, 2 arms, and was holding what looked like a pair of common kitchen plungers. Okay, mud boy, said the figure. Just relax, and this might not hurt too much. Fully attached the suction cups to Artemis's eyes, and the boy immediately fell unconscious. Sedative is in the rubber seals, explained the centaur. Gets in through the pores. They never see it coming. Tell me I'm not the cleverest individual in the universe. Oh, I don't know, said Root innocently. That pixie cowboy is one pretty sharp female. Fully stamped a hoof angrily. Cowboy? Cowboy? Those wings of hers are ridiculous. If you ask me, we're using far too much cowboy technology these days. It's not good to let one company have all LEP's business. Unless it's yours, of course. I'm serious, Julius. I know Opal Cowboy from my days at the university. She's not stable. There are cowboy chips in all the new neutrinos. If those labs go under, all we'll have left are the DNA cannons in Police Plaza and a few cases of electric stun guns. Root snorted. Cowboy just upgraded every gun and vehicle in the force. 3 times the power, half the heat emission. Better than the last statistics from your lab, Foley. Foley threaded a set of fiber optic cables back to the computer. Yes, well, maybe if the council would give me a decent budget. Quit your moaning, Foley. I saw the budget for this machine. It had better do more than unblock the drains. Foley flicked his tail, highly offended. This is a ret imager. I'm considering going private with this baby. And it does what, exactly? Foley activated a plasma screen on the holding cell wall. You see these dark circles? These are the human's retinas. Every image leaves a tiny etching, like a photo negative. We can feed whatever pictures we want into the computer and search for matches. Root didn't exactly fall to his knees in awe. Isn't that handy? Well, yes, it is, actually. Observe. Foley called up an image of a goblin, cross-referencing it with the Ret Imagers database. For every matching point we get a hit. About 200 hits is normal. General shape of the head, features, and so on. Anything significantly above that, and he's seen that goblin before. 186 flashed up on the screen. Negative on the goblin. Let's try a soft nose. Again, the count was under 200. Another negative. Sorry, Captain, but Master Fowl here is innocent. He's never even seen a goblin, much less treated with the Bawakel. They could have mind-wiped him. Foley removed the seals from Artemis's eyes. That's the beauty of this baby. Mind-wipes don't work. The Ret Imager operates on actual physical evidence. You'd have to scrub the retinas. Anything on the human's computer? Plenty, replied Foley, but nothing incriminating. Not a single mention of goblins or batteries. Root scratched a square jaw. What about the big one? He could have been the go-between. Hit him already with Ret Imager. Nothing. Face it, the LEP have pulled in the wrong mudmen. Wipe him and send him home. Holly nodded. The commander didn't. Wait a minute. I'm thinking. About what? Asked Holly. The sooner we get Artemis Fowl's nose out of our business, the better. Maybe not, since they're already here. Holly's jaw dropped. Commander, you don't know Fowl the way I do. Give him half a chance and he'll be a bigger problem than the goblins. Maybe he could help us with our mudman problem. I have to object, Commander. These humans are not to be trusted. Root's face would have glowed in the dark. Do you think I like this, Captain? Do you think I relish the idea of crawling to this mud boy? I do not. I'd rather swallow a live stinkworms than ask Artemis Fowl for help. But someone is powering the Bawakel's arms, and I need to find out who. So get with the program, Holly. There's more at stake here than your little vendetta. Holly bit her tongue. She couldn't oppose the commander, not after all he'd done for her. but asking Artemis Fowl for help was the wrong course of action, whatever the situation. She didn't doubt for a minute that the human would have a solution to their problem, but at what cost? Root drew a deep breath. Okay, Foley, bring him around, and fit him with a translator. Speaking Mudman gives me a headache. Artemis massaged the puffy skin beneath his eyes. Sedative in the seals, he said, glancing at Foley. Microneedles? The centaur was impressed. You're pretty sharp for a mud boy. Artemis touched the crescent-shaped nodule fixed above his ear. Translator? Foley nodded at the commander. Speaking in tongues gives some people a headache. Artemis straightened his school tie. I see. Now, how can I be of service? What makes you think we need help from you, human? Growled Root around the butt of his cigar. The boy smirked. I have a feeling, Commander, that if you did not need something from me, I would not be regaining consciousness. I have a feeling, Commander, that if you did not need something from me, I would be regaining consciousness in my own bed with absolutely no memory of our encounter. Foley hid his grin beneath a hairy hand. You're lucky you're not waking up in a cell, said Holly. Still bitter, Captain Short? Can't we wipe the slate clean? Holly's glare was all the answer he needed. Artemis sighed. Very well, I shall guess. There are humans trading with the lower elements, and you need Butler to track these merchants down. Close enough? The fairies were silent for a moment. Hearing it from Fowl suddenly brought the reality home to them. Close enough, admitted Root. Okay, Foley, bring my boy up to speed. The consultant loaded a file from LEP Central Server. A series of network news slips flashed up on the plasma screen. The reporter was a middle-aged elf with a forelock the size of a tidal wave. Downtown Haven, crooned the reporter. Another contraband seizure by the LEP. Hollywood laser discs with an estimated street value of 500 ounces of gold. The Bawakal Goblin Triad is suspected. It gets worse, said Root grimly. Artemis smiled. There's worse? The reporter appeared again. This time flames billowed from the window of the warehouse behind him. His forelock looked a bit crispy. Tonight the Bawakal have staked their claim to the East Bank by torching a warehouse used by Cowboy Laboratories. Apparently the pixie with the golden touch refused to pay their protection fee. The flames were replaced by another news bite, this time featuring an angry mob. Controversy today outside Police Plaza, as the public protests the LEP's failure to deal with the goblin problem. Many ancient houses have been put out of business by the Bawakal's racketeering. Most heavily targeted have been Cowboy Laboratories, who have suffered 6 counts of sabotage in the past month alone. Foley froze the image. The public did not look happy. The thing you have to understand, Fowl, is that goblins are dumb. I'm not insulting them. It's scientifically proven. Brains no bigger than rats. Artemis nodded. So who's organizing them? Root ground out his cigar. We don't know, but it's getting worse. The Bawakal have graduated from petty crime to an all-out war on the police. Last night we intercepted a delivery of batteries from the surface. These batteries are being used to power outlawed soft-nosed laser weapons. And Captain Short thought that I might be the mudman on the other end of the deal. Can you blame me? Muttered Holly. Artemis ignored the comment. How do you know the goblins aren't just ripping off wholesalers? After all, batteries are hardly under guard. Foley chuckled. No, I don't think you understand just how stupid goblins are. Let me give you an example. One of the Bawakal generals, and this is their top fairy, was caught trying to pass off a forged credit card because he signed his own name. No, whoever is behind this would need a human contact to make sure the deals weren't fouled up. So you'd like me to find out who this human contact is, said Artemis, and more important, how much he knows. As he spoke, Artemis's mind was racing. He could work this entire situation to his advantage. The people's powers would be valuable aces to hold in a negotiation with mobsters. The seeds of a plan began to sprout in his brain. Root nodded reluctantly. That's it. I can't risk putting LEP recon agents above ground. Who knows what technology the goblins have traded? I could be walking my agents into a trap. As humans, you both could blend in. Butler? Blend in? Smiled Artemis. I doubt it. At least he doesn't have 4 legs and a tail, observed Foley. Point taken. And there is no doubt that if any man alive can track down your rogue traitor, it's Butler. But... Here we go, thought Holly. Artemis Fowl does nothing for nothing. prompted Root. "If you want my help, I'll require something in return." "What exactly?" said Root wearily. "I need transport to Russia," replied Artemis. "Arctic Circle, to be precise, and I need help with a rescue attempt." Root frowned. "Northern Russia is not good for us. We can't shield there because of the radiation." "Those are my conditions," said Artemis. "The man I intend to rescue is my father. For all I know, it's already too late, so I really don't have time to negotiate." The mudboy sounded sincere. Even Holly's heart softened for a moment. But you never knew with Artemis Fowl. This could all be part of yet another scheme. Root made an executive decision. "Deal," he said, holding out his hand. They shook, fairy and human, a historic moment. "Good," said Root. "Now, Foley, wake the big one and give that goblin shuttle a quick systems check." "What about me?" asked Holly, "back on stakeout duty?" If Root had not been a commander, he probably would have cackled. "Oh no, Captain. You're the best shuttle pilot we have. You're going to Paris." Chapter 5. Daddy's Girl. Cowboy Laboratories, East Bank, Haven City. Cowboy Laboratories was carved from the rock of Haven's East Bank. It stood 8 stories high, surrounded by a mile of granite on 5 sides, with access from the front only. The Cowboy people had beefed up their security, and who could blame them? After all, the Bawakal had specifically targeted the company for arson attacks. The council had gone so far as to grant the company special weapons permits. If Cowboy went under, the entire Haven City defense network If Cowboy went under, the entire Haven City defense network went under with it. Any Bawakal goblins attempting to storm the Cowboy building would have been met with DNA-coated stun cannons, which scanned for an intruder before blasting him. There were no blind spots in the building, no place to hide. The system was foolproof. But the goblins didn't have to worry about that. The laboratory's defenses were actually to keep out any LEP officers who might come snooping at the wrong moment. It was Opal Cowboy herself who was funding the Goblin Triad. The attacks on Cowboy were actually a smokescreen to divert suspicions from their actions. The tiny pixie was the mastermind behind the battery operation and the increased Bawakal activity. Well, one of the masterminds. But why would an individual of almost limitless wealth possibly wish to associate with a Goblin tunnel gang? Since the day of her birth, nothing much had ever been expected of Opal Cowboy. Born to a family of old money pixies on Principality Hill, she would have made her parents quite content had she attended private school, completed some wishy-washy arts degree, and married a suitable vice president. In fact, her father, Feral Cowboy's dream daughter would have been moderately intelligent, quite pretty, and of course complacent. But Opal did not display the personality traits Feral would have wished for. By the age of 10 months, she was already walking unaided. By a year and a half, she had a vocabulary of more than 500 words. Before her second birthday, she had dismantled her first hard drive. Opal grew to be precocious, headstrong, and beautiful. Dangerous combination. Feral lost count of the times he had sat his daughter down, advising her to leave business to the male pixies. Eventually, Opal refused to see him at all. Her blatant hostility was worrying. Feral was right to be worried. Opal's first action in college was to ditch her history of art degree in favor of the male-dominated Brotherhood of Master Engineer. No sooner was the scroll in her hand than Opal set up shop in direct opposition to her father. Patents quickly followed. An engine muffler that doubled as an energy streamliner, a 3D entertainment system, and, of course, her specialty, the double-deck swing series. Once Opal had destroyed her father's business, she proceeded to buy the shares at rock-bottom prices, and then incorporate her businesses under the banner of Cowboy Laboratories. Within 5 years, Cowboy Laboratories held more defense contracts than any other company. Within 10 years, Opal Cowboy had personally registered more patents than any fairy alive, except for the centaur Foley. But it wasn't enough. Opal Cowboy yearned for the kind of power that hadn't been held in any single fairy since the days of the monarchy. Luckily, she knew someone who might be able to assist her with that particular ambition. A disillusioned officer in the LAP and a classmate from her college days, a certain Briar Cudgeon. Briar had good reason to despise the LAP. After all, they had allowed his public humiliation at the hands of Julius Root to go unpunished. Not only that, but he had been stripped of his commander's acorns after his disastrous involvement in the Artemis Fowl affair. It had been a simple matter for Opal to slip a truth pill into Cudgeon's drink in one of Haven's swankier eateries. To her glee, she found that the delightfully twisted Cudgeon was already formulating a plan to topple the LAP. Quite an ingenious plan, as it happened. All he needed was a partner, one with large reserves of gold and a secure facility at her disposal. Opal was happy to supply both. Opal was curled cat-like in her hover chair, eavesdropping on Police Plaza when Cudgeon entered the facility. "Well?" demanded Cudgeon with customary bluntness. Cowboy didn't bother to turn around. It had to be Briar. Only he had the necessary access chip to the inner sanctum implemented in his knuckle. "We lost the last shipment of power cells. A routine LEP statement count. Bad luck." "Darvit," swore Cudgeon. "Still, no matter. We have enough stored. And to the LEP, they are simply batteries, after all." Opal took a breath. The goblins were armed. Don't tell me. With soft noses. Cudgeon pounded a worktop. "Those idiots! I warned them not to use those weapons. Now Julius will know something is afoot." "He may know," said Opal placatingly, "but he is powerless to stop us. By the time they figure it out, it will already be too late." Cudgeon did not smile. He hadn't in over a year. Instead, his scowl grew more pronounced. "Good. My time is at hand." Opal Cowboy had installed mole cameras in the LEP network when her engineers were upgrading their system. The units operated on precisely the same frequency as Police Plaza's own surveillance cameras. Plus, they drew power from the heat leaking from the LEP's fiber optics, completely undetectable. "Perhaps we should have simply manufactured the batteries ourselves," mused Cudgeon. "No, just to build a factory would have set us back 2 years, and there's no guarantee that Foley wouldn't have discovered it. We had no choice." Cowboy swiveled to face her partner. "You look terrible. Have you been using that ointment I gave you?" Cudgeon rubbed his head tenderly. It was bubbled with horrific lumps. "It didn't work. There's cortisone in it. I'm allergic." Cudgeon's condition was unusual, perhaps unique. The previous year, he had been sedated by Commander Root during the Fowl Manor siege. Unfortunately, the tranquilizer had reacted badly with some banned mind-accelerating substances the former commander had been experimenting with. Cudgeon was left with a forehead like melted tar, plus a droopy eye. Ugly and demoted, not a great combination. "You should get those boils lanced. I can barely stand to look at you." Sometimes Opal Cowboy forgot who she was talking to. Briar Cudgeon was not the usual corporate lackey. Cudgeon calmly drew a customized Red Boy blaster, firing 2 bursts into the hover chair's sleeve. The contraption whirled across these stippled rubber tiles, coming to rest sprawled across a bank of hard disks. The decrased LEP elf caught Opal by the pointed chin. "You'd better get used to looking at me, my dear Opal, because soon this face will be on every view screen under this planet and on top of it." Tiny Pixie curled her fingers into a fist. She was unaccustomed to insubordination, not to mention actual violence. But at moments like this, she could see the madness in Cudgeon's eyes. The drugs had cost him more than his magic and his looks. They had cost him his mind. And suddenly he was himself again, graciously helping her up as though nothing had happened. "Now, my dear, progress report. The Bawakkel are eager for blood." Opal smoothed the front of her catsuit. "Captain Short is escorting the human, Artemis Fowl, to E37. "Fowl is here?" exclaimed Cudgeon. "Of course. I should have guessed that he would be suspected. This is perfect. Our human slave, Luc de Carrière, will take care of him, too. Carrière has been mesmerized. I still have that power. Cowboy applied a layer of blood-red lipstick. "There could be trouble if Carrière is captured." "Don't worry," Cudgeon assured her. "Monsieur Carrière has been mesmerized so many times that his mind is blanker than a wiped disc. He couldn't tell any tales, even if he wanted to. Then, once he has done our dirty work for us, the French police will lock him up in a nice padded cell." Opal giggled. For someone who never smiled, Cudgeon had a delicious sense of humor. Chapter 6, Photo Opportunity. Shoot E-37, Haven. The unlikely allies took the Goblin shuttle up E-37. Holly was none too pleased. First of all, she was being ordered to work with public enemy number 1, Artemis Fowl, and secondly, the Goblin shuttle was held together by spit and prayers. Holly hooked a comrade over one pointy ear. Hey, Foley, you there? Right here, Captain. Remind me again why I'm flying this old slammer? LAP recon pilots referred to suspect shuttles as slammers because of their alarming tendency to slam into the chute's walls. The reason you're flying that old slammer, Captain, is that the Goblins built this shuttle inside the port, and all 3 old access ramps were removed years ago. It would take days to get a new rig in there. So, I'm afraid we're stuck with the Goblin ship. Holly strapped herself into the pilot's wraparound seat. The thruster toggles almost seemed to jump into her hands. For a split second, Captain Short's natural good humor returned. She was an ace pilot, top of her class in the academy. On her final assignment, Wing Commander Vinaya had written, Captain Short could fly a shuttle pod through the gap in your teeth. It was a compliment with a sting in the tail. On her first tryout in a pod, Holly had lost control, crash landing the craft 6 feet from Vinaya's nose. So for 5 seconds, Holly was happy. Then she remembered who her passengers were. I wonder, could you tell me, said Artemis, settling into the co-pilot's chair, how close the Russian terminal is to Murmansk? Civilians behind the yellow line, growled Holly, ignoring the inquiry. Artemis pressed on. This is important to me. I'm trying to plan a rescue. Holly grinned tightly. There's so much irony here I could write a poem. The kidnapper looking for help with a kidnapping. Artemis rubbed his temples. Holly, I am a criminal. It's what I do best. When I abducted you, I was thinking only of the ransom. You were never supposed to be in any danger. Oh, really, said Holly. Apart from the biobombs and trolls. True, admitted Artemis. Sometimes plans don't translate smoothly from paper to real life. He paused to clean some non-existent dirt from his manicured nails. I have matured, Captain. This is my father. I need all the information I can gather before facing the Mafia. Holly relented. It wasn't easy growing up without a father. She knew. Her own father had passed away when she was barely 60. More than 20 years ago now. Okay, Mudboy, listen up. I'm only saying this once. Artemis sat up. Butler's head appeared in the cockpit. He could smell a war story. Over the past 2 centuries, with the advances in human technology, the LEP have been forced to shut down over 60 terminals. We pulled out of northern Russia in the 60s. The entire Kola Peninsula is a nuclear disaster. The people have no tolerance for radiation. We never built up a resistance. In truth, there wasn't much to close down. Just a grade 3 terminal and a couple of cloaking projectors. The people aren't very fond of the Arctic. A bit frosty. Everybody was glad to be leaving. So, to answer your question, there's one unmanned terminal with little or no above-ground facilities, located about 20 clicks north of Murmansk. Foley's voice blurted from the intercom, interrupting what was dangerously close to a civil conversation. Okay, Captain, you've got a clear run to the subway. There's still a bit of waffle from the last fare, so go easy on the thrusters. Holly pulled down her mouth mic. Roger that, Foley. Have the rad suits ready when I get back. We're on a tight schedule. Foley chuckled. Take it easy on the thrusters, Holly. Technically, this is Artemis's first time in the chutes, seeing as he and Butler were mesmerized on the way down. We wouldn't want him getting a fright. Holly gunned the throttle quite a bit more than was absolutely necessary. No, she growled. We wouldn't want him getting a fright. Artemis decided to strap on his restraining harness. A good idea, as it turned out. Captain Short gunned the makeshift shuttle down the magnetized approach rail. The fins shook, sending twin waves of sparks cascading past the portholes. Holly adjusted the internal gyroscopes, otherwise it'd be mudmen vomiting all over the passenger area. Holly's thumbs hovered over the turbo buttons. Okay, well, let's see what this bucket can do. Don't go trying for any records, Holly, said Foley over the speakers. That ship is not built for speed. I've seen more aerodynamic dwarfs. Holly grunted. After all, what was the point in flying slowly? None whatsoever. And if you happened to terrify a few mudmen along the way, well, that was just an added bonus. The service tunnel opened into the main chute. Artemis gasped. It was an awe-inspiring sight. You could drop Mount Everest down the chute and it wouldn't even hit the sides. A deep red glow pulsed from the Earth's core like the fires of hell, and the constant crack of contracting rock smacked the hull like physical blows. Holly fired up all 4 flight engines, tumbling the shuttle into the abyss. Her worries evaporated like eddies of mist swirling around the cockpit. It was a flyboy thing. The lower you went without pulling out of the dive, the tougher you were. Even the fiery demise of Retrieval Officer Bomb Arbles couldn't stop LEP pilots from core diving. Holly held the current record. 500 yards before dipping the flaps. That had cost her 2 weeks suspension plus a hefty fine. Not today, though. No records in a slammer. With the G-force rippling the skin of her cheeks, Holly dragged the joysticks back, pulling the nose out of the vertical. It gave her no small satisfaction to hear both humans sigh with relief. Okay, Foley, we're on the up and up. What's the situation above ground? She could hear Foley tapping a keyboard. Sorry, Holly, I can't get a lock on any of our surface equipment. Too much radiation from the last flare. You're on your own. Holly eyed the 2 pale humans in the cockpit. On my own, she thought. I wish. Paris. So, if Artemis wasn't helping Cudgeon in his quest to arm the Bawakel, who was? Some tyrannical dictator? Perhaps a disgruntled general with access to an unlimited supply of power cells? Well, no, not exactly. Luc Carrière was the human responsible for selling batteries to the Bawakel. Not that you'd know it to look at him. In fact, he didn't even know it himself. Luc was a small-time French private eye who was well known for his inefficiency. In PI circles, it was said that Luc couldn't trace a golf ball in a barrel of mozzarella. Cudgeon had decided to use Luc for 3 reasons. 1, Foley's files showed that Carrière had a reputation as a wheeler dealer. In spite of his ineptness as an investigator, Luc had a knack for laying his hands on whatever it was the client wanted to buy. 2, the man was greedy and had never been able to resist the lure of easy money. And 3, Luc was stupid. And as every little fairy knows, weak minds are easier to mesmerize. The fact that he had located Carrière in Foley's database was nearly enough to make Cudgeon smile. Of course, Briar would have preferred not to have any human link in the chain, but a link comprised completely of goblin links is one dumb chain. Establishing contact with any mudman was not something Cudgeon took lightly. Deranged as he was, Briar was well aware that what would happen if the humans got wind of a new market underground. They would swarm to the Earth's core like a hive of red-backed flesh-eating ants. Cudgeon was not ready to meet the humans head-on. Not yet. Not until he had the might of the LEP behind him. So instead, Cudgeon sent Luc Carrière a little package. First-class shielded goblin mail. Luc Carrière had shuffled into his apartment one July evening to find a small parcel lying on his desk. The package was nothing more than a FedEx delivery, or something that looks very much like a FedEx delivery. Luke slit the tape. Inside the box, cushioned in a nest of 100-euro bills, was a small, flat device of some kind, like a portable CD player, but made from a strange black metal that seemed to absorb light. Luke would have shouted to his receptionist and instructed his secretary to hold all calls, if he had had a receptionist, if he had had a secretary. Instead, the PI began stuffing cash down his grease-stained shirt as though the notes would disappear. Suddenly, the device popped open, clam-like, revealing a microscreen and speakers. A shadowy face appeared on the display. Though Luke could see nothing but a pair of red-rimmed eyes, that was enough to set goosebumps popping down across his back. Funny, though, because when the face began to speak, Luke's worry slid away like an old snakeskin. How could he have been worried? This person was obviously a friend. What a lovely voice, like a choir of angels, all on its own. Luc Carrière? Luke nearly cried. Poetry. Oui, c'est moi. Bonjour, bonsoir. Do you see the money, Luke? It's all yours. 100 miles underground, Cudgeon almost smiled. This was easier than expected. He had been worried that the dribble of power left in his brain wouldn't be sufficient to mesmerize the human, but this particular mudman seemed to have the willpower of a hungry hog faced with a trough of turnips. Luke held 2 wads of cash in his fists. This money, it's mine? What do I have to do? Nothing. The money is yours. Do whatever you want. Now Luke Carrier knew that there was no such thing as free cash, but that voice was truth in a microspeaker. But there's more. A lot more. Luke stopped what he was doing, which was kissing a 100-euro bill. More? How much more? The eyes seemed to glow crimson. As much as you want, Luke. But to get it, I need you to do me a favor. Luke was hooked. Sure. What kind of favor? The voice emanating from the speaker was as clear as spring water. It's simple, not even illegal. I need batteries, Luke. Thousands of batteries, maybe millions. Do you think you can get them for me? Luke thought about it for about 2 seconds. The notes were tickling his chin. As a matter of fact, he had a contact on the river who regularly shipped buttloads of hardware to the Middle East, including batteries. Luke was confident that some of those shipments could be diverted. Batteries. We searched them out. I could do that. And so it went on for several months. Luke Carrier hit his contact for every battery he could lay his hands on. It was a sweet deal. Luke would crate the cells up in his apartment, and in the morning they would be gone. In their place would sit a fresh pile of bills. Of course, the euros were fake, run off an old Cowboy printer, but Luke couldn't tell the difference. Nobody outside the treasury could. Occasionally, the voice on the screen would make a special request. Some fire suits, for example. But hey, Luke was a player now. Nothing was more than a phone call away. In 6 months, Luke Carrier went from a 1-room apartment to a fancy loft in Saint Germain. So, naturally, the Surete and Interpol were building separate cases against him. But Luke wasn't to know that. All he knew was that for the first time in his corrupt life, he was riding the gravy train. One morning there was another parcel on his new marble-top desk. Bigger this time, bulkier. But Luke wasn't worried. It was probably more money. Luke popped the top to reveal an aluminum case and a second communicator. The eyes were waiting for him. Bonjour, Luke. Ça va? Bien, replied Luke, mesmerized from the first syllable. I have a special assignment for you today. Do this right, and you will never have to worry about money again. Your tool is in the case. What is it? Asked the PI nervously. The instrument looked like a weapon, and even though Luke was mesmerized, Cudgeon did not have enough magic to completely bury the Parisian's nature. The PI might have been devious, but he was no killer. It's a special camera, Luke, that's all. If you pull that thing that looks like a trigger, it takes a picture, said Cudgeon. Oh, said Luke blearily. Some friends of mine are coming to visit you, and I want you to take their picture. It's just a game we play. How will I know your friends? Asked Luke. A lot of people visit me. They will ask about the batteries. If they ask about the batteries, then you take their picture. Sure, great. And it was great, because the voice would never make him do anything wrong. The voice was his friend. E7 Shuttleport. Holly steered the slammer through the chute's final section. A proximity sensor in the shuttle's nose set off the landing lights. Muttered Holly. Artemis squinted through the port's windshield. A problem? No, it's just that those lights shouldn't be working. There hasn't been a power source in the terminal since the last century. Our goblin friends, no doubt. Holly frowned. Doubtful. It takes half a dozen goblins to turn on a glow cube. Wiring a shuttleport takes real know-how. Elfin know-how. The plot thickened, said Artemis. If he'd had a beard, he would have stroked it. I smell a traitor. Now who would have access to all this technology and a motive for selling it? Holly pointed the shuttle's cone toward the landing nodes. We'll find out soon enough. You just get me a live traitor, and my mesmer will soon have him spilling his guts. The shuttle docked with a pneumatic hiss, and the bay's rubber collar formed an airtight seal against the outer hull. Butler was out of his chair before the seatbelt light winked off, ready for action. Just don't kill anyone, warned Holly. That's not how the LEP likes to operate. Anyway, dead mudmen don't rat on their partners. She brought up a schematic on the wall screen. It depicted Paris's old city. Okay, she said, pointing to a bridge across the Seine. We are here, under this bridge, 200 feet from Notre Dame. That's the cathedral, not the football team. The dock is disguised as a bridge support. Stand in the doorway until I give you a green light. We have to be careful here. The last thing we need is some Parisian seeing you emerge from a brick wall. You're not accompanying us? Asked Artemis. Orders, said Holly, scowling. Apparently this could be a trap. Who knows what hardware is pointed at the terminal door? Lucky for you, you're expendable. Irish tourists on holiday, you'll fit right in. Lucky us. What leads do we have? Holly slid a disc into the console. Foley stuck his ret imager on the goblin prisoner. Apparently he has seen this human. The captain brought up a mug shot on the screen. Foley got a match on his Interpol files. Luc Carriere, disbarred attorney, does a bit of PI work. She printed off a card. Here's his address. He just moved to a swanky new apartment. It could be nothing, but at least we have somewhere to start. I need you to immobilize him and show him this. Holly handed the bodyguard what looked like a driver's watch. What is it? Asked the manservant. Just a comm screen. You put it in front of Carriere's face, and I can mesmerize the truth out of him from down here. It also contains one of Foley's doodads. A personal shield, a safety net. A prototype you'll be delighted to know. You can have the honor of testing it. Touch the screen and the microreactor generates a 6-foot diameter sphere of triphase light. No good for solids, but laser bursts or concussion shocks are okay. Said Butler doubtfully. We don't get a lot of laser bursts above ground. Hey, don't use it. What do I care? Butler studied the tiny instrument. 6-foot radius? What about the bits that are sticking out? Holly thumped the manservant playfully in the stomach. My advice to you, big man, is to curl up in a ball. I'll try to remember that, said Butler, cinching the strap around his wrist. You two try not to kill each other while I'm gone. Artemis was surprised. It didn't happen very often. While you're gone? Surely you don't expect me to stay behind. Butler tapped his forehead. Don't worry, you'll see everything on the iris cam. Artemis fumed for several moments before settling into a passenger chair. I know, I would only slow you down, and that in turn would slow down the search for my father. Of course, if you insist. No, this is no time for childishness. Butler smiled gently. Childishness was one thing Master Artemis was hardly likely to be accused of. How long do I have? Holly shrugged. As long as it takes. Obviously, the sooner the better, for everybody's sake. She glanced at Artemis, especially his father's. In spite of everything, Butler felt good. This was life at its most basic. The hunt. Not exactly Stone Age, but the principle was the same. The survival of the fittest. And there was no doubt in Butler's mind that he was the fittest. Butler followed Holly's directions to a service ladder, scaling it quickly to the doorway above. He waited beside the metal door until the light above changed from red to green, and the camouflaged entrance slid noiselessly back. The bodyguard emerged cautiously. While it was likely that bridge was deserted, he could hardly explain himself away as a homeless person dressed as he was in a dark designer suit. Butler felt a breeze play across the shaven dome of his crown. The morning air felt good, even after a few hours underground. He could only imagine how fairies must feel, forced out of their native environment by humans. From what Butler had seen, if the people ever decided to reclaim what was theirs, the battle wouldn't last long. But luckily for mankind, fairies were a peace-loving people and not prepared to go to war over real estate. The coast was clear. Butler stepped casually onto the riverside walkway, proceeding south toward Saint Germain district. A riverboat swept past on his right, ferrying 100 tourists around the city. Butler automatically covered his face with a massive hand, just in case some of those tourists had cameras pointed in his direction. The bodyguard mounted a set of stone steps to the road above. Behind him, the jagged spire of Notre Dame rose to the sky, and to his left the Eiffel Tower's famous profile punctured the clouds. Butler strode confidently across the main road, nodding at several French ladies who stopped to stare. He was familiar with this area of Paris, having spent a month recuperating here after a particularly dangerous assignment for the French Secret Service. Butler strolled along Rue Jacob. Even at this hour, cars and lorries jammed the narrow street. Drivers leaned on their horns, hanging from car windows, Gallic tempers running wild. Mopeds dodged between bumpers, and a large number of extraordinarily pretty girls strolled past. Butler smiled. Paris. He had forgotten. Carrier's apartment was on Rue Bonaparte, opposite the church. Apartments in Saint Germain cost more per month than most Parisians made in a year. Butler ordered coffee and a croissant at the Café Bonaparte, settling himself at an outside table, one with a perfect view of Monsieur Carrier's window. He didn't have long to wait. In less than an hour, the chunky Parisian appeared on his balcony, leaning on the ornate railing for several minutes. He very obligingly presented front and side views of himself. Holly's voice sounded in Butler's ear. "That's our boy. Is he alone?" "I can't tell," muttered the bodyguard into his hand. The flesh tone mic glued to his throat would pick up any vibrations and translate them for Holly. "Just a sec." Butler heard a keyboard being tapped, and suddenly the iris cam in his eye sparked. The vision in one eye jumped to a completely different spectrum. "Heat sensitive," Holly informed him. "Hot equals red. Cold equals blue. Not a very strong system, but the lens should penetrate an outer wall." Butler cast a fresh eye over the apartment. There were 3 red objects in the room. One was Carrier's heart, which pulsed crimson in the center of his pink body. The second appeared to be a hot plate, possibly a coffee pot, and the third was a TV. "Okay, all clear. I'm going in." "Affirmative. Watch your step. This is a bit too convenient." Agreed. Butler crossed the cobbled street to the 4-story apartment building. There was an intercom security system, but this structure was 19th century, and a solid shoulder at the right point popped the bolt right out of its housing. "I'm in." There was a noise on the stairs above, someone coming his way. Butler wasn't unduly concerned. Nevertheless, he slid a palm inside his jacket, fingers resting on his handgun's grip. It was unlikely he would need it. Even the most boisterous young bucks generally gave Butler a wide berth. Something to do with his merciless eyes. Being almost 7 feet tall didn't hurt either. A group of teenagers rounded the corner. "Excusez-moi," said Butler, gallantly stepping aside. The girls giggled. The boys glared. One, a unibrow rugby type, even thought about passing comment. Then Butler winked at him. It was a peculiar wink, somehow simultaneously cheerful and terrifying. No comments were passed. Butler ascended to the 4th floor without incident. Carrier's apartment was on the gable end, 2 walls of windows, very expensive. The bodyguard was considering his breaking and entering options when he noticed the door was open. Open doors generally meant one of 2 things. 1, nobody was left alive to close it, or 2, he was expected. Neither of these options appealed to him particularly. Butler entered cautiously. The apartment walls were lined with open crates. Battery packs and fire suits poked through the styrofoam packing. The floor was littered with thick wads of currency. "Are you a friend?" It was Carrier. He was slumped in an oversized armchair, a weapon of some kind nestled on his lap. Butler approached cautiously. An important rule of combat is that every opponent is to be taken seriously. "Take it easy." The Parisian raised the weapon. The grip was made for smaller fingers. A child, or a fairy. "I asked if you were a friend." Butler cocked his own pistol. "No need to shoot." "Stand still," ordered Carrier. "I'm not going to shoot you. Just take your photo, maybe." The voice told me. Holly's voice sounded in the earpiece. "Get closer. I need to see the eyes." Butler holstered his weapon, taking a step forward. "You see, no one has to get hurt here." "I'm going to enhance the image," said Holly. "This may sting a bit." The tiny camera in his eye buzzed, and suddenly Butler's vision was magnified by 4, which would have been just fine if the magnification had not been accompanied by a sharp jolt of pain. Butler blinked a stream of tears from his eye. Below the goblin shuttle, Holly studied Luke's pupils. "He's been mesmerized," she announced. "Several times. You see how the irises actually become jagged. You mesmerize a human too much and they can go blind." Artemis studied the image. "Is it safe to mesmerize him again?" Holly shrugged. "Doesn't matter. He's already under a spell. That particular mudman is just following orders. His brain doesn't know a thing about it." Artemis grabbed the mic stand. "Butler, get out of there, right now." In the apartment, Butler stood his ground. Any sudden movement might be his last. "Butler," said Holly, "listen carefully. That gun pointed at you is a wide-bore, low-frequency blaster. We call it a bouncer. It was developed for tunnel skirmishes. If he pulls that trigger, a wide-arc laser is going to ricochet off the walls until it hits something." "I see," muttered Butler. "What did you say?" asked Carrier. "Nothing. I just don't like having my photo taken." A spark of Luke's greedy personality surfaced. "I like that watch on your wrist. It looks expensive. Is it a Rolex?" "You don't want this," said Butler, very reluctant to part with the comm screen. "It's cheap. A piece of trash. Just give me the watch." Butler peeled back the strap on the instrument on his wrist. "If I give you this watch, maybe you can tell me about all these batteries." "It is you! Say cheese," squealed Carrier, forcing his pudgy thumb into the undersized trigger guard and pulling. For Butler, time seemed to slow to a crawl. It was almost as though he were inside his personal time stop. His soldier's brain absorbed all the facts and analyzed his options. Carrier's fingers too far gone. In a moment, a wide-bored laser burst would be speeding his way, and would continue to bounce around the room until they were both dead. His gun was of no use in a situation like this. All he had was the safety net. But a 6-foot sphere was not going to be enough, not for two good-sized humans. So in the fraction of a second left to him, Butler formulated a new strategy. If the sphere stopped concussive waves coming in, perhaps they would stop them coming out. Butler touched the screen and hurled the device in Carrier's direction. Not a second too soon, a spherical shield blossomed, enveloping the expanding beam. 360 degrees of protection. It was a sight to see, a fireworks display in a bubble. The shield hovered overhead, shafts of light ricocheting against the sphere's curved planes. Carrier was hypnotized by the sight, and Butler took advantage of the distraction to disarm him. "Start the engines," grunted the bodyguard into his throat mic. "The Surrettes are going to be all over this place in minutes." Foley's safety net didn't stop the noise. "Roger that. What about Monsieur Carrier?" Butler dumped the dazed Parisian flat on the carpet. "Luke and I are going to have a little chat." For the first time, Carrier seemed to be aware of his surroundings. "Who are you?" he mumbled. "What's happening?" Butler ripped open the man's shirt, placing his palm flat on the PI's heart. Time for a little trick he had learned from Madame Ko, his Japanese sensei. "Don't worry, Monsieur Carrier. I'm a doctor. There's been an accident, but you'll be perfectly fine." "An accident? I don't remember any accident." "Trauma. It's quite normal. I'm going to check your vitals." Butler placed a thumb on Luke's neck, locating the artery. "I'm going to ask you a few questions to check for concussion." Luke didn't argue. Then again, who'd argue with a 6-foot-plus Eurasian man with muscles like a Luke didn't argue, but then again, who'd argue with a 6-foot-plus Eurasian man with muscles like a Michelangelo statue? "Is your name Luke Carrier?" "Yes." Butler noted the pulse rate. One from the heartbeat and a second in reference from the carotid artery. Steady in spite of the accident. "Are you a private eye?" "I prefer the title investigator." No increase in pulse rate. The man was telling the truth. "Have you ever sold batteries to a mystery buyer?" "No, I have not," protested Luke. "What kind of doctor are you?" The man's pulse skyrocketed. He was lying. "Answer the questions, Monsieur Carrier," said Butler sternly. "Just one more. Have you ever had dealings with goblins?" Relief threaded through Luke. The police did not ask questions about fairies. "What are you, crazy? Goblins? I don't know what you're talking about." Butler closed his eyes, concentrating on the pounding beneath his thumb and palm. Luke's pulse had settled. He was telling the truth. He had never had any direct dealings with the goblins. Obviously, the Boakel weren't that stupid. Butler stood up, pocketing the bouncer. He could hear the sirens in the street below. "Hey, doctor," protested Luke, "you can't just leave me like this." The butler eyed him coldly. "I would take you with me, but the police will want to know why your apartment is full of what I suspect are counterfeit bills." Luke could only watch with his mouth open as the giant figure disappeared into the corridor. He knew he should run, but Luke Carrier hadn't run more than 50 feet since gym class in the 1970s, and anyway, his legs had suddenly turned to jelly. The thought of a long stretch in prison can do that to a person. Chapter 7, Connecting the Dots. Haven City, Police Plaza. Root pointed a finger of authority at Holly. Congratulations, Captain, you managed to lose some LEP technology. Holly was ready for that one. Not strictly my fault, sir. The human was mesmerized, and you ordered me not to leave the shuttle. I had no control over the situation. 10 out of 10, commented Foley. Good answer. Anyway, the safety net has a self-destruct, like everything else I send into the field. Quiet, civilian, snapped the commander. But there was no venom in the LEP officer's rebuke. He was relieved. They all were. The human threat had been contained, and without the loss of a single life. They were gathered in the conference room reserved for civilian committees. Generally, debriefings of this importance would be held in the operations center, but the LEP were not ready to show Artemis Fowl the nerve center of their defenses just yet. Root jabbed an intercom button on his desk. Trouble, are you out there? Yes, sir? Okay, now listen. I want you to stand down the alert. Send the teams into the deep tunnels, see if we can't root out a few goblin gangs. There's still plenty of loose ends. Who's organizing the Bawakal for one, and for what reason? Artemis knew he shouldn't say anything. The sooner his end of the bargain was completed, the sooner he could be in the Arctic. But the entire Paris scenario seems suspicious. Does anyone else think this is too easy? It's just what you all wanted to happen. Not to mention the fact that there could be more mesmerized humans up there. Root did not appreciate being lectured by a mudboy, especially this particular mudboy. Look, Fowl, you've done what we asked. The Paris connection has been broken off. There won't be any more illegal shipments coming down from that chute, I assure you. In fact, we have doubled security on all chutes, whether they're operational or not. The important thing is that whoever is trading with the humans hasn't told them about the people. There will, of course, be a major investigation, but that's an internal problem. So don't you worry your juvenile head about it. Concentrate on growing some bristles. Fully interrupted before Artemis could respond. About Russia, he said, hurriedly placing his torso between Artemis and the commander. I've got a lead. You traced the email? Exactly, confirmed Foley, switching to lecture mode. But that's been spiked. Untraceable. Foley chuckled openly. Spiked? Don't make me laugh. You mudmen and your communication systems. You're still using wires, for heaven's sake. If it's been sent, I can trace it. So, where did you trace it to? Every computer has a signature, as individual as a fingerprint, continued Foley. Networks, too, leave microtraces, depending on the age of the wiring. Everything is molecular, and if you pack gigabytes of data into a little cable, some of that cable is going to wear off. Butler was growing impatient. Listen, Foley, time is of the essence. Mr. Fowl's life could hang in the balance, so get to the point before I start breaking things. The Centaur's first impulse was to laugh. Surely the human was joking. Then he remembered what Butler had done to trouble Kelp's retrieval squad, and decided to proceed directly to the point. Very well, Mudman, keep your hair on. Well, almost directly to the point. I put the MPG through my filters. Uranium residue points to northern Russia. Now there's a shock. I'm not finished, said Foley. Watch and learn. The center brought up a satellite photo of the Arctic Circle on the wall screen, with every keystroke to the highlighted area shrunk. Uranium means Severomorsk, or somewhere within 100 miles. The copper wiring is from an old network. Early 20th century, patched up over the years. The only match is Murmansk, as easy as connecting the dots. Artemis sat forward in his chair. There are 284,000 landlines to that network. Foley had to stop for a laugh. Landlines. Barbarians. Butler cracked his knuckles loudly. So 284,000 landlines. I wrote a program to search for hits on our MPG. 2 possible matches. 1, the Hall of Justice. Not likely. The other? The other is registered to a Mikhail Vasikin on Lenin Prospect. Artemis felt his stomach churn. And what do we know about Mikhail Vasikin? Foley wriggled his fingers like a concert pianist. I ran a search on my own intelligence files archives. I like to keep tabs on Mudman's so-called intelligence agencies. Quite a few mentions of you, by the way, Butler. The manservant tried to look innocent, but his facial muscles couldn't quite pull it off. Mikhail Vasikin is an ex-KGB, now working for the Mafia. The official term is Kaligani, an enforcer. Not high level, but not street trash either. Vasikin's boss is a Murmansker known as Britva. The group's main source of income comes from kidnapping of European businessmen. In the past 5 years, they have abducted 6 Germans and a Swede. How many were recovered alive? Asked Artemis, his voice a whisper. Fully consulted his statistics. None, he said, and in 2 cases the negotiators went missing. $8 million in lost ransom. Butler struggled from a tiny ferry chair. Right, enough talk. I think it's time Mr. Vasikin was introduced to my friend, Mr. Fist. Melodramatic, thought Artemis, but I couldn't have put it better myself. Yes, old friend, soon enough, but I have no wish to add you to the list of lost negotiators. These men are smart, so we must be smarter. We have advantages that none of our predecessors had. We know who the kidnapper is, we know where he lives, and most importantly, we have fairy magic. Artemis glanced at Commander Root. We do have fairy magic, don't we? You have this fairy at any rate, replied the commander. I won't force any of my people to go to Russia, but I could use some backup. He glanced at Holly. What do you think? Of course I'm coming, said Holly. I'm the best shuttle pilot you have. Cowboy Laboratories. There was a firing range in the Cowboy Lab's basement. Opal had it constructed to her exact specifications. It incorporated her 3D projection system, was completely soundproof, and was mounted on gyroscopes. You could drop an elephant from 50 feet in there, and no seismograph under the world would detect it so much as a shudder. The purpose of the firing range was to give the Powakal somewhere to practice with their soft-nosed lasers before the operation began in earnest. But it was Briar Cudgeon who had logged more hours on the simulations than anyone else. He seemed to spend every spare minute fighting virtual battles with his nemesis, Commander Julius Root. When Opal found him, he was pumping shells from his prized soft-nosed Red Boy into a 3D hollow screen running one of Root's old training films. It was pathetic, really, a fact she didn't bother mentioning. Cudgeon twisted out his earplugs. So, who died? Opal handed him a video pad. This just came in on the spy cameras. Carriers proved as inept as usual. Everyone survived, but as you predicted, Root has called off the alert. And now the commander has agreed to personally escort the humans to northern Russia, inside the Arctic Circle. I know where northern Russia is, Cudgeon snapped. He paused, stroking his bubbled forehead thoughtfully for several moments. This could turn out to our advantage. Now we have the perfect opportunity to eliminate the commander. With Julius out of the way, the LEP will be like a headless stinkworm, especially with their surface communications down. The communications are down, I take it. Of course, replied Opal. The jammer is linked to the chute sensors. All interference with surface transmitters will be blamed on the magma flares. Perfect, said Cudgeon, his mouth twitching in what could almost be described as a smile. I want you to disable all LEP weaponry now. No need to give Julius any advantages. When Cowboy Laboratories had upgraded LEP weapons and transport, a tiny dot of solder had been included in each device. The solder was actually a mercury glycerin solution that could detonate when a signal of the appropriate frequency was broadcast from the Cowboy communications dish. LEP blasters would be useless, and the Powakal would be armed to the teeth with soft-nosed lasers. Consider it done, said Opal. Are you certain Root won't be returning? He could upset our entire plan. Cudgeon polished the Red Boy on the leg of his uniform. Don't fret, my dear. Julius won't be coming back. Now that I know where he's going, I'll arrange for a little welcome party. I'm certain our scaly friends will be only too eager to oblige. The funny thing was that Briar Cudgeon didn't even like goblins. In fact, he detested them. They made his skin crawl with their reptilian ways, their gas-burner breath, their lidless eyes, their constantly darting forked tongues. But they did supply a certain something that Cudgeon needed. Dumb muscle. For centuries, the Powakal Triad had skulked around Haven's borders, vandalizing what they couldn't steal and fleecing any tourists stupid enough to stray off the beaten path. But they were never really any threat to society. Whenever they got too cheeky, Commander Root would send a team into the tunnels to flush out the culprits. One evening, a disguised Briar Cutchin strolled into the Second Skin, a notorious Bawakal hangout, plonked an attaché case of gold ingots on the bar, and said, "I want to talk to the Triad." Cutchin was searched and blindfolded by several of the club's bouncers. When the hood came off his face, Cutchin was in a damp warehouse, its walls lined with creeping moss. 3 elderly goblins were seated across the table from him. He recognized them from their mugshots: Scalene, Sputa, and Flavum, the Triad Old Guard. The gift of gold and the promise of more was enough to pique their curiosity. His first utterance was carefully planned. "Ah, generals, I am honored that you meet me in person." The goblins puffed their wrinkled old chests proudly. Generals? The rest of Cudgeon's patter was equally smooth. They would organize the Bawakal, streamline it, and most important, arm it. Then, when the time was right, they would rise up and overthrow the council and their lackeys, the LEP. Cudgeon promised that his first act as Governor-General would be to free all the goblin prisoners in Howler's Peak. It didn't hurt that he subtly laced his speech with hints of the hypnotic mesmer. It was an offer the goblins could not refuse: gold, weapons, freedom for their brothers, and, of course, a chance to crush the hated LEP. It never occurred to the Bawakal that Cudgeon could betray them just as easily as he had the LEP. They were dumb as stinkworms, and twice as short-sighted. Cudgeon met with General Scalene in a secret chamber beneath Cowboy Labs. He was in a foul mood following Luke's failure to put a search on any of his enemies. Luke's failure to put a scratch on any of his enemies. But there was always Plan B. The Bawakal were always eager to kill someone. It really didn't matter who. The goblin was excited, thirsty for blood. He panted blue flames like a broken heater. "When we go to war, Cudgeon, tell us when." The elf kept his distance. He dreamed of the day when these stupid creatures were no longer necessary. "Soon, General Scalene, very soon. But first I need a favor. It concerns Commander Root." The goblin's yellow eyes narrowed. "Root, the hated one. Can we kill him? Can we crack his skull and fry his brains?" Cudgeon smiled magnanimously. "Certainly, General. All of these things. Once Root is dead, the city will fall easily." The goblin was bobbing now, loping with excitement. "Where is he? Where is Root?" "I don't know," Cudgeon admitted, "but I know where he will be in 6 hours." "Where? Tell me, elf." Cudgeon heaved a large case onto the table. It contained 4 pairs of cowboy double-decks. "Shoot 93. Take these in your best hit squad and tell them to wrap up warm." Shoot 93. Julius Root always traveled in style. In this instance, he had commandeered the Atlantean ambassador's shuttle, all leather and gold, seats softer than a gnome's behind, and drag buffers that negated all but the most serious jolts. Needless to say, the Atlantean ambassador hadn't been all that thrilled about handing over the starter ship, but it was difficult to refuse the commander when his fingers were drumming a tattoo on the tri-barreled blaster strapped to his hip. So now the humans and their few elfin chaperones were climbing at E-37 in some considerable comfort. Artemis helped himself to a bottle of still water from the chiller cabinet. "This tastes unusual," he commented. "Not unpleasant, but different." "Clean is the word you're searching for," said Holly. "You wouldn't believe how many filters we have to put it through to purge the mudman from it." "No bickering, Captain Short," warned Root. "We're on the same side now. I want a smooth mission. Now suit up, all of you. We won't last 5 minutes out there without protection." Holly cracked open an overhead locker. "Fowl front and center." Artemis complied, a bemused smile twitching at his lips. Holly pulled several cubic packages from the locker. "What are you, about a 6? Artemis shrugged. He wasn't familiar with the people's system of measurement. "What? Artemis Fowl doesn't know. I thought you were the world's expert on the people. It was you who stole our book last year, wasn't it?" Artemis unwrapped the package. It was a suit of some ultralight rubber polymer. "Anti-radiation," explained Holly. Your cells will thank me in 50 years if you're still around. Artemis pulled the suit over his clothes. It shrank to fit like a second skin. Clever material. Memory latex. Molds itself to your shape, within reason. One use only, unfortunately. Wear it and recycle it. Butler clinked over. He was carrying so much fairy weaponry that Foley had supplied him with a moon belt. The belt reduced the effective weight of its attachments to 1/5 of the Earth norm. What about me? Asked Butler, nodding at the radsuits. Holly frowned. We don't have anything that deformed. Latex can only go so far. Forget it. I've been in Russia before. It didn't kill me. Not yet, it didn't. Give it time. Butler shrugged. What choice do I have? Holly smiled, and there was a nasty tinge to it. Oh, I didn't say there wasn't a choice. She reached into the locker, pulling out a large spray can. And for some reason, that little can scared Butler more than a bunker full of missiles. Now, hold still, she said, aiming a gramophone-type nozzle at the bodyguard. This may stink worse than a hermit dwarf, but at least your skin won't glow in the dark. Chapter 8. To Russia with Gloves. Murmansk, Lenin Prospect. Mikhail Vasikin was growing impatient. For over 2 years now, he'd been on babysitting duty, at Britva's request. Not that it had actually been a request. The term request implied that you have a choice in the matter. You did not argue with Britva. You did not even protest quietly. The Mandizer, or manager, was from the old school, where his word was law. Britva's instructions had been simple. Feed him, wash him, and if he doesn't come out of the coma in another year, kill him and dump the body in the cola. 2 weeks before the deadline, the Irishman had bolted upright in his bed. He awoke screaming a name. That name was Angeline. Kamar got such a shock he had dropped the bottle of wine he'd been opening. The bottle smashed, piercing his Farushi loafers, cracking the big toenail. Toenails grow back, but Farushi loafers were hard to come by in the Arctic Circle. Mikhail had been forced to sit on his partner to stop him killing the hostage. So now they were playing the waiting game. Kidnapping was an established business, and there were rules. First, you sent the teaser note, or in this case, email. Wait a few days to give the pigeon a chance to put together some funds, then hit him with the ransom demand. They were locked in Mikhail's apartment on Lenin Prospect, waiting for the call from Britva. They didn't even dare to go out for air. Not that there was much to see. Murmansk was one of those Russian cities that had been made by pouring concrete directly into a mold. The only time Lenin Prospect looked good was when it was buried in snow. Kumar emerged from the bedroom. His sharp features were stretched in disbelief. He wants caviar, can you believe it? I give him a nice bowl of strogania, and he wants caviar, the ungrateful Irlansky. Mikhail rolled his eyes. I liked him better asleep. Kumar nodded, spitting into the fireplace. The sheets are too rough, he says. He's lucky I don't wrap him in a sack, and roll him into the bay. Then the phone rang, interrupting Vasikin's empty threats. This is it, my friend, he said, clapping Kumar on the shoulder. We are on our way. Vasikin picked up the phone. Yes? It's me, said a voice, made tinny by old wiring. Mr. Britt, shut up, idiot. Never use my name. Mikhail swallowed. The Menadizer didn't like to be connected to his various businesses. That meant no paperwork and no mention of his name where it could be recorded. It was his custom to make his calls while driving around the city, so his location could not be triangulated. I'm sorry, boss. You should be, continued the Mafian kingpin. Now listen, and don't talk. You have nothing to contribute. Vasikin covered the handset. Everything's fine, he whispered, giving Kumar the thumbs up. We're doing a great job. The Fowls are a clever outfit, continued Britva, and I have no doubt they are concentrating on tracing the last email. But I spiked the last. What did I tell you? You said not to talk, Mr. Britt. Sir. That's right. So send the ransom message and then move Fowl to the drop point. Mikhail paled. The drop point? Hello, Novid 100. I Do not know what that little icon means. Sorry about that. Where was I? Mikhail paled. The drop point? Yes, the drop point. No one will be looking for you there, I guarantee it. But no more talking. Get yourself a spine, man. It's only for a couple of days, so you might lose a year off your life. It won't kill you. Vasikin's brain churned, searching for an excuse. Nothing came. Okay, boss, whatever you say. That's right. Now, listen to me. This is your big chance. Do this right, and you move up a couple of steps in the organization. Vasikin grinned. A life of champagne and expensive cars beckoned. If this man really is young Fowl's father, the boy will pay up. Then you get the money, dump them both in the cola. I don't want any survivors to start a vendetta. Call me if there's any trouble. Okay, boss. Oh, and one more thing. Yes? Don't call me. The line went dead. Vasikin was left staring at the handset as though it were a handful of plague fires. Well, asked Kamar, we are to send the second message. A broad grin split Kamar's face. Excellent. And blast, this thing is nearly over. Then we are to move the package to the drop zone. The broad grin disappeared like a fox down a hole. What? Now? Yes, now. Kamar paced the tiny living room. That is crazy. Completely insane. Fowl cannot be here for more than a couple of days at the earliest. There's no need for us to spend 2 days breathing in that poison. What is the reasoning? Mikhail extended the phone. You tell him. You tell him. I'm sure the Mendizer will appreciate being told he is a madman. Kamar sank to a threadbare sofa, dropping his head into his hands. Will this thing never end? His partner fired up their ancient 16-megabyte hard drive. I don't know for certain, he said, sending the prepared message. But I do know that what will happen if we don't do what Britvo says. Kamar laughed. I think I'll go shout at the prisoner for a while. Will that help? It won't, admitted Kamar. But it'll make me feel better. Hey, Charm, welcome back. E93, Arctic Shuttleport. The Arctic station had never been high on the ferry tourist list. Sure, icebergs and polar bears were pretty, but nothing was worth saturating your lungs with irradiated air. Holly docked the shuttle in the only serviceable bay. The terminal itself resembled nothing more than a deserted warehouse. Static conveyor belts snaked along the floor, and low-level heating pipes rattled with insect life. Holly handed out human overcoats and gloves for an ancient locker. Wrap up, mud boys, it's cold outside. Artemis did not need to be told twice. The terminal's solar batteries had long since shut down, and the ice's grip had cracked the walls like a nut in a vice. Holly tossed Butler his coat from a distance. You know something, Butler? You stink. The manservant growled. You and your radiation gel. I think my skin's changed color. Don't worry about it. 50 years and it'll wash right off. Butler buttoned a cassock greatcoat to his neck. I don't know why you're getting all wrapped up. You've got the fancy suits. The coats are camouflage, explained Holly, smearing dry gel on her face and neck. If we shield, the vibration makes the suits useless. Might as well dip your bones in reactor core. So, for tonight only, we're all humans. Artemis frowned. If the fairies couldn't shield, it would make rescuing his father all the more difficult. His evolving plan would have to be adjusted. Let's have the chat, growled Root, pulling a bearskin hat over his pointed ears. We move out in 5. I want everybody armed and dangerous, even you, Fowl, if your little wrists can support a weapon. Artemis selected a fairy handgun from the shuttle's arsenal. He jacked the battery into its slot, flicking the setting up to 3. Don't worry about me, Commander. I've been practicing. We have quite a stash of LEP weaponry at the manor. Root's complexion cranked up one more notch. Well, there's a big difference between stunning a cardboard cutout and a real person. Artemis smiled his vampire smile. If everything proceeds according to plan, there will be no need for weapons. The first stage is simplicity itself. We set up a surveillance post near Vasikin's apartment. When the opportunity arises, Butler will snatch our Russian friend and the 5 of us can have a little chat. I'm sure that he will tell us everything we need to know under the influence of your mesmer. Then it will be a simple matter to stun any guards and rescue my father. Root pulled a heavy scarf over his mouth. And what if things don't go according to plan? Artemis's eyes were cold and determined. Then, Commander, we will have to improvise. Ollie felt a shiver rattle around her stomach, and it had nothing to do with the climate. The terminal was buried 50 feet below an ice pack. They took the courtesy elevator to the surface, and the party emerged into the Arctic night looking for all the world like an adult and 3 children. Albeit 3 children with inhuman weaponry clanking under every loose fold of cloth. Holly checked the GPS locator on her wrist. We're in the Rosta district, Commander, 20 clicks north of Murmansk. What's Foley got on the weather? I don't want to be caught in the middle of a blizzard 20 miles from our destination. No luck, I can't get a line. Magma flares must still be up. Darvit, swore Root. Well, I suppose we'll have to take our chances on foot. Butler, you're the expert here, you take the point. Captain Short, bring up the rear. Feel free to boot any human backside if it lags behind. Ollie winked at Artemis. No need to tell me twice, sir. I bet there isn't, grunted Root, with only the barest hint of a smile playing about his lips. The motley band trudged southeast by moonlight until they reached the railway line. Walking along the sleepers was the only way that could be safe from drifts and suckholes. Progress was slow. A northerly wind snaked through every pore in their clothing, and the cold attacked any exposed skin like a million electric darts. There was little conversation. The Arctic had that effect on people, even if 3 of them were wearing coil-heated suits. Holly broke the silence. Something had been nagging at her for some time. Tell me something, Fowl, she said, behind the boy. Your father, is he like you? Artemis's step faltered for an instant. That's a strange question. Why do you ask? Well, you're no friend to the people. What if the man we're trying to rescue is the man who will destroy us? There was silence for a long time, except for the chattering of teeth. Ollie saw Artemis's chin drop onto his chest. You have no cause to be alarmed, Captain. My father, though some of his ventures were undoubtedly illegal, is a noble man. The idea of harming another creature would be repugnant to him. Holly tugged her boot from 8 inches of snow. So, what happened to you? Artemis's breath bloomed in the icy clouds over his shoulder. I made a mistake. Holly squinted at the back of the human's head. Was this actual sincerity from Artemis Fowl? It was hard to believe. Even more surprising was the fact that she didn't know how to react. To extend the hand of forgiveness or the boot of retribution. Eventually, she decided to reserve judgment. For the moment. They passed into a ravine, worn smooth by the whistling wind. Butler didn't like it. His soldier's sense was beating a tattoo on the inside of his skull. He raised a clenched fist. Root doubled his pace to catch up. Trouble? Thanks for the follow. Wrenchings? I think you pronounced that as? Sorry if I butcher your name. Welcome to the chat. And consider joining the Lemon Patch. Where was I? Root doubled his pace to catch up. Trouble? Butler squinted into the snowfield, searching for footprints. Maybe. Nice spot for a surprise attack. Maybe, if anyone knew we were coming. Is that possible? Could someone know? Root snorted, breath forming clouds in the air before him. Impossible. The chute is totally isolated, and LEP tech security is the tightest on the planet. And that was when the goblins' hit squads soared over the ridge. Thank you for the follow, Oxology. Butler grabbed Artemis by the collar, unceremoniously flinging him into a drift. His other hand was already drawing his weapon. Keep your head down, Artemis. Time for me to earn my salary. Artemis would have responded testily had his head not been under 3 feet of snow. There were 4 goblins flying in loose formations, dark against the starlit sky. They quickly rose to 1,000 feet, making no attempt to conceal their presence. They neither attacked nor fled, simply hovered overhead. Goblins, grunted Root, pulling a far-shoot neutrino rifle into his shoulder. Thank you for the follow, Monkamar. Monkamars, I think? Thank you, Oxology. Goblins, grunted Root, pulling a far-shoot neutrino rifle into his shoulder. Too stupid to live. All they had to do was pick us off. Butler picked a spot, spreading his legs for steadiness. Do we wait until we see the whites of their eyes, Commander? Goblin eyes don't have whites, responded Root. But even so, holster your weapon. Captain Short and I will stun them. No need for anyone to die. Butler slid the 6 Sauer into its pouch beneath his arm. It was next to useless at that range anyway. It would be interesting to see how Holly and Root handled themselves in a firefight. After all, Artemis's life is pretty much in their hands. Not to mention his own. Butler glanced sideways. Holly and the commander were pumping the triggers of various weapons, without any result. Their weapons were as dead as mice in a snake pit. So far, just the first book of Artemis Fowl. But I plan to do a whole lot more than that. Holly and the commander were pumping the triggers of various weapons, without any result. Their weapons were as dead as mice in a snake pit. I don't understand it, muttered Root. I checked these myself. Artemis, naturally, was the first to figure it out. He shook the snow from his hair. Sabotage, he proclaimed, tossing aside the useless fairy handgun. There is no other alternative. This is why the Bawakel needs soft-nosed weapons, because they have somehow disrupted fairy lasers. But the commander was not listening, and neither was Butler. This was no time for clever deductions. This was time for action. They were sitting ducks out here, dark against the pale Arctic snow. This theory was confirmed when several soft-nosed laser bursts bored hissing holes in the snow at their feet. Holly activated her helmet optics, zooming in on the enemy. It looks like one of them has a soft-nosed laser, sir. Something with a long barrel. We need cover. Fast. Butler nodded. Look, an overhang. Under the ridge. The manservant grabbed his charge by the collar, hoisting him aloft as easily as a child would lift a kitten. They struggled through the snow to the shelter of the overhang. Maybe 1,000,000 years ago, the ice had melted sufficiently for a layer of ice to slump slightly, then freeze up again. The resulting wrinkle had somehow lasted through the ages, and now could possibly save their lives. If I had copies of those books, I absolutely would. They dived underneath the lip, wriggling backward against a wall of ice. The icy canopy was easily thick enough to withstand gunfire from any conventional weapon. Butler shielded Artemis with his body, risking an upward glance. Too far. I can't make them out. Holly? Captain Short poked her head from under the frozen ledge. Her optics zoomed into focus. Well, what are they up to? Holly waited a beat until the figures sharpened. Funny thing, she commented. They're all firing now, but... But what, Captain? Holly tapped her helmet to make sure the lenses were working. Maybe I'm getting some optic distortion, sir, but it looks like they're missing on purpose, shooting way over our heads. Butler felt the blood pounding in his brain. It's a trap, he roared, reaching behind him to grab Artemis. Everybody out! Everybody out! And that was when the goblin charges sent 50 tons of rock, ice, and snow tumbling to Earth. They nearly made it. Of course, nearly never won a bucket of squid at a gnomish roulette. If it hadn't been for Butler, not one of the group would have survived. Something happened to him. An inexplicable surge of strength, not unlike the energy bursts that allow mothers to lift fallen trees off of their children. The manservant grabbed Artemis and Holly, spinning them forward like stones across a pond. It wasn't a very dignified way to travel, but it certainly beat having your bones pulverized by falling ice. For the second time in so many minutes, Artemis landed nose first in a snowdrift. Behind him, Butler and Root were scrambling from beneath the ledge, boots slipping on the icy surface. The air was rent by avalanche thunder, and the packed ice beneath them heaved and split. Thick chunks of rock and ice speared the cave's opening like bars. Butler and Root were trapped. Holly was on her feet, racing toward her commander. But what could she do? She threw herself back underneath the ledge. "Stay back, Captain," said Root's voice in her ear. "That's an order." "Commander," Holly breathed, "you're alive." "Somehow," came the reply. "Butler is unconscious and we're pinned down. The ledge is on the point of collapsing. The only thing holding it is the debris. If we brush that aside to get out..." They were alive then, at least. Trapped, but alive. A plan. They needed a plan. Holly found herself strangely calm. This was one of the qualities that made her such an excellent field agent. In times of excessive stress, Captain Short had the ability to seize upon a course of action, often the only viable course. In the combat simulation for her captain's exam, Holly had defeated insurmountable virtual enemies by blasting the projector. Technically, she had defeated all her enemies, so the panel had to pass her. Holly spoke into her helmet mic. "Commander, undo Butler's moon belt and strap yourselves on. I'm going to haul you both out of there." "Roger, Holly. You need a piton? If you could get one out to me." "Stand by." A piton dart jetted through the gap in the icy bars, landing a foot from Holly's boots. The dart trailed a length of fine cord. Holly snapped the piton into the cord receptacle on her own belt, making sure there were no kinks in the line. Meanwhile, Artemis had dragged himself from the drift. "This plan is patently ridiculous," he said, brushing the snow from his sleeves. "You cannot hope to drag their combined weight with sufficient velocity to both break the icicles and avoid being crushed." "I'm not going to drag them," snapped Holly. "Well then, what is?" Captain Short pointed down the track. There was a green train winding its way toward them. "That is," she said. There were 3 goblins left. Their names were Denal, Eion, and Niall. 3 rookies vying for the recently vacated lieutenant spot. Lieutenant Pole had handed in his resignation when he'd strayed too close to the avalanche that had been swatted by a 1-ton pane of transparent ice. Bet that hurt for like a second. They hovered at 1,000 feet, well out of range. "I appreciate it, Charm. I will absolutely make use of that." They hovered at 1,000 feet, well out of range. Of course, they weren't out of fairy weapon range, but LAP weapons weren't operational at the moment. Cowboy Laboratories upgrades had seen to that. "That was some hole in Lieutenant Pole," whistled Amon. "I could see right through him, and I don't mean that like he was a bad liar." Goblins didn't get too attached to each other. Considering the amount of backstabbing, backbiting, and general vindictiveness that went on in the Bawakil, it didn't pay to make any special friends. "What you think?" asked Denal, the handsome one, relatively speaking. Maybe one of you guys should take a spin down there." Haemon snorted. "Sure thing. We go down and get sparked by a big one. Just how dumb do you think we are?" "The big one is out of the picture. I sparked him myself." "Sweet shot." "My shot set off the avalanche," objected Niall, the baby of the gang. "You're always claiming my kills." "What kills? The only thing you ever killed was a stinkworm, and that was on accident." "Rubbish," sulked Niall. "I meant to kill that worm. He was bugging me." Amon swooped between the two. All right, keep your scales on the pair of you. All we gotta do is throw a few rounds into the survivors from up here. Nice plan, genius, sneered Denal, except it won't work. And why not? Denal pointed below with a manicured nail. Because they're boarding that train. 4 green carriages were winding in from the north, dragged along by an ancient diesel engine. A maelstrom of snow flurries coiled in its wake. Salvation, thought Holly. Or perhaps not. For some reason, the mere sight of the clanking locomotive set her stomach bubbling with acid. Still, she was no position to be choosy. It's the Mayak chemical train, said Artemis. Holly glanced over her shoulder. Artemis seemed even paler than usual. What? Environmentalists worldwide call it the green machine, something of an irony. It transports spent uranium and plutonium assemblies to the Mayak chemical combine for recycling. 1 driver locked up in the engine, no guards, fully loaded. This thing is hotter than a nuclear submarine. And you know about this because... Artemis shrugged. I like to keep track of these things. After all, radiation is the world's problem. Holly could feel it now. Uranium tendrils eating through the radgel on her cheeks. That train was poison, but it was her only chance of getting the commander out alive. This just keeps getting better and better, Holly muttered. The train was closer, obviously, motoring along at about 10 clicks. No problem for Holly on her own, but with 2 men down and 1 next to useless mudboy, it was going to take quite a feat to get on board without that locomotive. Holly spared a second to check on the goblins. They were holding it steady at 1,000 feet. Goblins were no good at improvisation. This train was unexpected. It would take them at least a minute to work out a new strategy. The big hole in their fallen comrade might have given them further pause for thought. Holly could feel the radiation emanating from the carriages, burning through the teeniest gap in the radiation gel, pricking her eyeballs. It was only a matter of time before her magic ran out. After that, she was living on borrowed time. No time to think about that now. Her priority was the commander. She had to get him out of here alive. If the Bawakel were brazen enough to mount an operation against the LEP, there was obviously something pretty big going on underground. Whatever it was, Julius Root would be needed to spearhead the counterattack. She turned toward Artemis. Okay, Mudboy, we've got 1 shot at this. Grab onto whatever you can. Artemis couldn't hide an apprehensive shiver. Don't be afraid, Artemis. You can make it. Artemis bristled. It's cold, Fairy. Humans shiver in the cold. That's the spirit, said the LEP captain, and she began to run. The piton wire played out behind her like a harpoon cable. Though it had the approximate grade of fishing line, the cable could easily suspend 2 struggling elephants. Artemis raced after her as fast as his loafer feet could manage. They ran parallel to the tracks, feet crunching in the snow. Behind them, the train grew closer, pushing a buffer of air before it. Artemis struggled to keep up. This was not for him. Running and sweating. Combat, for heaven's sake. He was no soldier. He was a planner, a mastermind. The hurly-burly of actual conflict was best left to Butler and people like him. But his manservant wasn't here to take care of the physical tasks this time, and he never would be again if they didn't manage to board this train. Artemis's breath came short, crystallizing in front of his face, blurring his vision. The train had drawn level now, steel wheels spewing ice and sparks into the air. Second carriage, panted Holly. There's a runner. Mind your footing. Runner? Artemis glanced behind. The second carriage was coming up fast, but the noise was blurring his vision. What? Was that possible? It was terrific, unbearable. There, below the steel doors, a narrow board, wide enough to stand on. Barely. Holly alighted easily, flattening herself against the carriage wall. She made it look so effortless. A simple skip, and she was safe from those pulverizing wheels. Come on, Fowl, shouted Holly. Jump! Artemis tried. He really did, but the toe of his loafer snagged on a sleeper. He stumbled forward, pinwheeling for balance. A painful death came rushing up to meet him. 2 left feet, muttered Holly, grabbing her least favorite mudboy by the collar. Momentum swung Artemis forward, slamming him into the door. The piton cord was slapping against the carriage. Only seconds left before Holly departed from the train as quickly as she had arrived. The LEP captain searched for a strong point to anchor herself. Root and Butler's weight may have been reduced, but the jerk, when it came, would be more than sufficient to drag her from the locomotive. And if that happened, it was all over. Holly hooked one arm through an external rung, wrapping slim fingers around her wrist. She noticed magical sparks playing over a rip in her suit. They were counteracting the radiation damage. How much longer could her magic last under these conditions? Constant healing really took it out of a girl. She needed to complete the power-restoring ritual, and the sooner the better. Holly was about to unclip the cable and attach it to one of the rungs when it snapped taut, pulling her legs from beneath her. She held on grimly to the rung, fingernails digging into her own skin. On reflection, this plan needed a bit of work. Time seemed to stretch, elastic as the cord, and for a moment Holly thought her elbow would pop right out of its socket. Then the ice gave, and Root and Butler were twanged out of their icy tomb like bolts from a crossbow. They slapped against the side of the train, their reduced weight keeping them aloft, for now. But it was only a matter of time before what little gravity they had pushed them from under the steel wheels. Artemis latched onto the rung beside her. "What can I do?" She nodded at a shoulder pocket. "In there, a small vial. Take it out." Artemis ripped open the Velcro strap, pulling out a tiny spray bottle. "Okay, got it." "Good, it's up to you now, Fowl. Up and over." Artemis's mouth dropped open. "Up and... Yes, it's our only hope. We have to get this door open to reel in Butler and the commander. There's a bend in the track 2 clicks back. If this train slows down even one more revolution, they're gone." Artemis nodded. "The vial?" "Acid, for the lock. The mechanism is on the inside. Cover your face and squeeze. Give it the whole tube. Don't get any on yourself." It was a long conversation under the circumstances, especially since every second was a vital one. Artemis did not waste another one on goodbyes. He dragged himself to the next rung, keeping the length of his body pressed close to the carriage. The wind was whipping along the length of the train, tiny motes of ice in every gust. They stung like bees. Nevertheless, Artemis pulled his gloves off with chattering teeth. Better frostbite than being crushed beneath the wheels. Upward, one rung at a time, until his head poked above the carriage. Every shred of shelter was now gone. The air pounded his forehead, forcing itself down his throat. Artemis squinted through the blizzard, along the carriage's roof. There, in the center, a skylight. Across a desert of steel, blasted smooth as glass by the elements. Not a handhold within 15 feet. The length of a rhino would be of no use here, Artemis decided. At last an opportunity to use his brain. Kinetics and momentum. Simple enough. In theory. Keeping to the front rim of the carriage, Artemis inched onto the roof. The wind wormed beneath his legs, raising him nearly an inch off the deck, threatening to float him off the train. Artemis curled his fingers around the rim. These were not gripping fingers. Artemis hadn't gripped anything bigger than his cell phone in several months. If you wanted someone to type Paradise Lost in under 20 minutes, then Artemis was your man. But as for hanging onto carriage roofs in a blizzard, dead loss. Which, fortunately, was all part of the plan. A millisecond before his finger joints parted company, Artemis let go. The slipstream shot him straight into the skylight's metal housing. Perfect, he would have grunted, had there been a cubic centimeter of air in his lungs. Even if he had said it, the wind would have snatched away any words before his own ears heard them. He had moments now before the wind dug its fingers beneath his torso, flipping him onto the icy step. Cannon fodder for the goblins. Artemis fumbled the acid vial from his pocket, snapping the top between his teeth. A fleck of the acid flew past his eye. No time to worry about that now. No time for anything. The skylight was secured by a thick padlock. Artemis dribbled 2 drops into the keyhole. All he could spare. It would have to be enough. The effect was immediate. The acid ate through the metal like lava through ice. Fairy technology. Best under the world. The padlock pinged open, exposing the hatch to the wind's power. The hatch flipped upward, and Artemis tumbled into the pallet of barrels. Not exactly the picture of a gallant rescuer. The train's motion shook him from the barrels. Artemis landed face up, gazing at the triple triangle symbol for radiation stamped on the side of each container. At least the barrels were sealed, though rust seemed to have taken hold on quite a few. Artemis rolled across the slatted floor, clambering to his knees alongside the door. Was Captain Short still anchored there, or was he alone now? For the first time in his life, truly alone. "Fowl, open the door, you pasty-paced mud weasel!" Ah well, not alone then. Covering his face with a forearm, Artemis drenched the carriage's triple bolt with fairy acid. The steel lock melted instantly, dripping onto the floor like a stream of mercury. Artemis dragged the sliding door back. Holly was hanging on grimly, her face steaming where radiation was eating through the gel. Artemis grabbed her waistband. On three, Holly nodded. No more energy for speech. Artemis flexed his digits. Fingers don't fail me now. If he ever got out of this, he would buy one of those ridiculous home gymnasiums advertised on the shopping channels. 1. The bend was coming. He could see it out of the corner of his eye. The train would slow down or derail itself. 2. Captain Short's strength was almost spent. The wind rippled her frame like a windsock. 3. Artemis pulled with all his strength in his thin arms. Holly closed her eyes and let go, unable to believe she was trusting her life to this mud boy. Artemis knew a little something about physics. He timed his count to take advantage of swing, momentum, and the train's own forward motion. But nature always throws something into the mix that can't be anticipated. In this case, the something was a slight gap between two sections of the track. Not enough to derail a locomotive, but certainly enough to cause a bump. This bump sent the carriage door crashing into its frame like a 5-ton guillotine, but it looked as if Holly had made it. Artemis couldn't really tell because she had crashed into him, sending both of them careening into the wooden siding. But she seemed to be intact, from what he could see. At least her head was still attached to her neck, which was good. But she did seem to be unconscious. Probably trauma. Meanwhile, Commander Root had just activated his pittencord winch when he received a most unexpected poke in the eye. Artemis knew he was going to pass out too. He could tell by the darkness eating at the corners of his vision. He slipped sideways, landing on Holly's chest. This had more severe repercussions than you might think, because Holly was also unconscious. Her magic was on autopilot, and unsupervised magic flows like electricity. Artemis's face made contact with the fairy's left hand, diverting the flow of blue sparks. And while this was good for him, it was most definitely bad for her, because although Artemis didn't know it, Holly needed every spark of magic she could muster. Not all of her had made it inside the train. The goblin Denal removed a small rectangular mirror from his tunic and checked to see that his scales were smooth. "These cowboy wings are great. You think we'll be allowed to keep them?" Eion scowled. "Not that you'd notice. Goblin lizard ancestry meant that facial movement was pretty limited." "Quiet, you hot-blooded fool." Hot-blooded. That was a pretty serious insult for one of the Bawako. Denal bristled. "Be careful, friend, or I fear that forked tongue, or I'll tear that forked tongue right out of your head." "We won't have a tongue between us if those elves escape," retorted Eion. It was true. The generals did not take disappointment well. "So what do we do? I got the looks in this outfit. That must make you the brains." "We shoot at the train," interjected Niall. "Simple." Denal adjusted his cowboy double decks, hovering across the squad's junior member. "Idiot," he snapped, administering a swift slap to the head. "That thing is radioactive. Can't you smell it? One stray burst and we'll all be ash floating on the breeze." "Good point," admitted Niall. "You're not as stupid as you look." "Thank you. Welcome." Eion throttled down, descending to 500 feet. It was so tempting. One tightly focused burst to take out the elf clinging to the carriage, another to dispatch the human on the roof. But he couldn't risk it. 1 degree off target, and he'd sucked his last stinkworm spaghetti. "Okay," he announced into his helmet mic. "Here's the plan. With all the radiation in that carriage, chances are the targets will be dead in minutes. We follow the train for a while just to make sure. Then we go back and tell the general we saw the bodies." Denal buzzed down beside him. "And do we see the bodies?" Eion groaned. "Of course not, you fool. Do you want your eyeballs to dry up and fall out?" Duh. Exactly. So are we clear? Crystal, said Niall, drawing his soft-nosed Headred Boy handgun. He shot his comrades from behind. Close range, point blank. They never had a chance. He followed their bodies to Earth on full magnification. The snow would cover them in minutes. Nobody would be stumbling over those particular corpses until the polar caps melted. Niall holstered his weapon, punching in the coordinates for the shuttle terminal on his flight computer. If he studied his reptilian face carefully, it was just possible to make out a grin. There was a new lieutenant in town. Chapter 9. No Safe Haven. Operations Booth, Police Plaza. Foley was sitting in front of the LEP mainframe, waiting for the results of his latest search. Extensive laser brushing on the Goblin shuttle had revealed one complete and one partial thumbprint. The complete print was his own, easily explicable if Foley personally inspected all retired shuttle parts. The partial print could well belong to their trader. Not enough to identify the fairy who had been running LEP technology to the Blockell, but certainly enough to eliminate the innocent. Cross-referenced the remaining names of everybody who had shuttle part access, and the lists got considerably shorter. Foley twitched his tail contentedly. Genius. No point in being humble about it. At the moment, the computer was crunching through personal files with the partial print. All Foley could do was twiddle his thumbs and wait for contact with the surface team. The magnifiers were still up. Very unusual and coincidental. Foley's suspicious train of thought was interrupted by a familiar voice. Search complete, said the computer, in Foley's own tones. A little vanity. 346 eliminated, 40 possibles remaining. 40. Not bad. They could easily be interviewed. Another opportunity to use the ret imager. But there was another way to narrow the field. Computer, cross-reference possibles with Level 3 clearance personnel. Level 3 clearance would include everybody with access to the recycling smelters. Referencing. Cudgeon knocked on the booth's security glass. Now, technically, Cudgeon shouldn't be allowed in ops, but Foley buzzed him through. He could never resist having a crack at the ex-commander. Cudgeon had been demoted to lieutenant following a disastrous attempt to replace Root as recon head honcho. If it hadn't been for his family's considerable political clout, he would have been booted off the force altogether. All in all, he might have been better off in some other line of work. At least he wouldn't have had to suffer Foley's constant teasing. I have some E-forms for you to initial, said the lieutenant, avoiding eye contact. No problem, Commander, chuckled the centaur. How's the plotting going? Any revolutions planned for this afternoon? Just sign the forms, please, said Cudgeon, holding out a digipen. His hand was shaking. Amazing, thought Foley. This broken-down shell of an elf was once on the LEP fast track. No, but seriously, Cudgeon, you're doing a great job on the form signing thing. Cudgeon's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Thank you, sir. A grin tugged at the corner of Foley's mouth. You're welcome. No need to get a swelled head. Cudgeon's hand flew to his misshapen forehead. Still a touch of the old vanity left. Oops, sore subject. Sorry about that. There was a spark in the corner of Cudgeon's eye. A spark that should have warned Foley, but he was distracted by a beep from the computer. List complete. Excuse me for a moment, Commander. Important business. Computer stuff. You wouldn't understand it. Foley turned to the plasma screen. The lieutenant would just have to wait for his signature. It is probably just an order for shuttle parts anyway. The penny dropped. A big penny with a clang louder than a dwarf's underpants hitting a wall. Shuttle parts. An inside job. Someone with a grudge to settle. A line of sweat filled each groove on Foley's forehead. It was so obvious. He looked at the plasma screen for confirmation of what he already knew. There were only two names. The first, Baum Arbles, could be eliminated immediately. The retrieval officer had been killed in a core diving accident. The second name pulsed gently. Lieutenant Briar Cudgeon, demoted to recycling crew around the time Hawley retired that starboard booster. It all fit. Foley knew that if he didn't acknowledge the message in 10 seconds, the computer would read the name aloud. He casually punched the delete button. You know, Briar, he croaked, all those jibes about your head problem, it's all in fun. My way of being sympathetic. Actually, I have some ointment. Something cold and metallic pressed against the back of the centaur's head. Foley had seen too many action movies not to know what it was. "Save your ointment, donkey boy," said Cutchin's voice in his ear. "I have a feeling you'll be developing some head problems of your own." You see, kids, that's why we don't make fun of people even if they deserve it. Mayak Chemical Train, Northern Russia. The first thing Artemis felt was a rhythmical knocking, jarring along the length of his spine. "I'm at the spa in Blackrock," he thought. "Irina is massaging my back. Just what my system needs, especially after all that horseplay on that train." The train! Obviously, they were still on board the Mayak train. The jerking motion was actually the carriage jolting over the track joins. Artemis forced his eyes open, expecting gargantuan doses of stiffness and pain. But instead, he realized he felt fine. More than fine. Great, in fact. It must be magic. Holly must have healed his various cuts and bruises while he was unconscious. Nobody else was feeling quite so chipper, especially Captain Short, who was still unconscious. Root was draping a large coat over his fallen officer. "Oh, you're awake, are you?" he said, without so much as a glance at Artemis. "I don't know how you can sleep after all after what you've just done." "Done? But I saved you. At least I helped." "You helped all right, Fowl. You helped yourself to the last of Holly's magic while she was unconscious." Artemis groaned. It must have happened when they fell. Somehow her magic had been diverted. I see what must have happened. It was an... Root raised a warning finger. "Don't say it. The great Artemis Fowl doesn't do anything by accident." Artemis fought against the train's motion, climbing to his knees. "It can't be anything serious. Just exhaustion, surely?" And suddenly Root's face was an inch from his own, his complexion rosy enough to generate heat. "Nothing serious?" spluttered the commander, barely able to get the words out past his rage. "Nothing serious? She lost her trigger finger. The door cut it clean off. Her career is over, and because of you, Holly barely had enough magic to stop the bleeding. She is drained of power now. Empty." "She lost a finger?" echoed Artemis numbly. "Not lost exactly," said the commander, waving the severed digit. "It poked me in the eye on the way past." His eye was already beginning to blacken. "If we go back now, surely your surgeons can graft it on." Root shook his head. "If we could go back now. I have a feeling that the situation underground is a lot different than when we left. If the goblins sent a hit team to get us, you can bet something big is going on underground." Artemis was shocked. Holly had saved all their lives, and this was how he had repaid her. While it was true that he was not directly to blame for the injury, it had been inflicted while trying to save his father. There was a debt to be paid here. "How long?" he snapped. "What? How long ago did it happen?" "I don't know, a minute?" "Then there's still time." The commander sat up. "Time for what?" "We can still save the finger." Root rubbed a welt of fresh scar tissue on his shoulder, a reminder of his trip along the side of the train. "With what? I barely have enough power left for the mesmer." Artemis closed his eyes, concentrating. "What about the ritual? There must be a way." All the people's magic came from the earth. In order to top up their powers, they had to periodically complete the ritual. "How can we complete the ritual here?" Artemis racked his brain. He had committed large sections of the fairy book to memory in preparation for the previous year's kidnapping operation. "From the earth thy power flows, given through courtesy, so thanks are owed. Pluck thou the magic seed, earth, full moon, ancient oak, and twisted water meet, and bury it far from where it was found, so return your gift into the ground." I'm sorry about that. He scrambled across the flooring and began patting down Holly's jumpsuit. Root's heart nearly shut down there and then. "In heaven's name, Mudboy, what are you doing?" Artemis didn't even look up. Last year, Holly escaped because she had an acorn. For some miracle, the commander managed to restrain himself. 5 seconds, Fowl. Talk fast." "An officer like Holly wouldn't forget something like that. I'd be willing to bet." Root sighed. "It's a good idea, Mudboy, but the acorns have to be freshly picked. If it hadn't been for the time stop, that seed mightn't have worked. You've got a couple days, tops. I know Foley and Holt put together some proposal for a sealed acorn unit, but the council rejected it. Heresy, apparently. It was a long speech for the commander. He wasn't used to explaining himself, but a part of him was hoping. Maybe, just maybe, Holly had never been adverse to bending a few rules. Artemis unzipped Captain Short's tunic. There were 2 tiny items on the gold chain around her neck. Her copy of the book, the Fairy Bible. Artemis knew that it would combust if he tried to touch it without Holly's permission. But there was another item, a small plexiglass sphere filled with earth. That's against regulations, said Root, not sounding too upset. Holly stirred, half emerging from her stupor. Hey, Commander, what happened to your eye? Artemis ignored her, cracking the tiny sphere against the carriage floor. Earth and a small acorn tumbled into his palm. Now all we need to do is bury it. The commander slung Holly over his shoulder. Artemis tried not to look at the space where her index finger used to be. Then it's time to get off this train. Artemis glanced at the Arctic landscape whipping past outside the carriage. Getting off the train wasn't as easy as the commander made it sound. Butler dropped nimbly through an overhead hatch, where he had been keeping an eye on the goblin hit squad. Nice to see you're so limber, commented Artemis dryly. The manservant smiled. Good to see you too, Artemis. Well, what did you see up there? Said Root, interrupting their union. Butler placed a hand on his young master's shoulders. They could talk later. The goblins are gone. Funny thing. 2 of them dropped low for a reconnaissance, then the other one shot them in the back. Root nodded. Power play. Goblins are their own worst enemies. But right now, we're not to get off this. Right now, we've got to get off this train. There's another bend coming up in about half a click, said Butler. That's our best chance. So, how are we to disembark? Asked Artemis. Butler grinned. Disembark is a pretty gentle term for what I have in mind. Artemis groaned. More running and jumping. Operations booth. Foley's brain was bubbling like a sea slug in a deep fat fryer. He still had options, providing Cudgeon didn't actually shoot him. 1 shot and it was all over. Centaurs didn't have magic. Not a drop. They got on by brains alone. That and their ability to trample their enemies underfoot. But Foley had a feeling that Briar wouldn't plug him just yet. Too busy gloating. Hey, Foley, said the lieutenant, why don't you go for the intercom? See what happens. Foley could guess what would happen. Don't worry, Briar. No sudden moves. Cudgeon laughed, and he sounded genuinely happy. Briar? First name terms now, is it? You mustn't realize how much trouble you're in. Foley was starting to realize just that. Beyond the tinted glass, the LEP techies were beavering away trying to track down the mole, oblivious to the drama being played out not 2 yards away. He could see and hear them, but it was a one-way surveillance. Centaur only had himself to blame. He had insisted that the operations booth be constructed to his own paranoid standards. A titanium cube with blast-proof windows. The entire room was wireless, without even a fiber optic cable to connect operations to the outside world. Totally impregnable. Unless, of course, you opened the door to throw a few insults at an old enemy. Foley groaned. His mother had always said that his smart mouth would get him into trouble. But all was not lost. He still had a few tricks up his sleeve. A plasma floor, for instance. So what's this all about, Cudgeon? Asked the centaur, drawing his hooves off the tiles. And please don't say world domination. Cudgeon continued to smile. This was his moment. Not immediately. The lower elements will suffice for now. But why? Cudgeon's eyes were tinged with madness. Why? You have the gall to ask me why? I was the council's golden boy. In 50 years I would have been chairman. And then along comes the Artemis Fowl affair. In one short day all my hopes are dashed. I end up deformed and demoted. And it was all because of you, Foley. You and Root. The only way to get my life back on track is to discredit you, both of you. You will be blamed for the goblin attacks, and Julius will be dead and dishonored. And as an added bonus, I even get Artemis Fowl. It's as close to perfect as I could have hoped for. Foley snorted. Do you really think you can defeat the LEP with a handful of soft-nosed weapons? Defeat the LEP? Why would I want to do that? I'm a hero of the LEP. Or rather, I will be. You will be the villain of this piece. "We'll see about that, baboon face," said Foley, activating a switch that sent an infrared signal to a receiver in the floor. In half a second, a secret membrane of plasma would warm up. Half a second later, a neutrino charge would spread across the plasma gel like wildfire, bouncing anyone connected to the floor off at least 3 walls. In theory. Hudgen giggled delightedly. "Don't tell me. Your plasma tiles aren't working." Foley was flummoxed. Momentarily. Then he lowered his hooves and gingerly pressed another button. This one engaged a voice-activated laser. The centaur held his breath. "No plasma tiles," continued Hudgen, "and no voice-activated laser. You really are slipping, Foley. Not that I'm surprised. I always knew you'd be exposed for the donkey you are." The lieutenant settled into a swivel chair, propping his feet up on the computer desk. "So, have you figured it out yet?" Foley thought. Who could it be? Who could beat him at his own game? Not Hudgen, that was for sure. A techno-fool, if ever there was one. No, there was only one person with the know-how to deactivate the booth's safety measures. "Opal Cowboy," he breathed. Hudgen patted his head. "That's right. Opal did a little reprogramming during the upgrading work, and the funny thing is, the council footed the bill. She even charged them for the spy cameras. Even now, the Bawakel are preparing to launch their attack on the city. LEP weapons and communications are down, and the best thing is that you, my horsey friend, will be held responsible. After all, you have locked yourself in the operations booth in the middle of a crisis." "Nobody will believe it," protested Foley. "Oh, yes, they will, especially when you disengage the LEP security, including the DNA cannons. Which I won't be doing anytime soon." Hudgen twirled a matte black remote between his fingers. "I'm afraid it's not up to you anymore. Opal took your little operation apart and wired the whole lot into this little beauty." Foley swallowed. "You mean—" "That's right," said Hudgen. "Nothing works unless I press the button." And he pressed the button. And even if Foley had had the reactions of a sprite, he would never have had time to draw up all his hooves before the plasma shock blasted him right out of his specially modified swivel chair. Arctic Circle. Butler instructed everyone to attach themselves to the moon belt, 1 per link. Floating lightly in the buffeting wind, the group maneuvered itself to the carriage doorway like a drunken crab. "It's simple physics," Artemis told himself. "Reduced gravity will prevent us being dashed against the Arctic ice." In spite of all his logic, when Root launched the group into the night, Artemis couldn't hold back a single gasp. Later, when he replayed the incident in his mind's eye, Artemis would edit out the breath. The slipstream spun them from beyond the railway sleepers into a drift. Butler turned off the anti-gravity belt a second before impact. Otherwise, they would have bounced away like men on the moon. Root was first to detach, scooping handfuls of snow from the surface until his fingers reached the compacted ice below. He heard a click behind his shoulder. "Stand back," advised Butler, taking aim with his handgun. Root obliged, shielding his eyes with a forearm. Ice slivers could blind you just as efficiently as 6-inch nails. Butler put a full clip into the 3-inch spread, blasting a shallow hollow in the frozen surface. Instant sleet drenched the already sodden group. Root was checking the results before the smoke cleared. They had seconds left before Holly's time ran out. After a certain time, it mightn't be wise to attempt a graft, even if they could. The commander jumped into the dip, sweeping aside layers of loose ice. There was a disk of brown among the light. "Yes," he crowed. "Earth." Butler lowered Holly's twitching form into the hole. She seemed like a doll in his powerful hands, tiny and limp. Root curled Holly's fingers around the illegal acorn, thrusting her left hand deep into the shattered soil. He pulled a roll of tape from his belt, crudely securing a finger to roughly its original position. The elf and 2 humans gathered around and waited. "It mightn't take," muttered Root nervously. "This sealed acorn thing is new, never been tested, fully in his ideas. But they usually work. They usually do." Artemis laid a hand on his shoulder. It was all he could think to do. Giving comfort was not one of his strong points. 5 seconds. 10. Nothing. Then, "Look!" cried Artemis. "A spark!" A solitary blue spark traveled lazy along the length of Holly's arm, winding along the veins. It crossed her chest, climbed her pointed chin, and sank into the flesh right between the eyes. "Stand back," advised Root. "I saw a 2-minute healing in Tulsa one night. Damn near destroyed an entire shuttleport. I've never even heard of a 4-minuter. They backpedaled to the lip of the crater, and not a moment too soon. More sparks erupted from the earth, targeting Holly's hand as the area of most in need of assistance. They sank into her finger joint like plasma torpedoes, melting the plastic tape. Holly shot upright, arms swinging like a puppet. Her legs began to jerk, kicking invisible enemies. Then, from her vocal cords came a high-pitched keening that cracked the thinner sheets of ice. "Is this normal?" whispered Artemis, as though Holly could hear. "I think so," answered the commander. "The brain is running a systems check. It's not like fixing cuts and bruises, if you know what I mean." Every pore in Holly's body started to steam, venting trace radiation. She thrashed and steamed, sinking into a pool of slush. Not a pretty sight. The water evaporated, shrouding the LEP captain in mist. Only her left hand was visible, fingers a desperate blur. Holly suddenly stopped moving. Her hand froze, then dropped through the mist. The Arctic night rushed in to reclaim the silence. They inched closer, leaning into the fog. Artemis wanted to see, but he was afraid to look. Butler took a breath, patting aside sheets of mist. All was quiet below. Holly's frame lay still as the grave. Artemis peered at the shape of the hole. "I think she's awake." He was cut short by Captain Short's sudden return to consciousness. She bolted upright, icicles coating her eyelashes and auburn hair. Her chest ballooned as she swallowed huge gulps of air. Artemis grabbed her shoulders, for once abandoning his shell of icy composure. Holly, speak to me. Your finger. Is it okay?" Holly wiggled her fingers, then curled them into a fist. "I think so," she said, and whacked Artemis right between the eyes. The surprised boy landed in a snowdrift for the 3rd time that day. Holly winked at an amazed Butler. "Now we're even," she said. Commander Root didn't have many treasured memories, but in future days, when things were at their grimmest, he would conjure up this moment and have a quiet chuckle. Operation Spoof. Foley woke up sore, which was unusual for him. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd experienced actual pain. His feelings had been hurt a few times by Julius's barbed comments, but actual physical discomfort was not something he cared to endure when he could avoid it. The center was lying on the operations booth floor, tangled in the remains of his office chair. "Hudgeon," he growled, and what followed was about 2 minutes' worth of unprintable obscenity. When he had finally vented his anger, the centaur's brain kicked in and he hauled himself from his plasma tiles. His rump was singed. He was going to have a couple of bald spots on his hindquarters. Very unattractive on a centaur. It was the first thing a prospective mate looked for in the nightclubs. Not that Foley had ever been much of a dancer. 4 left hooves. Booth was sealed, tighter than a gnome's wallet, as the saying went. Foley typed in his exit code. Foley, doors. The computer remained silent. He tried verbal. Foley, 181 override. 121 override. Doors. Not a peep. He was trapped, a prisoner of his own security devices. Even the windows were set to blackout, blocking his view of the operations room. Completely locked out and locked in. Nothing worked. Well, that wasn't completely accurate. Everything worked, but his precious computers wouldn't respond to his touch, and Foley was only too well aware that there was no way out of the booth without access to the mainframe. Foley plucked the tinfoil hat from his head, crunching it into a ball. "A lot of good you did me," he said, tossing it into the waste recycler. The recycler would analyze the chemical makeup of the item, then divert it to the appropriate tank. A plasma monitor crackled into life on the wall. Opal Cowboy's magnified face appeared, grinning the widest grin the centaur had ever seen. "Hello, Foley. Long time no see." Foley returned the grin, but his wasn't quite as wide. "Opal, how nice to see you. How are the folks?" Everyone knew how Opal had bankrupted her father. It was a legend in the corporate world. "Very well, thanks. Cumulus House is a lovely asylum." Foley decided he would try sincerity. It was a tool he didn't use very often, but But there was a first time for everything. Opal, think about what you're doing. Cudgeon is insane for pity's sake. Once he has what he wants, he will dispose of you in a heartbeat. Pixie shook a perfectly manicured finger. No, Foley, you're wrong. Briar needs me. He really does. He'd be nothing without me and my gold. The centaur looked deep into Opal's eyes. The pixie actually believed what she was saying. How could someone so brilliant be so deluded? I know what this is all about, Opal. Oh, do you? Yes, you're still sore because I won the science medal back in university. For a second, Cowboy's composure slipped, and her features didn't seem quite so perfect. That medal was mine, you stupid centaur. My wing design was far superior to your ridiculous iris cam. You won because you were a male, and that's the only reason. Foley grinned, satisfied. Even with the odds so hugely against him, he hadn't lost the ability to be the most annoying creature under the world when he wanted to be. So what do you want, Opal? Or did you just call to chat about our school days? Opal took a long drink from a crystal glass. I just called, Foley, to let you know I'm watching, so don't try anything. I also wanted to show you something from the security cameras downtown. This is a live footage, by the way, and Briar is with the council right now, blaming you for it. Happy viewing! Opal's face disappeared to be replaced by a high-angle view of downtown Haven, a tourist district outside Spud's Spud Emporium. Generally, this area would be thronged with Atlantean couples taking photos of each other in front of the fountain. But not today, because today the square was a battleground. The Bawakal were waging open war with the LEP, and by the looks of things, it was a one-sided battle. The goblins were firing their soft-nosed weapons, but the police were not shooting back. They just huddled behind whatever shelter they could find, completely helpless. Foley's jaw dropped. This was disastrous, and he was being blamed for everything. Of course, the thing about stool pigeons was they could not be left alive to protest their innocence. He had to get a message to Holly, and fast, or they were all dead fairies. Chapter 10. Trouble and Strife. Downtown Haven. Bud's Spud Emporium was not a place you wanted to be on the best of days. The fries were greasy, the meat was mysterious, and the milkshakes had gristly lumps. Nevertheless, the Emporium did a roaring trade, especially during the solstice. At this precise moment, Captain Trouble Kelp would almost have preferred to be inside the fast food joint choking down a rubbery burger than outside it dodging lasers. Almost. With Root out of the picture, Field Command fell to Captain Kelp. Usually this was a responsibility he would have relished, but then again, usually he would have had the benefit of transport and weapons. Thankfully, they still had communications. Trouble and his patrol had been scouring the Bawakal hotspots when they were bushwhacked by 100 members of the Reptilian Triad. The goblins had positioned themselves on the rooftops, catching the LAP squad in deadly crossfire from soft-nosed lasers and fireballs. Pretty complex thinking for the Bawakal. The average goblin found simultaneous scratching and spitting a challenge. They had to be getting their orders from someone. Trouble and one of his junior corporals were pinned down behind a photo booth, while the remaining officers had managed to take cover in Spud's Emporium. For the moment, they were keeping the goblins at bay with lasers and buzz batons. The lasers had a range of 10 yards, and the buzz batons were only good for close quarters. Both ran on electric batteries and would run out eventually. After that, they were down to rocks and bare fists. They didn't even have the advantage of shielding, since the Bawakal were equipped with LEP combat helmets. Older models certainly, but still fitted with anti-shield filters. Fireball arced over the booth, melting through the asphalt at their feet. The goblins were wising up. Relatively speaking. Instead of trying to blast through the booth, they were lobbing missiles over it. Time was short now. Trouble tapped his mic. Kelp to base. Anything on weapons? Not a thing, Cap, came the reply. Plenty of officers with nothing to shoot set their fingers. We're charging up the old electric guns, but that's going to take 8 hours minimum. There were a couple of body armor suits over in Recon. I'm having them double-timed over here right now. 5 minutes, tops. Darvit, swore the captain. They were going to have to move. Any second now this booth would fall apart, and they would be sitting ducks for goblin fire. Beside him, the corporal was quivering in terror. For heaven's sake, snapped Trouble, pull yourself together. You shut up, retorted his brother Grub through wobbly lips. You were supposed to look out for me. Mommy said. Trouble waved a threatening finger. It's Captain Caldwell. We're on duty, Corporal, and for your information, I am looking out for you. Oh, this is looking out for me, is it? Pouted Grub. Trouble didn't know who annoyed him more, his kid brother or the goblins. Okay, Grub, this booth isn't going to last much longer. We've got to make a break for the Emporium. Understand? Grub's wobbling lips suddenly stiffened considerably. No chance. I'm not moving. You can't make me. I don't mind if I stay here for the rest of my life. Trouble raised his visor. Listen to me. If you stay, the rest of your life is going to be about 30 seconds. We have to go. But the goblins, Trub. Captain Kelp grabbed his brother by the shoulders. Don't you worry about the goblins. You worry about my foot connecting with your behind if you slow down. Grub winced. He'd had that experience before. We're going to be all right, aren't we, brother? Sorry, that was the other one. We're going to be all right, aren't we, brother? Trouble winked. Of course we are. I'm the captain, aren't I? His little brother nodded, lip losing its stiffness. Good. Now you point your nose at that door, and go when I say. Got it? More nodding. Grub's chin was bobbing faster than a woodpecker's beak. Right, Corporal. Stand by. On my command. Another fireball. Closer this time. Black smoke rose from Trouble's rubber soles. The captain poked his nose around the wall. A laser burst almost gave him a third nostril. A steel sandwich board spun around the corner, dancing with the force of a dozen charges. Photo finish, the sign said. Or fought finish, to be precise. The O had been blasted out of it. Not laser-proof then, but it would have to do. Trouble snared the revolving board, draping it over his shoulders. Armor, of sorts. The LEP suits were lined with microfilaments that would dissipate neutrino blasts or even sonic bursts, but soft noses hadn't been used in underground for decades. A burst would tear through the LEP uniform as if it were so much rice paper. He poked his brother in the back. Ready? Grub may have nodded, or it may have been that his entire body was shaking. Trouble gathered his legs beneath him, adjusting the sandwich board across his chest and back. It would withstand a couple of rounds. After that, his own body would be providing cover for Grub. Another fireball, directly between them and the Emporium. In a moment, the flame would sink a hole in the tarmac. They had to go now, through the fire. Seal your helmet. Why? Just seal it, Corporal. Grub did. You could argue with a brother, but not a commanding officer. Trouble placed a hand on Grub's back and pushed, hard. Go, go, go! They went, straight through the white heart of the flame. Trouble heard the filaments in his suit pop as they tried to cope with the heat. Boiling tar sucked at his boots, melting the rubber soles. When they were through, stumbling toward the double doors, Trouble scrubbed the soot from his visor. His men were waiting, huddled behind riot shields. 2 paramedic warlocks had their gloves off, ready to lay on hands. 10 yards to go. Goblins found range. A hail of charges sang through the air around them, pulverizing what was left of the Emporium's shop front. Trouble's crown lurched forward as a slug flattened itself against his helmet. More charges, lower down, a tight grouping between his shoulder blades. The sandwich board held. The impact lifted the captain like a kite, slamming him into his brother, and carrying them both through the decimated double doors. They were instantly hauled behind a wall of riot shields. Grub, gasped Captain Kelp, through the pain and noise and soot. Is he okay? Fine, answered the senior warlock paramedic, rolling Trouble onto his stomach. Your back, on the other hand, is going to have some lovely bruises in the morning. Captain Kelp waved the warlock away. Any word from the commander? The warlock shook his head. Nothing. Root is missing in action and Cudgeon has been reinstated as commander. Even worse, now they're saying Foley is behind this entire thing. Trouble paled, and it wasn't from the pain on his back. Foley? It can't be true. Trouble ground his teeth in frustration. Foley and the commander. He had no choice. He would have to do it. The one thing he had nightmares about. Captain Kelp struggled up onto one elbow. The air above their heads was alive with buzz from soft-nosed bursts. It was only a matter of time before they were completely overrun. It had to be done. Trouble took a deep breath. Okay, people, listen up. Retreat to Police Plaza. The troops froze. Even Grub caught himself mid-sob. Retreat? You heard me, snarled Trouble. Retreat. We can't hold the streets without arms. Now move it out. The LEP shuffled to the service main entrance, unaccustomed to losing. Call it retreat, call it a tactical maneuver. It was still running away, and who would have thought that order would ever come out and trouble Kelp's mouth? Arctic Shuttleport. Artemis and his fellow travelers took shelter in the shuttleport. Holly made the journey slung over Butler's shoulder. She protested loudly for several minutes until the commander ordered her to shut up. You just had major magical surgery, he pointed out, so just stay quiet and do your exercises. It was vital that Holly manipulate her figure constantly for the next hour or so to ensure the right tendons got reconnected. It was very important to move the index finger the way you intend to move it, especially if you're firing a weapon. They huddled around a glow cube in the deserted departures lounge. Any water? Asked Holly. I feel dehydrated after that healing. Root winked, something that didn't happen very often. Here's a little trick I learned in the field. He popped a flat-nosed shell from a clip in his belt. It was transparent and filled with a clear liquid. You won't get much of a drink from that, commented Butler. More than you'd think. This is a hydrogen shell, a miniature fire extinguisher. The water is compressed into a tiny space. You fire it into the heart of the fire, and the impact reverses the compressor. Half a gallon of water is blasted at the flames. More effective than 100 gallons poured. We call them fizzers. Very good, said Artemis dryly, if you could use your weapons. Don't need 'em, said Root, drawing a large knife. Manual works just as well. He pointed the shell's flat tip at the mouth of the canteen and popped the lid. A fizzing spray jetted into the container. There you are, Captain. Never let it be said that I don't look after my officers. Clever, admitted Artemis. And the best thing is, said the commander, pocketing the empty fizzer, these things are completely reusable. All I have to do is stick it in a pile of snow and the compressor will do the rest, so I won't even have Foley on my case for wasting equipment. Holly took a long drink, and soon the color surged back into her cheeks. Though we were ambushed by a Walkhel hit team, she mused. What does that mean? It means you have a leak, said Artemis, holding his hands close to the cube's warmth. It was my impression that this mission was top secret. Not even your council was informed. The only person who isn't here is that centaur. Holly jumped to her feet. Holly, it can't be. Foley, it can't be. Artemis raised his palms. Logic, that's all it is. This is all very well, interjected the commander, but it's conjecture. We need to assess our situation. What have we got, and what do we know for sure? Butler nodded. The commander was a being after his own heart. A soldier. Root answered his own question. You still got the shuttle, provided it's not wired. There's a locker full of provisions, Atlantean food mostly, so get used to fish and squid. And what do we know? Artemis took over. We know that the goblins have a source in the LEP. We also know if they tried to take out the LEP's head, Commander Root, then they must be after the body. Their best chance of success would be to mount both operations simultaneously. Holly chewed her lips. So that means there's probably some kind of revolution going on underground. The Walkhel against the LEP, scoffed Holly. No problem. Generally that may be true, agreed Artemis, but if your weapons are out, then so are theirs, said Root. Artemis moved closer to the glow cube. Worst case scenario. Haven has been taken by the Walkhel and the council members are either dead or imprisoned. Quite honestly, things look grim. Neither fairy responded. Grim hardly did the situation justice. Disastrous was closer to the mark. Even Artemis was slightly disheartened. None of this was helping his father. I suggest we rest here for a while, pack some provisions, and then proceed toward Murmansk as soon as we get some cloud cover. Butler can search this man Vaskin's apartment. Perhaps we will be lucky, and my father will be there. I realize that we are at a slight disadvantage without weapons, but we still have surprise on our side. No one spoke for several moments. It was an uneasy silence. Everybody knew what should be said, but nobody wanted to say it. Artemis, said Butler eventually, laying a hand on the boy's shoulder. We're in no shape to go up against the Mafia. We don't have any firepower, and our colleagues need to get underground, so we don't have any magic. If we go in there now, we're not coming out. Any of us. Artemis stared deep into the glow cube. But my father is so close, Butler. I can't give up now. In spite of herself, Holly was touched by his unwillingness to give up against all the odds. She was certain that, for once, Artemis wasn't trying to manipulate anybody. He was simply a boy who missed his father. Maybe her defenses were down, but she felt sorry for him. "We're not giving up, Artemis," she said softly. "We're regrouping. There's a difference. We'll be back. Remember, it's always darkest before the dawn." Artemis looked at her. "What dawn? We're in the Arctic, remember?" Operations booth. Foley was furious with himself. After all the security encryptions he'd built into his systems, Opal Cowboy had simply strolled in here and hijacked the entire network. And what's more, the LEP had paid her for the job. The center had to admire her nerve. It was a brilliantly simple plan. Apply for the upgrade contract, submit the lowest estimate, get the LEP to give you an access to all areas chip, and then piggyback spy cams on the local systems. Foley would be willing to bet that Opal had even billed the LEP for the surveillance equipment. Foley pushed a few buttons experimentally. No response. Not that he'd expected any. Doubtless, Opal Cowboy had everything wired down to the last fiber optic. Perhaps she was watching him at this very moment. He could just imagine her, coiled up on a cowboy hoverboy, giggling at the plasma screen, his greatest live rival gloating over his destruction. Foley growled. She may have caught him off guard once, but it wouldn't happen again. He would not go to pieces for Opal Cowboy's entertainment. Then again, maybe he would. The centaur began to heave theoretical sobs, peeping out between his fingers. Now, if I were a button camera, where would I hide? Somewhere the sweeper wouldn't check. Foley glanced at the bug sweeper, a small, complex-looking mass of cables and chips attached to the roof. The only place the sweeper didn't check was inside the sweeper itself. Now he knew Opal's vantage point for all the good it did him. If the camera was piggybacking inside the sweeper, there would be a small blind spot directly below the unit's titanium casing. The Pixie could still see everything of importance. He was still locked out of the computer and locked into the operations booth. The centaur cradled his head between his hands, the picture of a beaten fairy. In fact, he was scanning the booth. What had come in since the Cowboy upgrades? There must be some untainted equipment. There was nothing except junk. A roll of fiber optic cable, a few conductor clips, and a few tools. Nothing useful. Then something winked at him from beneath a workstation. A green light. Ferry's heart jumped 10 beats per minute. He knew instantly what it was. Artemis Fowl's laptop computer, complete with modem and email capability. He willed himself to remain calm. Opal Cowboy couldn't possibly have bugged it. The device had only come in hours ago. He hadn't even got around to dismantling it yet. The centaur clocked across to his toolbox and, in a fit of frustration, dumped the contents onto the plasma tiles. He was not so frustrated that he forgot to snag some cable and snips. The next step in his faked breakdown was to flop onto the worktop, sobbing uncontrollably. Naturally, he had to flop over the precise spot where Holly had left the laptop. With a casual kick, Foley slid the computer into the space where the sweeper's blind spot should be. So far, so good. Foley popped the laptop's lid and quickly shut off the speakers. Humans would insist on their machines beeping at the most inopportune time. Humans would insist on their machines beeping at the most inopportune moments. He allowed one hand to drag across the keyboard, and moments later he was in the email program. Now for the problem. Wireless internet access is one thing, but access from the center of the Earth is quite another. Cradling his head in the crook of one arm, Foley jimmied one end of the fiber optic cable into a scope uplink port. The scopes were shrouded trackers concealed on American communication satellites. Now he had an aerial. Let's hope the Mud Boy was switched on. Cowboy Laboratories. Opal Cowboy had never had so much fun. The underworld was literally her plaything. She stretched on her cowboy hoverboy like a contented cat, eyes devouring the chaos on the plasma monitors. The LEP had no chance. It was only a matter of time before the Bawakel gained access to Belize Plaza. Then the city was theirs. Next came Atlantis, then the human world. Opal floated between the screens, soaking up every detail. In the city, goblins flowed from every inch of darkness, armed and thirsty for blood. Soft-nosed slugs ripped chunks from historic edifices. Ordinary fairies barricaded themselves in their houses, praying that the marauding gangs would pass them by. Businesses were looted and torched. Not too much torching, she hoped. Opal Cowboy had no desire to be queen of a war zone. A comm screen opened the main display. It was Cudgeon on their secure line, and he seemed equally happy, the cold happiness of revenge. Briar, squealed Opal, this is wonderful. I wish you were here to see it. Soon, I must remain with my troops. After all, because I was the one who unearthed Foley's treachery, the Council has reinstated me as commander. How is our prisoner? Opal glanced at the Foley screen. Disappointing, frankly. I expected some plotting, an escape attempt at least, but all he does is mope about and throw the odd tantrum. Cudgeon's smile widened. Suicidal, I expect. In fact, I'm certain of it. Then the recently promoted commander was all business again. What of the LEP? Any unexpected brainwaves? No, exactly as you predicted. They are cowering in Police Plaza like tortoises in their shells. Shall I shut off local communications? Cudgeon shook his head. No, they forecast their every move on their so-called secure channels. Keep them open, just in case. Opal Cowboy hovered closer to the screen. Tell me again, Briar. Tell me about the future. For a moment, annoyance flashed across Cudgeon's face. But today, of all days, his good humor could not be suppressed for long. The Council has been told that Foley orchestrated the sabotage from his locked operations booth, but you shall miraculously override the Centaur's program and return control of Police Plaza's DNA cannons to the LEP. Those ridiculous goblins shall be overrun. I shall be the hero of the resistance, and you shall be my princess. Every military contract for the next 500 years shall belong to Cowboy Laboratories. Opal's breath caught in her throat. And then, together we will rid the earth of these tiresome mudmen. That, my dear, is the future. Pretty ambitious, aren't they? Arctic Shuttleport. Artemis's phone rang. Something even he hadn't anticipated. Artemis stripped off a glove with his teeth, tearing the mobile phone from his Velcro strip. Text message, he said, navigating through the cell phone's menu. No one has this number except Butler. Holly folded her arms. Obviously someone does. Artemis ignored her tone. It must be Foley. He's been monitoring my wireless communications for months. Either he's using my computer, or he found a way to unify our platforms. I see, said Butler and Root together. Two big lies. Holly was unimpressed by all the jargon. What does it say? Holly tapped the tiny screen. See for yourself. Captain Short took the cell phone, scrolling through the message. Her face grew longer with each line. Commander Root, trouble below, haven overrun by goblins, Police Plaza surrounded, Cudgeon and Opal Cowboy behind plot, no weapons or communications, DNA cannons controlled by Cowboy. I am trapped in operations booth. Council thinks I am to blame. If alive, please help. If not, wrong number. Holly swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. This is not good. The commander jumped to his feet, grabbing the cell phone. No, he declared moments later, it certainly isn't. Cudgeon! All the time it was Cudgeon. Why didn't I see it? Can we get a message to Foley? Artemis considered it. No, there's no network here. I'm surprised we could even receive. Couldn't you rig it somehow? Certainly. Just give me 6 months, some specialized equipment, and 3 miles of steel girder. Holly snorted. Some criminal mastermind you turned out to be. Butler placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Shh, he whispered. Artemis is thinking. Artemis stared deep into the glow cube's liquid plasma heart. We have 2 options, he began after a moment. Nobody interrupted, not even Holly. After all, it had been Artemis Fowl who devised a way to escape the fairy time field. We could get some human aid. No doubt some of Butler's more dubious acquaintances could be persuaded to help, for a fee, of course. Root shook his head. No good. They could be mind-wiped afterward. Sometimes wipes don't take. The last thing we need is mercenaries with residual memories. Option 2. We break into Cowboy laboratories and return weapons control to the LEP. The commander guffawed. Break into Cowboy laboratories? Are you serious? That entire compound is built on bedrock. There are no windows, and they have blast-resistant walls and DNA stun cannons. Any unauthorized personnel who to come within 100 yards gets blasted right between the pointy ears. Butler whistled. Seems like a whole lot of hardware for an engineering company. I know, sighed Root. Cowboy Labs had special permits. I signed them myself. Butler considered it for several moments. Can't be done, he pronounced eventually. Not without the blueprints. Darvit, swore the commander. I never thought I'd say this, but there's only one ferry for a job like this. Holly nodded. Mulch Diggums. Diggums? A dwarf. Career criminal. The only ferry ever to break into Cobalt laboratories and live. Unfortunately, we lost him last year, tunneling out of your manor, as it happens. I remember him, said Butler. Nearly took my head off. A slippery character. Root laughed softly. 8 times I nabbed old Mulch. The last one was for the Cowboy Labs job. As I recall, Mulch and his cousin set up as building contractors, a way to get plans for secure facilities. They got the Cowboy contract. Mulch left himself a back door. Typical Diggums, he breaks into the most secure facility under the planet, then tries to sell an alchemy vat to one of my squeals. Artemis sat up. Alchemy? You have alchemy vats? Stop drooling, mud boy, they're experimental. The ancient warlocks used to be able to turn lead into gold, according to the book, but the secret was lost. Even Opal Cowboy hasn't managed it yet. Oh, said Artemis, disappointed. Believe it or not, I almost missed that criminal. He had a way of insulting a person. Root glanced toward the heavens. I wonder if he's up there now, looking down on us. In a manner of speaking, said Holly guiltily. Actually, Commander, Mulch Diggums is in Los Angeles. Chapter 11. Mulch Ado About Nothing. Los Angeles. Mulch Diggums was, in fact, outside the apartment of an Oscar-winning actress. Of course, she didn't know he was there, and naturally he was up to no good. Once a thief, always a thief. Not that Mulch needed the money. He'd done very well out of Artemis Fowl's siege, well enough to take out a lease on a penthouse apartment in Beverly Hills. He'd stocked the apartment with a Pioneer entertainment system, a full DVD library, and enough beef jerky to last a lifetime. Time for a decade of rest and relaxation. But life is not like that. It refuses to curl up and sit quietly in a corner. The habits of several centuries would not go away. Halfway through the James Bond collection, Mulch realized he missed the bad old days. Soon the penthouse suite's reclusive occupant was taking midnight strolls. These strolls generally ended up inside other people's homes. Initially, Mulch just visited, savoring the thrill of defeating sophisticated Mudman security systems. Then he began to take trophies. Small things. A crystal goblet, an ashtray, or a cat if he was peckish. Soon Mulch Diggums began to crave the old notoriety, and his pilferings grew larger. Gold bars, goose egg diamonds, or pit bull terriers if he was really famished. The Oscar thing began quite by accident. He nabbed one as a curiosity on a midweek break into New York. Best original screenplay. The following morning he was front-page news coast to coast. You'd think he'd ripped off a medical convoy instead of a gilded statuette. Mulch, of course, was delighted. He'd found his new nocturnal pastime. In the next 2 weeks, Mulch filched Best Soundtrack and Best Special Effects Academy Awards. The tabloids went crazy. They even gave him a nickname, the Grouch, after another well-known Oscar. When Mulch read that one, his toes wriggled for joy, and dwarf toes wriggling are quite a sight. They are nimble as fingers, as double-jointed, and the less said about the smell, the better. Mulch's mission became clear. He had to assemble an entire set. Over the next 6 months, the Grouch struck all across the United States. He even made a trip to Italy to collect Best Foreign Language Film Award. He had a special cabinet made with tinted glass that could be blacked out at the touch of a button. Mulch Diggums felt alive again. Of course, Oscar winners all over the planet tripled their security, which is just the way Mulch liked it. There was no challenge in breaking into a shack on the beach. High-rise and high-tech, that was what the public wanted. So that's what the Grouch gave them. The papers ate it up. He was a hero. During the daylight hours when he couldn't venture outside, Mulch busied himself writing the screenplay of his own exploits. Tonight was a big night, the last statuette. He was going for a Best Actress award, and not just any old Best Actress. Tonight's target was temptress Jamaican beauty Maggie V. This year's winner for her portrayal of Precious, a temptress Jamaican beauty. Maggie V had stated publicly that if the Crouch tried anything in her apartment, he would get a lot more than he bargained for. How could Mulch resist a challenge like that? The building itself was easy to locate, a 10-story block of glass and steel just off Sunset Boulevard, a midnight stroll south of Mulch's own home. So the intrepid dwarf packed his tools, preparing to burglarize his way into the history books. Maggie V was on the top floor. There was no question of going up the stairs, elevator, or shaft. It would have to be an outside job. In preparation for the climb, Mulch had not had anything to drink in 2 days. Dwarf pores are not just for sweating. They can take in moisture, too. Pretty handy when you are trapped in a cave-in for days on end. Even if you can't get your mouth to a drink, every inch of skin can leach water from the surrounding earth. When a dwarf was thirsty, as Mulch was now, his pores opened to the size of pinholes and began to suck like crazy. This could be extremely useful if, say, you had to climb the side of a tall building. Mulch took off his shoes and gloves, donned a stolen LEP helmet, and began to climb. Shoot E-37. Holly could feel the commander's glare crisping the hairs on the back of her neck. She tried to ignore it, concentrating on not dashing the Atlantean ambassador's shuttle against walls of the Arctic chute. So, all this time, you knew Mulch Diggums was alive? Holly nudged the starboard thruster to avoid a missile of half-melted rock. Not for sure, Foley just had this theory. The commander wrung an imaginary neck. Foley, why am I not surprised? Artemis smirked from his seat in the passenger area. Now you two, we need to work it together as a team. So tell me about Foley's theory, Captain, ordered Root, belting himself into the co-pilot's seat. Holly activated the static wash on the shuttle's external cameras. Positive and negative charges dislodged the sheets of dust from the lenses. Foley thought Mulch's death a bit suspicious, given that he was the best tunnel ferry in the business. Why didn't he come to me? It was just a hunch. With respect, you know what you're like with hunches, Commander. Root nodded grudgingly. It was true, he didn't have time for hunches. It was hard evidence or get out of my office until you got some. The Centaur did a bit of investigating on his own time. The first thing he realized was that the gold recovered was a bit light. I negotiated for the return of half the ransom, and by Foley's reckoning, the cart was about 24 bars short. The commander lit one of his trademark fungus cigars. He had to admit it sounded promising. Gold missing, Mulch Diggums within 100 miles. 2 and 2 make 4. As you know, it's standard procedure to spray any LEP property with selenium-based tracker, including the ransom gold. So Foley runs a scan for selenium, and he picks up hotspots all over Los Angeles, particularly at the Curly Hotel in Beverly Hills. When he hacks into the building computer, he finds the penthouse resident is listed as one Lance Digger. Root's pointy ears quivered. Digger? Exactly, nodded Holly. A bit more than coincidence. Foley came to me at that point, and I advised him to get some satellite photos before taking the file to you. Except Mr. Digger is proving very elusive. Am I right? Dead on. Root's coloring went from rose to tomato. Mulch, that rascal! How did he do it? Holly shrugged. We're guessing he transferred his iris cam to some local wildlife, maybe a rabbit, then collapsed the tunnel. The life signs we were reading belonged to some rabbit. Exactly. In theory. I'll kill him, exclaimed Root, pounding the control panel. Can't this bucket go any faster? Always a good one to rewatch. Still haven't finished it, so no spoilers. Los Angeles. Mulch scaled the building without much difficulty. There were external closed-circuit cameras, but the helmet's ion filter showed exactly where those cameras were pointed. It was as simple a matter to crawl along the blind spots. Within an hour, the dwarf was suckered outside Maggie V's apartment on the 10th floor. The windows were triple glazed with bulletproof coating. Movie stars. Paranoid, every one of them. Naturally, there was an alarm sitting on top of the pane, and a motion sensor crouching on a wall like a frozen cricket. Only to be expected. Mulch melted a hole in the glass with a bottle of dwarf rock polish, used to clean up diamonds in the mines. Humans actually cut diamonds to shine them. Imagine, half the stone down the drain. Next, the Grouch used his helmet's ion filter to sweep the room for the motion sensor's range. The red ion stream revealed that the sensor was focused on the floor. No matter, Mulch intended on going along the wall. Horace still crying out for water, the dwarf crept along the partition, making maximum use of a stainless steel shelving system that almost completely surrounded the main sitting room. The next step was to find the actual Oscar. It could be hidden anywhere, including under Maggie V's pillow, but this room was as good a place to start as any. You never know, he might get lucky. Mulch activated the helmet's X-ray filter, scanning the walls for a safe. Nothing. He tried the floor. Humans were getting smarter these days. There, under a fake zebra rug, a metal cuboid. Easy. The Grouch approached the motion sensor from above, very gently twisting the neck until the gadget was surveying the ceiling. The floor was now safe. Mulch dropped to the rug, testing the surface with his tactile toes. No pressure pads sewn into the rug's lining. He rolled back the fake fur, revealing a hatch in the wooden floor. The joins were barely visible to the naked eye. But Mulch was an expert, and his eyes weren't naked. They were aided by LAP zoom lenses. He wormed a nail into the crack, flipping the hatch. The safe itself was a bit of a disappointment, not even lead-lined. He could see right into the mechanism with the X-ray filter. A simple combination lock, only 3 digits. Mulch turned the filter off. What was the point in breaking a see-through lock? Instead, he put his ear to the door, jiggling the dial. In 15 seconds, the door was open at his feet. The Oscar's gold plating winked at him. Mulch made a big mistake at that moment. He relaxed. In the Grouch's mind, he was already back in his own apartment, swigging from a 2-gallon bottle of ice-cold water. And relaxed thieves are destined for prison. Mulch neglected to check the statuette for traps, plucking it straight from the safe. If he had checked, he would have realized that there was a wire attached magnetically to the base. When the Oscar was removed, a circuit was broken, allowing all hell to break loose. Shoot E-37. Holly set the autopilot to hover at 10,000 feet below surface. She slapped herself on the chest to release the harness, then joined the others in the rear of the shuttle. 2 problems. Firstly, if we go any lower, we'll be picked up on the scanners, presuming they're still operating. Why am I not looking forward to number 2, asked Butler. Secondly, this particular chute was retired when we pull out of the Arctic. Which means the supply tunnels were collapsed. We have no way into the chute system without supply tunnels. No problem, declared Root. We blast the wall. Holly sighed. With what, Commander? This is a diplomatic craft. We don't have any cannons. Root Butler plucked 2 concussor eggs from a pouch on his moon belt. Will these do? Foley thought they might come in handy. Artemis groaned. If he didn't know better, he'd swear the manservant was enjoying this. Los Angeles. Uh-oh, breathed Mulch. In a matter of moments, things had gone from rosy to extremely dangerous. Once the security circuit was broken, a side door slid open, admitting 2 very large German shepherds, the ultimate canine watchdogs. They were followed by their handler, a huge man covered in protective clothing. It appeared as though he was dressed in doormats. Obviously, the dogs were unstable. Nice doggies, said Mulch, slowly unbuttoning his back flap. Chute E-37. Holly nudged the flight controls, inching the shuttle closer to the chute's wall. That's as near as we get, she said into her helmet mic. Any closer and the thermals could flip us back against the rock face. Thermals, growled Root. You never said anything about thermals before I climbed out here. The commander was spread-eagled on the port wing, a concussor egg jammed down each boot. Sorry, Commander, someone has to fly this bird. Root muttered under his breath, dragging himself closer to the wingtip. While the turbulence was nowhere as severe as it would have been on a moving craft, the buffeting thermals were quite enough to shake the commander like a dice in a cup. All that kept him going was the thought of his fingers tightening around Mulch Diggum's throat. Just a few feet, he gasped into the mic. At least they had communications. The shuttle had its own local intercom. A few more feet, and I can make it. No go, Commander. That's your lot. Root risked a peek into the abyss. The chute stretched on forever, winding down to the orange magma glow at the Earth's core. This was madness. Crazy. There must be another way. At this point, the commander would even be willing to risk an above-ground flight. Then Julius Root has a vision. It could have been the sulfur fumes, stress, or even lack of food. The commander could have sworn Mulch Diggum's features appeared before him, etched into the rock face. The face was sucking on a cigar and smirking. His determination returned in a surge. Bested by a criminal. Not likely. Root clambered to his feet, drying sweaty palms on his jumpsuit. The thermals plucked at his limbs like mischievous ghosts. Ready to put some distance between us and this soon-to-be hole? He shouted into the mic. Bet on it, Commander, responded Holly. As soon as we have you back in the hold, we're out of here. Okay, stand by. Root fired the piton dart from his belt. The titanium head sank easily into the rock. The commander knew that tiny charges inside the dart would blow out into flanges, securing it inside the face. 5 yards. Not a great distance to swing on a piton cord. But it wasn't the swinging, really. It was the bone-crushing drop and the lack of handholds on the chute wall. Come on, Julius, sniggered Root's mulch rock mirage. Let's see what you look like spattered against a wall. You shut your mouth, convict, roared the commander, and he jumped, swinging into the void. The rock face rushed out to meet him, knocking the breath from his lungs. Root ground his back teeth against the pane. He hoped nothing was broken, because after the Russian trip, he didn't even have enough magic left to make a daisy bloom, never mind heal a fractured rib. The shuttle's forward lights picked out the laser burns where the LEP tunnel dwarfs had sealed the end supply chute. The weld line would be the weak spot. Root slotted the concussor eggs along 2 indents. I'm coming for you, Diggums, he muttered, crushing the capsule detonators embedded in each one. 30 seconds now. Root cut the piton loose, aiming a second dart at the shuttle wing. An easy shot. He made this kind of thing in his sleep in the sim range. Unfortunately, the simulations didn't have thermals flouling things up at the last moment. Just as the commander loosed his dart, the edge of a particularly strong whirlpool of gas cut the shuttle's rear, spinning it 40 degrees counterclockwise. The dart missed by a yard. It spun into the abyss, trailing the commander's lifeline behind it. Root had 2 options. He could rewind the cord using his belt winch, or he could jettison the piton and try again with his spare. Julius unhooked the cord. It would be faster to try again. A good plan, had he not already used his spare to get them out from under the ice. The commander remembered this half a second after he'd cut loose his only piton. Darv it, he swore, patting his belt for a dart he knew would not be there. Trouble, Commander? Asked Holly, her voice strained from wrestling with the controls. No pitons left and the charges are set. Followed a brief silence. Very brief. No time for lengthy consultations. Root glanced at his moodometer. 25 seconds and counting. Then Holly's voice came over the headset. It was not bursting with enthusiasm or confidence. Commander? You wearing any metal? Yes, replied Root, puzzled. My breastplate, buckle, insignia, blaster. Why? Holly nudged the shuttle a shade closer. Any nearer was suicide. Put it like this. How fond of you are your ribs? Why? I think I know how to get you out of there. How? I could tell you, but you're not going to like it. Tell me, Captain. That's a direct order. Holly told him. He didn't like it. Los Angeles. Dwarf gas. Not the most tasteful of subjects. Even dwarfs don't like to talk about it. Many a dwarf wife was known to scold her husband for venting gas at home and not leaving it in the tunnels. The fact is that, genetically, dwarfs are prone to gas attacks, especially if they've been keyed in clay in the mine. A dwarf can take in several pounds of dirt a second through his unhinged jaws. That's a lot of clay, with a lot of air in it. All this waste has to go somewhere, so it goes south. To put it politely, the tunnels are self-sealing. Mulch hadn't eaten clay in months, but he still had a few bubbles of gas at his disposal when he needed them. The dogs were poised to attack. Slobber hung in ribbons from their gaping jaws. He would be torn to pieces. Mulch concentrated. The familiar bubbling began in his stomach, pulling out of shape. It felt as though there were a couple of gnome garbage wrestlers going for a couple rounds in there. Dwarf gritted his teeth. This was going to be a big one. The handler blew a football whistle. The dogs lunged forward like torpedoes with teeth. Mulch let go with a stream of gas, blowing a hole in the rug and propelling himself to the ceiling, where his thirsty pores anchored him. Safe, for the moment. The German shepherds were particularly surprised. In their time, they had chewed their way through the most creatures in the food chain. This was something new, and not altogether pleasant. You have to remember that a dog's nose is far more sensitive than a human one. The handler blew his whistle a few more times, but any control he might have had disappeared the moment Mulch flew through the air on a jet of recycled wind. As soon as the dog's nasal passages cleared, they began to leap, teeth gnashing at the apex. Mulch swallowed. Dogs are smarter than the average goblin. It was only a matter of time before they thought to scale the furniture to make a jump from there. Mulch made for the window, but the handler was there before him, blocking the hole with his padded body. Mulch noticed him fumbling with a weapon at his belt. This was getting serious. Dwarfs are many things, but bulletproof is not one of them. To make matters worse, Maggie V appeared at the bedroom door, brandishing a chrome baseball bat. This was not the Maggie V the public was used to. Her face was covered in green clay mask, and there appeared to be a tea bag taped under each eye. "Now we have you, Mr. Grouch," she gloated, "and suction pads aren't going to save you." Mulch realized that his career as the Grouch was over. Whether he escaped or not, the LAPD would be visiting every dwarf in the city come sunrise. Mulch only had one card left to play, the gift of tongues. Every fairy was a natural grasp of languages, since all tongues are based on Gnomish if you trace them back far enough, including American dog. Arf grunted much. Arf, roarf, arf. Dogs froze. One attempted to freeze him mid-leap, landing on his partner. They chewed each other's tails for a moment, then remembered there was a creature on the ceiling barking at them. His accent was terrible, something Central European, but it was dog, nevertheless. "A roof?" inquired dog number one. Mulch pointed at the handler. "Woof arfy a roof. That human has a big bone inside his shirt," he grunted. Obviously, that's a translation. The German shepherds pounced on their handler. Mulch scampered to the hole in the window, and Maggie V howled so much her mask cracked and her tea bags fell off. And even though the Grouch knew that this particular chapter in his career was closed, the weight of Maggie V's Academy Award inside his shirt gave him no little satisfaction. Shoot E-37. 20 seconds left before the concussors blew, and the commander was still flattened against the chute wall. They had no wing sets, and no time to get outside even if they had. They couldn't pull Root out of there right now, then he'd be blown off the wall and into the abyss. And magic didn't work on melted slump. There's only one option. Holly would have to use the gripper clamps. All shuttles are equipped with secondary landing gear. If the docking nodes fail, then the 4 magnetic gripper clamps could be blasted from recessed grooves. These clamps will latch onto the metal underside of the landing bay dock, reeling the shuttle into the airlock. The grippers also came in handy in unfamiliar environments, where the magnets would seek out trace elements and latch on like sucker slugs. "Okay, Julius, don't move a muscle." Root paled. Julius. Holly had called him Julius. That was not good. 10 seconds. Holly flicked down the small view screen. "Release forward port docking clamp." A grating hum signaled the clamp's release. Commander's image appeared in the view screen. Even from here he looked worried. Holly centered a crosshairs on his chest. "Captain Short, are you absolutely sure about this?" Holly ignored her superior. "Range 15 yards, magnets only." "Holly, maybe I could jump. I could make it. I'm sure I could make it." 5 seconds. Fire port clamp. 6 tiny charges ignited around the clamp's base, sending the metal disc rocketing from its socket, trailed by a length of retractable polymer cable. Root opened his mouth to swear, but the clamp crashed into his chest, driving every gasp of air from his body. Several somethings cracked. Reel it in, spat Holly into the computer mic, simultaneously peeling across the chute. The commander was dragged behind like an extreme surfer. 0 seconds. The concussors blew, sending 4 tons of rubble careering into the void, a drop in an ocean of magma. A minute later, the commander was strapped on a gurney in the Atlantean ambassador's sickbay. It hurt to breathe, but that wasn't going to stop him talking. Captain Short, he rasped, what the hell were you thinking? I could have been killed. Butler ripped open Roots, turning to survey the damage. You could have been. 5 more seconds and you were pulp. It's thanks to Holly that you are still alive. Holly grabbed a medipack from the first aid box. She crumpled it between her fingers to activate the crystals. Another of Foley's inventions. Ice packs infused with healing crystals. No substitute for magic, but better than a hug and a kiss. Where does it hurt? Root coughed, blood spluttering his uniform. The general bodily area. Couple ribs gone. Holly chewed her lip. She was no doctor, and healing was by no means an automatic business. Things could go wrong. Holly knew a vice captain once who had broken a leg and passed out. He woke up with one foot pointing backward. Not that Holly hadn't performed some tricky operations before. When Artemis had wanted his mother's depression cured, she had been in a different time zone. Holly had sent out a strong positive signal, with enough sparks in it to hang around for a few days. A short, sort of general pick-me-up. Anyone who even visited Fowl Manor for the following week should have gone away whistling. Holly, groaned Root. Okay, she stammered. Okay. She laid her hands on Root's chest, sending the magic scurrying down her fingers. Heal, she breathed. The commander's eyes rolled back in his head. The magic was shutting him down for the recuperation. Holly laid a medipack on the unconscious Sally Beach officer's chest. Hold that, she instructed Artemis. 10 minutes only, otherwise there'll be tissue damage. Artemis applied the pressure to the back. His fingers were quickly submerged in a pool of blood. Suddenly, the desire to pass a smart remark utterly deserted him. First physical excise, then actual bodily harm. And now this. These past few days were turning out to be quite educational. He'd almost preferred to be back in St. Bartleby's. Ollie returned quickly to the cockpit, panning the external cameras toward the supply tunnel. Butler squeezed into the co-pilot's chair. Well, he asked, what have we got? Holly grinned, and for a second her expression reminded the manservant of Artemis Fowl. We've got a big hole. Good. Let's go visit an old friend. Holly's thumbs hovered over the thrusters. Yes, she said. Let's. The Atlantean shuttle disappeared into the supply tunnel faster than a carrot down Foley's gullet. And for those who don't know, that's pretty fast. Crowley Hotel, Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Mulch made it back to his hotel undetected. Of course, this time he didn't have to scale the walls. It would have been more of a challenge than Maggie V's building. The walls here were brick, very porous. His fingers would have leached the moisture from the stone and lost their suction. No, this time Mulch used the main foyer. And why shouldn't he? As far as the doorman was concerned, he was Lance Digger, reclusive millionaire. Short maybe, but short and rich. Evening, Art, said Mulch, saluting the doorman on his way to the elevator. Art peered over the marble-topped desk. Ah, Mr. Digger, it's you, he said, slightly puzzled. I thought I heard you passing below my sight line only moments ago. Nope, grinned Mulch. First time tonight. Night wind, perhaps. Maybe. You'd think they'd block up the holes in this building. All the rent I'm paying. You would indeed, agreed Art. Always agree with the tenants. Company policy. Inside the mirrored elevator, Mulch used a telescopic pointer to push P for the penthouse. For the first few months he had jumped to reach the button, but that was undignified behavior for a millionaire. And besides, he was certain that Art could hear the thumping from the security desk. The mirrored box rose silently, flickering past the floors toward the penthouse. Mulch resisted the urge to take out the Academy Award out of his bag. Someone could board the elevator. He contented himself with a long drink from a bottle of Irish spring water, the closest to fairy pure it was possible to get. As soon as he had stowed the Oscar, he would run a cold bath and give his pores a drink. Otherwise, he could wake up in the morning glued to the bed. Mulch's door was key-coded, a 14-number sequence. Nothing like a bit of paranoia to keep you out of prison. Even though the LAP believed that he was dead, Mulch could never quite shake the feeling that one day Julius Root would figure it all out and come looking for him. The apartment decor was quite unusual for a human dwelling. A lot of clay, crumbling rock, and water features, more like the inside of a cave than an exclusive Beverly Hills residence. The northern wall appeared to be a single slab of black marble. Appeared to be. Closer inspection revealed a 40-inch flat-screen television, a DVD slot, and a tinted glass pane. Mulch hefted a remote control bigger than his leg, popping the hidden cabinet with another complicated key code. Inside were 3 rows of Oscars. Mulch placed Maggie V's on a waiting velvet pad. He wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. "I'd like to thank the Academy," giggled the dwarf. "Very touching," said a voice behind him. Mulch slammed the cabinet door shut, cracking the glass pane. There was a human youth beside the rockery, in his apartment. The boy's appearance was strange even by Mudman standards. He was abnormally pale, raven-haired, and slender, dressed in a school suit and that looked as though it had been dragged across 2 continents. The hairs on Mulch's chin stiffened. This boy was trouble. Dwarf hair is never wrong. "Your alarm was amusing," continued the boy. "It took me several seconds to bypass it." Mulch knew he was in trouble then. Human police didn't break into people's apartments. "Who are you, boy?" "I think the question here is, who are you? Are you reclusive millionaire Lance Digger? Are you the notorious Crouch? Or perhaps, as Foley suspects, you are escaped convict Mulch Diggins?" Mulch ran, the last vestiges of gas providing him with an extra burst of speed. He had no idea who this mudboy was, but if Foley had sent him, then he was a bounty hunter of one kind or another. The dwarf raced across the sunken lounge, making for his escape route. It was the reason he had chosen this building. In the early 1900s, a wide-bore chimney had run the length of the multi-story building. When a central heating system had been installed in the 50s, the building contractor had simply packed the chute with dirt, popping it off with the seal of concrete. Mulch had smelled the vein of soil the second his real estate agent had opened the door. It had been a simple matter to uncover the old fireplace and chip away the concrete. Voila! Instant tunnel. Mulch unbuttoned his back flap on the run. The strange youth made no attempt to follow him. Why would he? There was nowhere to go. The dwarf spared a second for a parting shot. "You'll never take me alive, human. Tell Foley not to send a mudman to do a fairy's job." Oh dear, thought Artemis, rubbing his brow. Hollywood had a lot to answer for. Mulch tore a basket of dried flowers from the fireplace and dived right in. He unhinged his jaw and was quickly submerged in the century-old clay. It was not really to his taste. The minerals and nutrients had long since dried up. Instead, the soil was infused with hundreds of years of burnt refuse and tobacco ash. But it was clay nevertheless, and this was what dwarves were born to do. Mulch felt his anxiety melt away. There wasn't a creature alive that could catch him now. This was his domain. The dwarf descended rapidly, chewing his way down floor by floor. More than one wall collapsed on his way past. Mulch had a feeling that he wouldn't be getting his deposit back, even if he had been around to collect it. In a little over a minute, Mulch had reached the basement parking garage. He rehinged, gave his rear end a shake to dislodge any bubbles of gas, then tumbled through the grate. His specially adapted four-wheel drive was waiting for him, fueled up, blacked out, and ready to go. "Suckers," gloated the dwarf, fishing the keys from the chain around his neck. Then Captain Holly Short materialized not 2 feet away. "Suckers," she said, powering up her buzz baton. Mulch considered his options. The basement floor was asphalt. Asphalt was death to dwarfs, sealed up their insides like glue. There appeared to be a man mountain blocking the basement ramp. Mulch had seen that one before in Foul Manor. That meant the human upstairs must be the infamous Artemis Fowl. Captain Short was dead ahead, looking none too merciful. Only one way to go, back into the flue. Up a couple of stories and hide out in another apartment. Holly grinned. "Go on, Mulch. I dare you." And Mulch did. He turned, launching himself back into the chimney, expecting a sharp shock on the rear end. He was not disappointed. How could Holly miss a target like that? Chute E116, below Los Angeles. The Los Angeles shuttleport was 10 miles south of the city, hidden beneath a holographic projection of a sand dune. Root was waiting for them in the shuttle. He had recovered just enough to crack a grin. Well, well, he grunted, hauling himself off the gurney, a fresh medipack strapped across his ribs. If it isn't my favorite reprobate, back from the dead. Mulch helped himself to a jar of squid pate from the Atlantean ambassador's personal cooler. Why is it, Julius, that you never pay me a social visit? After all, I did save your career back in Ireland. If it hadn't been for me, you never would have known about Fowl's copy of the book. When Root was fuming, as he was now, you could have toasted marshmallows on his cheeks. We had a deal, convict. You broke it, and now I'm bringing you in. Mulch scooped dollops of pate from the jar with his stubby fingers. Could use a little Beetlejuice, he commented. Enjoy it while you can, Diggums, because your next meal is going to be pushed through a slot in a door. The dwarf settled back in a padded chair. Comfortable. I thought so, agreed Artemis. Some form of liquid suspension. Expensive, I imagine. Sure breeds prison shuttles, agreed Mulch. I remember this one time they caught me selling a Van Gogh to a Texan. I was transported in a shuttle the size of a mouse hole. They had a troll in the next cubicle. Stank something awful. Ollie grinned. That's what the troll said. Root knew that he was being goaded, but he blew his top anyway. Listen to me, convict. I have not traveled all this way to listen to your war stories, so you shut your trap before I shut it for you. Mulch was unimpressed by the outburst. Just out of interest, Julius, why have you traveled all this way? The great Commander Root commandeering an ambassador's shuttle just to apprehend little old me? I don't think so. So what's going on? And what's with the mudmen? He nodded at Butler. Especially that one. Manservant grinned. Remember me, little man? Seems to me I owe you something. Mulch swallowed. He had crossed swords with Butler before. It hadn't ended well for the human. Mulch had vented a bowelful of dwarf gas directly at the manservant. Very embarrassing for a bodyguard of his status, not to mention painful. For the first time, Root smiled, even though it stretched his lips. Okay, Mulch, you're right. Something is going on. Something important. I thought so, and as usual, you need me to do your dirty work. Mulch rubbed his rump. Well, assaulting me isn't going to help. You didn't have to buzz me so hard, Captain. That's going to leave a mark. Ollie cupped a hand around one pointed ear. Hey, Mulch, if you listen really hard, you can just about make out the sound of nobody giving a hoot. From what I saw, you were living pretty well on LEB gold. That apartment cost me a fortune, you know. The deposit alone was 4 years of your salary. Did you see the view? It used to belong to some movie director. Ollie raised an eyebrow. Glad to see the money was put to good use. Heaven forbid you should squander it. Mulch shrugged. Hey, I'm a thief. What did you expect? I'd start a shelter? Artemis cleared his throat. This reunion is all very touching, but while you're exchanging witticisms, my father is freezing in the Arctic. The dwarf zipped up his suit. His father? You want me to rescue Artemis Fowl's father? In the Arctic? There was real fear in his voice. Dwarfs hated ice almost as much as fire. Root shook his head. I wish it were that simple, and in a few minutes, so will you. Mulch's beard hairs curled in apprehension, and as his grandmother always said, trust the hair, Mulch. Trust the hair. Chapter 12. The boys are back. Operations booth. Foley was thinking. Always thinking. His mind popped off ideas like corn in a microwave, but he couldn't do anything with them. He couldn't even call up Julius and pester him with his harebrained schemes. Fowl's laptop seemed to be the Centaur's only weapon. It was like trying to fight a troll with a toothpick. Not that the human computer was without some merit, in an ancient history kind of way. The email had already proved useful, provided there was anybody alive to answer it. There's also a small camera mounted on the lid for video conferencing, something the Mudmen had only come up with recently. Look at us making use of that. Till then, humans had communicated purely through text or sound waves. Fully tutted. Barbarians. But this camera was pretty high quality, with several filter options. If the centaur didn't know better, he'd swear someone had been leaking fairy technology. Fully swiveled the laptop with his hoof, pointing the camera toward the screens. Come on, Cudgeon, he thought. Smile for the birdie. He didn't have long to wait. Within minutes, a comm screen flickered into life, and Cudgeon appeared, waving a white flag. Nice touch, commented Foley sarcastically. I thought so, smiled the elf, waving the pennant theatrically. I'm going to need this later. Cudgeon pressed a button on the remote control. Why don't I show you what's going on outside? The windows cleared to reveal several squads of technicians feverishly trying to break the booth's defenses. Most were aiming computer sensors at the booth's various interfaces, but some were doing it the old-fashioned way, whacking the sensors with big hammers. None were having any luck. Foley swallowed. He was a rat in a trap. Why don't you fill me in on your plan, Briar? Isn't that what power-crazed villain usually does? Cudgeon settled back into his swivel chair. Certainly, Foley, but this isn't one of your precious human movies. There will be no hero rushing in at the last moment. Short and Fruit are already dead, as are their human partners. No reprieve, no rescue. Just certain death. Foley knew he should be feeling sadness, but hatred was all he could find. Just when things are at their most desperate, I shall instruct Opal to return weapons control to the LAP. The Boakel will be rendered unconscious, and you will be blamed for the entire affair, providing you survive, which I doubt. When the Boakel recover, they will name you. Cudgeon wagged a finger. Only a handful know I am involved, and I shall take care of them personally. They have already been summoned to Cowboy Labs. I shall join them shortly. The DNA cannons are being calibrated to reject goblin strands. When the time comes, I shall activate them, and the entire squadron will be out for the count. And then Opal Cowboy becomes your empress, I suppose. Of course, said Cudgeon aloud, but then he manipulated the remote's keyboard, making certain they were on a secure channel. Empress, he breathed. Really, Foley, do you think I'd go to all this trouble to share power? Oh no. As soon as this charade is over, Miss Cowboy will have a tragic accident. Perhaps several tragic accidents. Foley bristled. At the risk of sounding cliché, Briar, you'll never get away with this. Cudgeon's finger hovered over the terminate button. Well, if I don't, he said pleasantly, you won't be alive to gloat this time. And then he was gone, leaving the center to sweat it out in the booth. Or so Cudgeon thought. Foley reached below the desk to the laptop. Cut, he murmured, pausing the camera. Take 5, people. That's a wrap. Shoot E-116. Holly clamped the shuttle on a wall of disused chute. We've got about 30 minutes. Internal sensors say there's a flare coming up here in half an hour, and no shuttle is built to withstand that kind of heat. They gathered in the pressurized lounge to put together a plan. All eyes naturally turned to Artemis. As I said, we need to break into Cowboy Labs and regain control of the LAP weaponry. Mulch was out of his chair heading for the door. No way, Julius. That place has been upgraded since I was there. I heard they've got DNA-coated cannons. Root grabbed the dwarf by the scruff of his neck. 1. Don't call me Julius. And 2. You're acting as if you have a choice, convict. Mulch glared at him. I do have a choice, Julius. I can just serve out my sentence in a nice little cell. Putting me in the line of fire is a violation of my civil rights. Root's facial tones alternated from pastel pink to turnip purple. Civil rights, he spluttered. You're talking to me about civil rights? Isn't that just typical? Then, strangely, he calmed down. In fact, he seemed almost happy. Those who were close to the commander knew that when he was happy, somebody else was about to be extremely sad. What? Asked Mulch suspiciously. Root lit one of his noxious fungus cigars. Oh, nothing. Just that you're right, that's all. The dwarf squinted. I'm right? You're saying, in front of witnesses, that I'm right. Certainly you are. Putting you in the line of fire would violate every right in the book. So instead of cutting you the fantastic deal that I was about to offer, I'm going to add a couple of centuries to your sentence and throw you in maximum security. Root paused, blowing a cloud of smoke at Mulch's face. In Howler's Peak? Mulch paled beneath the mud caking his cheeks. Howler's Peak? But that's a goblin prison, said the commander. I know. But for an obvious escape risk such as yourself, I don't think I'd have any trouble convincing the board to make an exception. Mulch dropped into the padded gyro chair. This wasn't good. Last time he'd been in a cell with goblins, it hadn't been any fun. And that had been in Police Plaza. He wouldn't last a week in the general population. So what is this deal? Artemis smiled, fascinated. Commander Root was smarter than he looked. Then again, it would be almost impossible not to be. Oh, now you're interested. I might be. No promises. Okay, here it is. One-time offer. Don't even bother bargaining. You get us into Cowboy Labs, and I give you a 2-day head start when this is over. Mulch swallowed. That was a good offer. They must be in a whole lot of trouble. Police Plaza, Haven City. Things were heating up at Police Plaza. The monsters were at the door. Literally. Captain Kelp was running between stations, trying to reassure his men. Don't worry, people, they can't get through those doors with soft noses. Nothing less than some kind of missile. At that moment, a tremendous force buckled the main doors, like a child blowing up a paper bag. They held. Barely. Hudgett came rushing out of the tactical room, his commander's acorns glinting on his breast. With his reinstatement by the council, he had made history by becoming the only commander in LEP to have been appointed twice. What was that? Trouble brought up a front view of the monitors. A goblin stood there with a huge tube on his shoulder. Bazooka of some kind. I think it's one of the old wide-bore soft-nose cannons. Hudgett smacked his own forehead. Don't tell me. They were all supposed to have been destroyed. A curse on that centaur. How did he manage to sneak all that hardware out from under my nose? Don't be too hard on yourself, said Trouble. He fooled all of us. How much more of that can we stand? Trouble shrugged. Not much. A couple more hits. Maybe they only had one missile. Famous last words. The doorway shook a second time. Large chunks of masonry tumbled from the marble pillars. Trouble picked himself off the ground, magic zipping a gash on his forehead. Paramedics, check for casualties. Have we got those weapons charged yet? Grub hobbled over, hampered by the weight of 2 electric rifles. Ready to go, Captain. 32 weapons, 20 pulses each. Okay, Bex marks fairies only. Not one shot fired until I give the word. Grub nodded, his face grim and pale. Good, Corporal. Now move it out. When his brother was out of earshot, Trouble spoke quietly to Commander Cudgeon. I don't know what to tell you, Commander. They blew the Atlantis tunnel, so there's no help coming from there. We can't get a pentagram around them to stop time. We're completely surrounded, outnumbered, and outgunned. If the Dwakel breach the blast on the doors, it will be over in seconds. We have to get into that operations booth. Any progress? Cudgeon shook his head. The techies are working on it. We have sensors pointed at every inch of the surface. If we hit on the access code, it'll be blind luck. Trouble rubbed the tiredness from his eyes. I need time. There must be a way to stall them. Legend drew a white flag from inside his tunic. There is a way. Commander, you can't go out there. It's suicide. Perhaps, admitted the commander, but if I don't go, we would all be dead in a matter of minutes. At least this way we'll have a few minutes to work on the operations booth. Trouble considered it. There was no other way. What have you got to bargain with? Prisoners in Howler's Peak. Maybe we could negotiate some kind of controlled release. The Council will never go for that. Hudson drew himself up to his full height. This is not the time for politics, Captain. This is the time for action. Trouble was quite frankly amazed. This was not the same Briar Cudgeon he knew. Someone had given this fairy a spine transplant. But now the newly appointed commander was going to earn that acorn cluster on his label. Trouble felt an emotion well up in his chest, one that he'd never before associated with Briar Cudgeon. It was respect. Open the front door a crack, ordered the commander in his steely tones. Foley would be just loving this on camera. I'm going out to talk to these reptiles. Trouble relayed the command. If they ever got out of this, he would see to it that Commander Cudgeon was awarded a posthumous golden acorn, at the very least. Uncharted chute below Cowboy Laboratories. The Atlantean shuttle sped down a vast chute sticking tight to the walls, close enough to scrape paint from the hull. Artemis poked his head through the passenger bay. "Is this really necessary, Captain?" he asked as they avoided death by an inch for the umpteenth time. "Or is it just more flyboy grandstanding?" Polly winked. "Do I look like a flyboy to you, Fowl?" Artemis had to admit that she didn't. Captain Short was extremely pretty, in a dangerous sort of way. Black Widow pretty. "I'm hugging the surface to search for this alleged crack that Mulch insists is along here," she explained. Artemis nodded. The dwarf's theory. Just incredible enough to be true. He returned to the aft bay for Mulch's version of a briefing. The dwarf had drawn a crude diagram on a blacklit wall panel. In fairness, there were more artistic chimpanzees, and less pungent ones. Mulch was using a carrot as a pointer, or more accurately, several carrots. Dwarfs like carrots. "This is Cowboy Labs," he mumbled around a mouthful of vegetable. "That?" exclaimed Root. "I realize, Julius, this is not an accurate schematic." The commander exploded from his chair. "An accurate schematic? It's a rectangle, for heaven's sake." Mulch was unperturbed. "That's not important. This is the important bit." "That wobbly line?" "It's a fissure," pouted the dwarf. "Anybody can see that." "Anybody in kindergarten, maybe. So it's a fissure. So what? This is the clever bit. You see, that fissure is not usually there." Root began strangling the air again, something he was doing more and more lately. But Artemis was suddenly interested. "When does the fissure appear?" But Mulch wasn't just going to give a straight answer. "Us dwarfs, we know something about rocks. Been digging around them for ages." Root's fingers began beating a tattoo on his buzz baton. "What fairies don't realize is that rocks are alive. They breathe." Artemis nodded. "Of course, heat expansion." Mulch bit the carrot triumphantly. "Exactly. And of course, the opposite too. They retract when they cool down." Even Root was listening now. "Cowboy Labs are built on solid mantle. 2 miles of rock. No way in, short of Sonic's warheads. And I think Opal Cowboy might notice those." "And what helps us? That helps us how?" "A crack opens up in that rock when it cools down. I worked on the foundations when they were building this place. Gets you right in under the labs. There's still a way to go, but at least you're in." Commander was skeptical. "So how come Opal Cowboy hasn't noticed this gaping fissure?" "Oh, I wouldn't say it was gaping." "How big?" Mulch shrugged. "Dunno. Maybe 5 yards, at its widest point." "That's still a pretty big fissure to be sitting there all day." "Only it's not all there all day," interrupted Artemis. "Is it, Mulch?" "All day? I wish. I'd say, at a guess, this is only approximation." Root was losing his cool. Being one step behind all the time didn't agree with him. "Tell me, convict, before I add another scorch mark to your behind." Mulch was injured. "Stop shouting, Julius. You're curling my beard." Root opened the cooler, letting the icy tendrils curl over his face. "Okay, Mulch. How long?" 3 minutes, max. Last time I did it with a set of wings, wearing a pressure suit. Nearly got crushed and fried." "Fried?" "Let me guess," said Artemis. "The fissure only opens when the rock is contracted sufficiently. If this fissure is on a chute wall, then the coolest time would be moments before the next flare." Mulch winked. "Smart, my boy. If the rocks don't get you, the magma will." Holly's voice crackled over the comm speakers. "I've got a visual on something. Could be a shadow, or it could just be a crack in the chute wall." Mulch did a little dance, looking very pleased with himself. "Now, Julius, you can say it. I was right again. You owe me, Julius. You owe me." The commander rubbed the bridge of his nose. If he made it through this alive, he was never leaving the station again. Go-Boy Laboratories. Go-Boy Labs were surrounded by a ring of Boakel goblins, armed to the teeth, tongues hanging out for blood. Cudgeon was hustled past roughly, prodded by a dozen barrels. The DNA cannons hung inoperative in their towers, for the moment. The second Cudgeon felt the Boakel had outlived their usefulness, then the guns would be reactivated. The commander was taken to the inner sanctum and forced to his knees before Opal and the Bawakal generals. Once the soldiers had been dismissed, Cudgeon was back on his feet and in command. "Everything proceeds according to plan," he announced, crossing to stroke Opal's cheek. "In an hour, Haven will be ours." General Scalene was not convinced. It would be ours a lot faster if we had some cobalt blasters. Cudgeon sighed patiently. "We've been through this, General. The disruption signal knocks out all neutrino weapons. If you get blasters, so will the LEP. Galen shuffled into a corner, licking his eyeballs. Of course, that was not the only reason for denying the goblins neutrino weapons. Cudgeon had no intention of arming a group he intended to betray. As soon as the Bawakal had disposed of the council, Opal would return power to the LEP. "How are things proceeding?" Opal swiveled in her hoverboy, legs curled beneath her. "Deliciously. The main doors fell moments after you left to negotiate." Cudgeon grinned. "Good thing I left. I might have been injured." Captain Kalpitz pulled his remaining forces into the weapons room, bringing the operation smooth. The council are in there, too. "Perfect," said Cudgeon. Another Bawakal general, Sputa, banged the conference table. "No, Cudgeon, far from perfect. Our brothers are wasting away at Howler's Peak." "Patience, General Sputa," said Cudgeon soothingly, actually laying a hand on the goblin's shoulder. "As soon as Police Plaza falls, we can open the cells in Howler's Peak without resistance." Internally, Cudgeon fumed. These idiot creatures. How he detested them, clothed in robes fashioned from their own cast-off skin. Repulsive. Cudgeon longed to reactivate the DNA cannons and stop their jabbering for a few sweet hours. He caught Opal's eye. She knew what he was thinking. Her tiny teeth showed an anticipation. What a delightfully vicious creature. Which was, of course, why she had to be disposed of. Opal Cowboy could never be happy as second in command. He winked at her. "Soon," he mouthed silently. "Soon." Chapter 13. Into the Breach. Below Cowboy Laboratories. An LEP shuttle is shaped like a teardrop, bottom-heavy with thrusters and with a nose that could cut through steel. Of course, our heroes weren't in an LEP shuttle. They were in the Ambassador's luxury cruiser. Comfort was definitely favored over speed. It had a nose like a gnome's behind, bulky and expensive-looking, with a grill you could use to barbecue buffalo. "So you're saying this fissure is going to open up for a couple of minutes and I have to fly through. And that's the entire plan?" said Holly. "It's the best we've got," said Brute glumly. "Well, at least we'll be in padded seats when we get squashed. This thing handles like a three-legged rhinoceros." "How was I to know?" grumbled Root. "This was supposed to be a routine run. This shuttle had an excellent stereo." Butler raised his hand. "Listen. What's that sound?" They listened. The noise came from below them, like a giant clearing its throat. Holly consulted the keel cams. "Flare," she announced. "Big sucker. It'll be roasting our tail feathers any minute." The rock face before them cracked and groaned in constant expansion and contraction. Fissures heaved like grinning mouths lined with black teeth. "That's it. Let's go," urged Mouch. "That fissure is going to seal up faster than a stinkworm's." "Not enough room yet," snapped Holly. "This is a shuttle, not one fat dwarf riding stolen wings." Mulch was too scared to be insulted. "Just move it. It'll widen as we go." Generally, Holly would have waited for Root to give the green light. But this was her area. No one was going to argue with Captain Holly Short at the controls of a shuttle. Chasm shuddered open another few feet. Holly gritted her teeth. "Hold on to your ears," she said, ramming the thrusters to maximum. The shaft's occupants clutched their armrests. More than one closed their eyes. But not Artemis. He couldn't. There's something morbidly fascinating about flying into an uncharted tunnel at reckless speed, which only a kleptomaniac dwarf's word for what lay at the other end. Holly concentrated on her instruments. Hull cameras and sensors fed information to various screens and speakers. Sonar was going crazy, beeping so fast it was almost a continuous whine. Fixed halogen headlights fed frightening images to the monitors, and laser radar grew a 3D line print picture on a dark screen. Then, of course, there was the quartz windshield, but with sheets of rock dust and larger debris, the naked eye was next to useless. Temperature increasing, she muttered, glancing at the rearview monitor. An orange magma column blasted past the fissure mouth, spilling over into the tunnel. They were in a desperate race. The fissure was closing behind them and expanding before the craft's prow. The noise was terrific. Thunder in a bubble. Mulch covered his ears. Next time I'll take Howler's Peak. Quiet, convict, growled Root. This is all your idea. Their arguing was interrupted by a tremendous grating sound and a shower of sparks that danced across the windshield. Sorry, apologized Captain Short. There goes our communications array. She flipped the craft sideways, scraping between two shifting plates. The sides crashed behind them, a giant's handclap. The magma's heat coated the rock face, dragging the plates together. A jagged edge clipped the shuttle's rear. Butler held his weapon. It was a comfort thing. Then they were through, spiraling into a cavern toward three enormous titanium rods. There, gasped Mulch, the foundation rods. Holly rolled her eyes. You don't say, she groaned, firing the docking clamps. Mulch had drawn another diagram. This one looked like a bendy snake. We're being led by an idiot with a crayon, said Root, with a deceptive calmness. I got you this far, didn't I, Julius? Pouted Mulch. Holly was finishing the last bottle of mineral water. A good third of it went over her head. Don't you dare start sulking, Dwarf, she said. As far as I can see, we're stuck in the center of the earth with no way out and no communications. Mulch backed up a step. I can see you're a bit tense after the flight. Let's all calm down now, shall we? Nobody looked very calm. Even Artemis seemed slightly shaken by their ordeal. That's the hard bit over. We're in the foundations now. The only way is up. Oh, really, convict, said Root. And how do you suggest we go up, exactly? Mulch plucked a carrot from the larder, waving it at his diagram. This here is... a snake? No, Julius, it's one of the foundation rods. The solid titanium foundation rods sunk in impregnable bedrock? The very ones. Except one isn't solid. Exactly. Artemis nodded. I thought so. You cut corners on this work, didn't you, Mulch? Mulch was unrepentant. You know what building regulations are like. Solid titanium pillars. Do you have any idea how expensive that is? Threw our estimate right off. So me and Cousin Nord decided to forget the titanium packing. But you had to fill that column with something, interrupted the commander. Kobe would have run scans. Mulch nodded guiltily. We hooked up the sewage pipes to it for a couple of days. The sonographs came up clean. Holly felt her throat clench. Sewage. You mean... No, not anymore. That was 100 years ago. It's just clay now. Very good clay, as it happens. Ruth's face would have boiled a large cauldron of water. You expect us to climb through 20 yards of manure. Dwarf shrugged. Hey, do I care? Stay here forever if you want. I'm going up the pipe. Artemis did not like this sudden turn of events. Running, jumping, injury, okay. But sewage? This is your plan? He managed to mutter. What's the matter, mud boy? Smirked Mulch. Afraid of getting your hands dirty? It was only a figure of speech, Artemis knew, but true nonetheless. He glanced at his slender fingers. Yesterday morning they had been a pianist's fingers, with manicured nails. They could have belonged to a builder. Holly clapped Artemis on the shoulder. Okay, she declared, let's do it. As soon as we save the lower elements, we can get back to rescuing your father. Holly noticed a change in Artemis's face, almost as if his features weren't sure how to arrange themselves. Paused, realizing what she had said. For her, the remark had been a casual encouragement, the kind of thing an officer said every day, but it seemed as though Artemis was not accustomed to being a member of the team. I don't think I'm getting chummy or anything. It's just that when I give my word, I stick to it. Artemis decided not to respond. He'd already been punched once today. They descended from the shuttle on a folding stairway. Artemis stepped onto the surface, picking his way through the jagged stones and construction debris abandoned by Mulch and his cousin a century earlier. The cavern was lit by the star-like twinkle of rock phosphorescence. "This place is a geological marvel," he exclaimed. "The pressure at this depth should be crushing us, but it isn't." He knelt to examine a fungus sprouting from a rusty paint tin. "There's even life!" Mulch wrenched the remains of a hammer from between two rocks. "That's where this got to. We overdid it a bit on the explosive, blasting the shaft for these columns. Some of our waste must have fallen down here." Holly was appalled. Pollution is an abomination to the people. "You've broken so many laws here, Mulch, I don't even have the fingers to count them. When you get that 2-day head start, you'd better move fast, because I'm going to be the one chasing you." "Here we are," said Mulch, ignoring the threat. When you'd heard as many as he had, they just sort of rolled right off. There was a hole bored into one of the columns. Mulch rubbed the edges fondly. "Diamond laser cutter. Little nuclear battery. That baby could cut through anything." "I remember that cutter too," said Root. "You nearly decapitated me with it once." Mulch sighed. "Happy days, eh, Julius?" Root's reply was a swift kick in the behind. "Less talk, more eating dirt, convict." Holly placed her hand into the hole. Air currents. The pressure field from the city must have equalized this cave over the years. That's why we're not flat as manta rays right now. "I see," said Butler and Root simultaneously. "Another lie for the list?" Mulch undid his back flap. "I'll tunnel up to the top and wait for you there. Clear as much of the debris as you can. I'll spread the recycled mud around to avoid closing up the shaft." Artemis groaned. The idea of crawling through Mulch's recyclings was almost as intolerable. Only the thought of his father kept him going. Mulch stepped into the shaft. "Stand back," he warned, unhinging his jaw. Butler moved quickly. He was not about to get nailed by dwarf gas again. Mulch disappeared up to his waist in the titanium column. In moments, he had disappeared entirely. The pipe began to shudder with strange, unappetizing sounds. Chunks of clay clattered against the metal walls. A constant stream of condensed air and debris spiraled from the hole. "Amazing," breathed Artemis. "What I could do with 10 like him. Fort Knox would be a pushover." "Don't even think about it," warned Root. He turned to Butler. "What have we got?" The manservant drew his pistol. "This is it. I'll take the gun, since I'm the only one who can lift it. You two pick up whatever you can on the run." "And what about me?" asked Artemis, even though he knew what was coming. Butler looked his master straight in the eye. "I want you to stay here. This is a military operation. All you can do is get yourself killed." "But my job is to protect you, Artemis, and this is quite possibly the safest spot on the planet." Artemis didn't argue. In truth, these facts had already occurred to him. Sometimes being a genius was a burden. Very well, Butler. I shall remain here. Unless..." Butler's eyes narrowed. "Unless what?" Artemis smiled his dangerous smile. "Unless I have an idea." Police Plaza. In Police Plaza, the situation was desperate. Captain Kelp had pulled the remaining forces into a circle behind the overturned workstations. The goblins were taking pot shots through the doorway, and none of the warlocks had a drop of magic left in them. Anyone who got injured from now on would stay injured. The council were huddled behind a wall of troops, all except Wing Commander Vinyaya, who had demanded to be given one of the electronic rifles. She hadn't missed yet. The techs were crouched behind their desks, trying every code combination in the book to gain access to the operations booth. Trouble didn't hold out much hope on that front. If Froley locked a door, then it stayed locked. Meanwhile, inside the booth, all the Centaur could do was pound his fists in frustration. It was a sign of Cudgeon's cruelty that he allowed Foley to view the battle beyond the blast windows. Pardon me. It seemed hopeless. Even if Julius and Holly had received his message, it was too late now to do anything. Foley's lips and throat were dry. Everything had deserted him. His computer, his intellect, his glib sarcasm. Everything. Below Cowboy Labs. Something wet slapped Butler in the head. "What was that?" he hissed at Holly, who was bringing up the rear. "Don't ask," croaked Captain Short. Even through her helmet filters, the smell was foul. The contents of the column had had a century to ferment and smelled as toxic as the day they went in. Probably worse. At least, thought the bodyguard, I don't have to eat this stuff. Root was in the lead, his helmet lights cutting swaths through the darkness. The pillar was on a 40-degree angle with regular grooves that were intended to anchor the titanium block filling. Mulch had done a sterling job of breaking down the pipe's contents, but the recycling had to go somewhere. Mulch, in fairness to him, chewed every mouthful thoroughly to avoid too many lumps. The raiding party struggled on grimly, trying not to think about what they were actually doing. By the time they caught up with the dwarf, he was clinging to a ridge, face constricted in pain. What is it, Mulch? Asked Root, concern accidentally slipping into his tones. Get up, Mulch groaned. Get up right now. Root's eyes widened with something approaching panic. Up, he hissed. Everybody up. They scrambled into the tight wedge of space above the dwarf. Not a second too soon. Mulch relaxed, releasing a burst of dwarf gas that could have inflated a circus tent. He rehinged his jaw. That's better, he sighed. A lot of air in that soil. Now, would you mind getting that beam out of my face? You know how I feel about light. The commander obliged, switching to infrared. Okay, now we're up here. How do we get out? You didn't bring your cutter, I seem to remember. The dwarf grinned. No problem. A good thief always plans on a return visit. See here? Mulch was pointing to a patch of titanium that seemed exactly like the rest of the pipe. I patched this up last time. It's just flexibond. Root had to smile. You are a cunning reprobate. How did we ever catch you? Luck, replied the dwarf, elbowing a section of the pipe. A large circle popped out, revealing the 100-year-old hole. Welcome to Cowboy Labs. They clambered into a dimly lit corridor. Loaded hover trolleys were stacked 4 deep around the walls. Strip lighting operated at minimum illumination overhead. I know this place, noted Root. I've been here before on an inspection for the special weapons permits. We're 2 corridors across from the computer center. We have a real chance of making it. What about these DNA stun cannons? Inquired Butler. Quickly, admitted the commander. If the cannon's onboard computer doesn't recognize you, you're dead. They can be programmed to reject entire species. Tricky, agreed the manservant. I'm betting they're not active, continued Root. First, if this place is crawling with goblins, they hardly came in through the front door. And second, if Foley is being blamed for this entire little uprising, Cowboy will want to pretend they had no weapons, just like the LEP. Strategy? Asked Butler. Not much, admitted the commander. Once we turn the corner, we're on camera. So down the corridor as fast as you can, hit anything that gets in your way. If it has a weapon, confiscate it. Mulch, you stay here and widen the tunnel. We may need to get out fast. Ready? Holly extended a hand. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The commander and manservant laid their hands on hers. Likewise. They headed down the corridor. 200 goblins versus our virtually unarmed 3 heroes. It was going to be close. Cowboy Labs, inner sanctum. Intruders, squealed Opal Cowboy delightedly. Inside the building! Cudgeon crossed to the surveillance plasma screen. I do believe it's Julius. Amazing. Obviously your hit team leader was exaggerating, General Sputa. Vito licked his eyeballs furiously. Lieutenant Nile would be losing his skin before shedding season. Cudgeon whispered into Opal's ear. Can we activate the DNA cannons? The pixie shook her head. Not immediately. They've been programmed to reject goblin DNA. It would take a few minutes. Cudgeon turned to the 4 goblin generals. Have an armored squad come up behind and another one from the flank. We can trap them at the door. There will be no way out. Cudgeon stared rapidly at the plasma screen. This is even better than I'd imagined. Now, my old friend Julius, it's my turn to humiliate you. Artemis was meditating. This was a time for concentration. He sat cross-legged on a rock, visualizing the various rescue strategies that could be used when they returned to the Arctic. If the Mafia managed to set up the drop before Artemis could reach them, then there was only one plan that could work, and it was a high-risk plan. Artemis searched deeper inside his brain. There must be another way. He was disturbed by an orchestral noise emanating from the titanium column. It sounded like sustained note on a bassoon. Dwarf gas, he reasoned. The column had reasonably good acoustics. What he needed was a brainwave. one crystal thought that would slice through this mire he'd become embroiled in, and save the day. After 8 minutes, he was interrupted again. Not gasped this time, a cry for help. Mulch was in trouble, and in pain. Artemis was about to suggest that Butler deal with it when he realized that his bodyguard wasn't there, off on his mission to save the lower elements. It was up to him. Artemis poked his head into the column. It was black as the inside of an old boot, and twice as pungent. Artemis decided that an LEP helmet was his first requirement. He quickly retrieved a spare from the shuttle, and after a moment's experimentation, activated the lights and seals. Mulch, are you up there? No reply. Could this be a trap? Was it possible that he, Artemis Fowl, was about to fall for the oldest ruse in the book? Entirely possible, he decided. But in spite of that, he couldn't really afford to take chances with that hairy little creature's life. Somewhere since Los Angeles, and against his better judgment, he had bonded with Mr. Diggums. Artemis shuddered. This propensity for humane impulses was happening more and more since his mother's return to sanity. Artemis climbed into the tube, beginning his journey to the disk of light above. The smell was horrendous. His shoes were ruined, and no amount of dry cleaning could redeem the St. Bartleby's blazer. Mulch had better be in a lot of pain. When he reached the entrance, he found Mulch writhing on the floor, face contorted in genuine agony. What is it? He asked, peeling off the helmet and kneeling by the dwarf's side. Blockage in my gut, grunted the dwarf, beads of sweat sliding down his beard hairs. Something hard. Can't break it down. What can I do? Artemis asked, though he dreaded the possible replies. My left boot. Take it off. Your boot? Did you say boot? Yes, howled the dwarf, pain stiffening his entire torso. Get it off! Artemis couldn't stifle a relieved sigh. He'd been fearing much worse. He hefted the dwarf's leg onto his lap, pulling his climbing boots. Nice boots, he commented. Rodeo Drive, gasped Mulch. Now, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry. The boots slid off, revealing a not-quite-so-designer sock, complete with toe holes and darned patches. Little toe, said Mulch, eyes closed with pain. Little toe what? Squeeze the joint. Hard. Squeeze the joint. Must be a reflexology thing. Every part of the body corresponds to an area of the foot. The body's keyboard, so to speak. Practiced in the Orient for centuries. Very well, if you insist. Artemis placed his finger and thumb around Mulch's hairy toe. It could have been his imagination, but it seemed the hairs parted to allow him access. Squeeze, gasped the dwarf. Why aren't you squeezing? Artemis wasn't squeezing because his eyes were crossed, looking up at the end of a laser barrel stuck in the middle of his forehead. Lieutenant Niall, who was holding the weapon, couldn't believe his luck. He'd single-handedly captured 2 intruders, plus he discovered their bolt hole. Who said hanging back to avoid the fighting didn't have its advantages? This was turning out to be an exceptional revolution for him. He'd be colonel before shedding his 3rd skin. On your feet, he ordered, panting blue flames. Even through the translator, it sounded reptilian. Artemis stood slowly, lifting Mulch's leg with him. The dwarf's back flap popped open. What's wrong with him anyway? Asked Niall, bending in for a closer look. Something he ate, said Artemis, and squeezed the joint. The resulting explosion knocked the goblin off his feet, sending him tumbling down the corridor. There was something you didn't see every day. Mulch hopped to his feet. Thanks, kid. I thought I was a goner there. Must have been something hard. Granite, maybe, or diamond. Artemis nodded, not ready for words. Those goblins are dumb. Did you see the look on his face? Artemis shook his head. Still not ready. You want to go look? Tactless humor snapped Artemis out of his gaze. That goblin. I doubt he was on his own. Mulch buttoned up his back flap. Nope, a whole squadron of them just went past. This guy must have been trying to avoid the action. Typical goblin. Artemis rubbed his temples. There must be something he could do to help his friends. He had the highest tested IQ in Europe, for heaven's sake. Mulch, I have an important question for you. Suppose I owe you one for saving my hide. Artemis draped an arm around the dwarf's shoulder. I know how you got into Cowboy Labs, but you couldn't go back that way. The flare would have gotten you. So how did you get out? Mulch grinned. Simple. I activated the alarm, then left in the LEP uniform I came in. Artemis scowled. No, there must be another way. There has to be. The DNA cannons were obviously out of commission. Root was just starting to feel optimistic when he heard the thunder of approaching boots. Darvit, you two keep going. I'll hold them here as long as I can. No, Commander. With respect, we only have one weapon, and I can hit a lot more with it than you. I'll take them coming around the corner. You try to get the door open. Holly opened her mouth to argue. But who was going to argue with a man that size? Okay, good luck. If you're wounded, lie as still as you can until I get back. 4 minutes, remember? Butler nodded. I remember. And Butler? Yes, Captain? That middle misunderstanding last year, when you and Artemis kidnapped me. Butler gazed at the ceiling. He would have stared at his toes, but Holly was in the way. Yes, that. I've been meaning to talk to. Just forget it. After this, all square. Holly, move it out, ordered Root. Butler, don't let them get too close. Butler wrapped his fingers around the gun's molded grip. He looked like an armed bear. It better not, for their sake. Artemis climbed up on a hover trolley, tapping one of the overhead conduits that ran the length of the corridor. This pipe appears to run along the entire ceiling structure. What is it, a ventilation system? Mulch snorted. I wish. It's the plasma supply for the DNA cannons. So why didn't you come in this way? Oh, a little matter of there being enough charge in every drop of plasma to fry a troll. Artemis placed his palm against the metal. What if the cannons weren't operational? Once the cannons are deactivated, the plasma is just so much radioactive slop. Radioactive? Mulch tugged at his beard thoughtfully. Actually, Julius reckons the cannons have been turned off. Any way to be certain? You could open this unopenable panel. Mulch ran his fingers along the curved surface. Ah, see here? A micro keyhole. To service the cannons. Even plasma needs recharging. He pointed to a tiny hole in the middle, which could have been a speck of dirt, it was so small. Now, observe a master at work. The dwarf fed one of his chin hairs into the hole. When the tip reappeared, Mulch plucked the hair out by the root. The hair died as soon as Mulch plucked it, stiffening in rigor mortis and retaining the precise shape of the lock's interior. Mulch held his breath, twisting the makeshift key. The hatch dropped open. That, my boy, is talent. Inside the pipe, an orange jelly pulsed gently. Occasional sparks roiled in its depths. Plasma was too dense even to spill from the hatch, and retained its cylindrical shape. Mulch squinted through the wobbling gel. Deactivated all right. If that stuff was alive, our faces would be getting a nice tan right about now. What about those sparks? Residual charge. They'd give you a bit of a tingle, but nothing serious. Right, he said, strapping on the helmet. Mulch blanched. You were not serious, Mudwhelp. Do you have any idea what will happen if those cannons are activated? Trying not to think about it. It's probably just as well. Dwarf shook his head, bewildered. Okay, you got 30 yards to go and no more than 10 minutes of air in that helmet. Keep the filters closed. The air may get a bit stale after a while, but it's better than sucking plasma. And here, take this. He plucked the stiffened hair from the keyhole. What for? I presume you will want to get out again at the other end, or hadn't you thought of that, genius boy? Artemis swallowed. He hadn't. There's more to this heroism thing than rushing in blindly. Just feed it in gently. Remember, it's hair, not metal. Feed it in gently. Got it. And don't use any lights. Halogen could reactivate the plasma. Artemis felt his head beginning to spin. And make sure you get foamed as soon as you can. The anti-rad canisters are blue. They're everywhere in this facility. Blue canisters. Anything else, Mr. Diggums? Well, there are the plasma snakes. Artemis's knees almost collapsed. You're not serious. No, Mulch conceded. I'm not. Now, your reach is about 1.5 feet. So calculate for 60 pulls and then get out of there. Slightly under 1.5 feet, I'd say. Maybe 63 pulls. He placed the dwarf hair inside his breast pocket. Mulch shrugged. Whatever, kid. It's your skin. Now, in you go. The dwarf interlaced his fingers, and Artemis stepped into the makeshift stirrup. He was considering changing his mind when Mr. Diggums heaved him into the plasma. The orange gel sucked him in, enveloping his body in a second. The plasma coiled around him like a living being, popping bubbles of air trapped in his clothing. A residual spark brushed his legs, sending a sharp pain through his body. A bit of a tingle? Artemis glanced out through the orange gel. Mulch was there giving him the thumbs up, grinning like a loon. Artemis decided that if he made it through this lunacy, then he would have to place the dwarf on the payroll. Artemis began to crawl blindly. 1 pull, 2 pulls, 63 seemed a long way off. Butler cocked his weapon. The footsteps were ear-splitting now, bouncing off the metal walls. Shadows stretched around the corner, ahead of their owners. The manservant took approximate aim. A head appeared, frog-like, licking its own eyeballs. Butler pulled the trigger. The slug punched a melon-sized hole in the wall above the goblin's head. The head was hurriedly withdrawn. Of course, Butler had missed on purpose. Scared was always better than dead. But it wouldn't last forever. 12 more shots, to be precise. The goblins grew braver, sneaking out farther and farther. Eventually, Butler knew he would be forced to shoot one. Butler decided it was time to get to close quarters. He rose from his haunches, making slightly less noise than a panther, and hurtled down the corridor toward the enemy. There were only 2 men on the planet better educated in the various martial arts than Butler, and he was related to one of them. The other lived on an island in South China Sea, and spent his days meditating and beating up palm trees. He really had to feel sorry for the Bawakil. The Bawakil had 2 guards on the sanctum door, both armed to the teeth and both thick as several short planks. In spite of repeated warnings, they were both falling asleep inside their helmets when the elves came running around the corner. "Look," mumbled one. "Elves." "Huh?" said the other, the denser of the 2. "Don't matter," said number 1. "LEP don't got no guns." Number 2 gave his eyeballs a lick. "Yeah, but they sure are irritable." And that was when Holly's boot connected with his chest, slamming him into the wall. "Hey," complained number 1, bringing up his own gun. "No fair." Root didn't bother with fancy spinning kicks, preferring instead to body slam the sentry against the titanium door. "There," panted Holly. 2 down. That wasn't so hard. A premature statement as it happened, because that was when the rest of the 200-strong Bawakil squadron thundered down the perpendicular corridor. "That wasn't so hard," mimicked the commander, curling his fingers into fists. Alrighty, folks, we are going to pause for 2 seconds while I go and refill my water bottle, because talking a lot is thirsty work. We will be right back in about 5 minutes. See you soon. Alright, we are back. Gonna jump right back in. Artemis's concentration was failing him. There seemed to be more sparks now, and each shock disrupted his focus. He had lost count twice. He was at 54 now, or 56. The difference was life or death. He trawled ahead, reaching out one arm and then the other, swimming through a turgid sea of gel. Vision was next to useless. Everything was orange, and the only confirmation he had that any progress was being made was when his knee sank into a recess where the plasma diverted into a cannon. 63. That was it. Artemis propelled himself one last time through the gel, filling his lungs with stale air. Soon the air purifiers in his helmet would be useless, and he would be breathing carbon dioxide. Artemis placed his fingertips inside the pipe's inner curve, searching for a keyhole. Again, his eyes were no help. He couldn't even activate the helmet lamps for fear of igniting a river of plasma. Nothing, no indent. He was going to die here alone. He would never be great. Artemis felt his brain going, spiraling off into a black tunnel. Concentrate, he told himself. Focus. There was a spark approaching, a silver star in the sunset. It coiled lazily along the tube, illuminating each section it passed. There, a hole. The hole, revealed for a moment by the passing spark. Artemis reached into his pocket like a drunken swimmer, pulling out the dwarf hair. Would it work? There was no reason this access port should have a different locking mechanism. Artemis slid the hair into the keyhole, gently. He squinted through the gel. Was it going in? He thought so. Perhaps 60% sure. It would have to be enough. Artemis twisted. The flap dropped open. He imagined Mulch's grin. That, my boy, is talent. It was quite possible that every enemy he had in the underworld was waiting outside the hatch, big, nasty guns pointed at his head. At that moment, Artemis didn't much care. He couldn't bear one more of his own oxygen-depleted breaths, or the one more excruciating shock to his body. So, Artemis Fowl poked his helmet through the plasma surface. He flipped the visor, savoring what could very well be his last breath. Luckily for him, the room's occupants were looking at the view screen, watching his friends fight for their lives. There were too many, thought Butler, rounding the corner to see a virtual army of Bawakels slotting fresh batteries into their weapons. The goblins, when they noticed him, began thinking things like, "Oh gods, it's a troll in clothes," or, "Why didn't I listen to Mom and stay out of the gangs?" Then Butler was above them, on the way down. He landed like a proverbial ton of bricks, but with considerably more precision. 3 goblins were out and cold before they knew they'd been hit. One shot himself in the foot, and several others lay down, pretending to be unconscious. Artemis watched it all on the control room's plasma screen, along with all the other occupants of the inner sanctum. It was entertainment to them. The goblin generals chuckled and winced as Butler decimated their men. It was all immaterial. There were hundreds of goblins in the building, and no way into this room. Artemis had seconds to decide on a course of action. Seconds, and he had no idea how to use any of this technology. He scanned the walls below him for something he could use. Anything. There, on a small picture screen, away from the main console, was Foley, trapped in the operations booth. The Centaur would have a plan. He certainly had time to come up with one. Artemis knew that as soon as he emerged from the conduit, he was a target. They would kill him without hesitation. Artemis dragged himself from within the tube, falling to earth with a thick slap. His saturated clothes slowed his progress to the monitor bank. Heads were turning. He could see from the corner of his eye. Figures came his way. He didn't know how many. There was a read mic below Foley's image. Artemis pressed the button. "Foley," he rasped, globs of gel spattering onto the console. "Can you hear me?" Centaur reacted instantly. "Fowl? What happened to you?" "5 seconds, Foley. I need a plan or we're all dead." Foley nodded curtly. "I've got one ready. Put me on all screens." "What? How?" "Press the conference button. Yellow, a circle with lines shooting out, like the sun. Do you see it?" Artemis saw it. He pressed it. Then something pressed him, very painfully. General Scaly noticed the creature flopping from the plasma pipe. What was it? A pixie? No. No, by all the gods, it was human. "Look," he cackled, "a mud man." The others were oblivious, too interested in the spectacle on screen. But not Cudgeon. A human in the inner sanctum? How could this be? He seized Scaling by the shoulders. Kill him quickly! All the generals were listening now. There was killing to be done. The human stumbled to one of the consoles, and they surrounded him, tongues dangling excitedly. Sputa spun the human around to face his fate. One by one, the generals conjured fireballs around their fists, closing in for the kill. But then, something made them completely forget the injured human. Cudgeon's face had appeared on all the screens, and the Bawakal executives didn't like what it was saying. Just when things are at their most desperate, I shall instruct Opal to return weapons control to the LEP. The Bawakal will be rendered unconscious, and you will be blamed for the entire affair, providing you survive, which I doubt. Sputa whirled on his ally. Cudgeon, what does this mean? The generals advanced, hissing and spitting. Treachery, Cudgeon! Treachery! Cudgeon was not unduly worried. Okay, he said. Treachery. It took Cudgeon a moment to figure out what had happened. It was Foley. He must have recorded their conversation somehow. How tiresome. Still, you had to hand it to the Centaur. He was resourceful. Cudgeon quickly crossed to the main console, shutting off the broadcast. It wouldn't do for Opal to hear the rest of it, particularly the part concerning her tragic accident. He really would have to cut out his grandstanding. Still, no matter. Everything was on track. Treachery, hissed Scalene. Okay, admitted Cudgeon again. Treachery. And directly after that, he said, Computer, activate DNA cannons. Authorization Cudgeon B, Alpha Alpha 22. On her hover chair, Opal spun with sheer joy, clapping her tiny hands in delight. Briar was so ugly, but he was so evil. Throughout Cowboy Labs, robot DNA cannons perked up in their cradles and ran swift self-diagnostics. Apart from a slight drain in the inner sanctum, everything was in order. And so, without further ado, they began to obey their program parameters and target anything with goblin DNA at a rate of 10 blasts per second. It was swift and, with everything Cowboy, efficient. In less than 5 seconds, the cannons settled back into their cradles. Mission accomplished. 200 unconscious goblins throughout the facility. Phew, said Holly, stepping over rows of snoring goblins. Close one. Tell me about it, agreed Root. Cudgeon kicked Sputa's sleeping body. You see, you haven't accomplished anything, Artemis Fowl, he said, drawing with his red boy. Your friends are out there. You're in here. And the goblins are unconscious, soon to be artificially mind-wiped with some particularly unstable chemicals, just as I planned. He smiled at Opal, hovering above them. Just as we planned. Opal returned the smile. At another time, Artemis would have been forced to pass a snide comment, but the possibility of imminent death was occupying his thoughts for the moment. Now, I simply reprogram the cannons to target your friends, return the power to LEP cannons, and take over the world. And nobody can get in here to stop me. Of course, you should never say something like that, especially when you're an arch-villain. It's just asking for trouble. Butler hurried down the corridor, catching up with the others outside the inner sanctum. He could see Artemis's predicament through the door's quartz pane. In spite of all his efforts, Master Artemis had still managed to place himself in mortal danger. How was a guard supposed to do his job when his charge insisted on jumping into bear pits, so to speak? Butler felt the testosterone building in his system. One door was all that separated him from Artemis. One little door, designed to withstand fairies with ray guns. He took several steps backward. Holly could tell what he was thinking. Don't bother, that door is reinforced. The manservant didn't answer. He couldn't. The real Butler was submerged beneath layers of adrenaline and brute force. With a roar, Butler charged the entrance, concentrating all his considerable might in the triangular point of his shoulder. It was a blow that would have felled a medium-sized hippopotamus. And while this door was tested for plasma dispersion and moderate physical resistance, it was certainly not Butler-proof. The metal portal crumpled like tinfoil. Butler's momentum took him halfway across the inner sanctum, sub-retiling. Holly and Root followed, pausing only to grab some soft-nose lasers. Cudgeon moved fast, dragging Artemis upright. Don't move, any of you, or I'll kill the mud boy. Butler kept right on going. His last rational thought had been to disable Cudgeon. Now this was his sole aim in life. He raced forward, arms outstretched. Holly dived desperately, latching onto Butler's belt. He dragged her like cans behind a wedding car. "Butler, stop," she grunted. The bodyguard ignored her. Holly hung on, digging in her heels. "Stop," she repeated, this time layering her voice with the mesmer. Butler seemed to wake up. He shook the caveman from his system. "That's right, Mudman," said Cudgeon. "Listen to Captain Short. Surely we can work something out here." "No deals, Briar," said Root. "It's all over, so just put the mud boy down." Cudgeon cocked the red boy. "I'll put him down all right." This was Butler's worst nightmare. His charge was in the hands of a psychopath with nothing to lose, and there was nothing he could do about it. Artemis's phone rang. "I think it's mine," said Artemis automatically. Another ring. Definitely his cell phone. Amazing the thing worked at all, really, considering what it had been through. Artemis ripped open the case. "Yes?" It was one of those frozen moments. Nobody knew what to expect. Artemis tossed the handset at Opal Cowboy. "It's for you." The pixie swooped low to catch the tiny cell phone. Cudgeon's chest heaved. His body knew what was happening, even if his brain hadn't figured it out yet. Opal placed the tiny speaker to her pointed ear. "Really, Foley," said Cudgeon's voice, "do you think I'd go to all this trouble to share power? Oh no. As soon as this charade is over, Miss Cowboy will have a tragic accident. Perhaps several tragic accidents." All color drained from Opal's face. "You," she screeched. "It's a trick," protested Cudgeon. "They're trying to turn us against each other." But his eyes told the real story. Pixies are feisty creatures in spite of their size. They put up with only so much, and then they explode. For Opal Cowboy, it was explosion time. She manipulated the hoverboy's controls, dropping into a steep dive. Cudgeon didn't hesitate. He put 2 bursts into the chair, but the thick cushion protected its pilot. Opal Cowboy flew straight at Cudgeon's head. When the elf raised his arms to protect himself, Artemis slid to the floor. Briar Cudgeon was not so lucky. He was borne aloft by the wildcat pixie, desperately pumping the red boy's trigger. Opal was past caring about the laser beam that grazed her ribs. Her sole aim in life was to destroy her treacherous partner. They whirled around the chamber, ricocheting off several walls before crashing straight through the open plasma panel. Unfortunately for Cudgeon, the plasma was now active. He had activated it himself. But this irony did not occur to him as he was fried by a million radioactive tendrils. Cowboy was lucky. She pitched from the hover chair and lay moaning on the rubber tiles. Butler was on the move before Cudgeon landed. He flipped Artemis over, checking his frame for wounds. A couple of scratches. Superficial. Nothing a shot of blue sparks wouldn't take care of. Holly checked Opal Cowboy's status. "She conscious?" asked the commander. Cowboy's eyes flickered open. Holly shut them with a swift rabbit punch to the forehead. "Nope," she said innocently. "Out cold." Root took one look at Cudgeon and realized there was no point in checking for vitals. Maybe he was better off. The alternative would have been a couple of centuries in Howler's Peak. Artemis noticed movement by the door. It was Mulch. He was grinning and waving. Waving goodbye, just in case Julius forgot about his 2-day head start. The door pointed to a blue canister mounted on a wall bracket, and then he was gone. "Butler," asked Artemis, with the absolute last ounce of his strength, "could someone spray me down? And then can we please go to Murmansk?" Butler was mystified. "Spray? What spray?" Holly unhooked the anti-rad foam canister, flipping the safety catch. "Allow me," she grinned. "It would be my pleasure." She directed a jet of foul-smelling foam at Artemis. In seconds, he resembled a half-melted snowman. Holly laughed. Who said there were no perks in law enforcement? You are still awake because you are also a chronic insomniac, Charm. I'm sorry about your luck. Lee's Plaza, operations booth. Once the cannon plasma had short-circuited Cudgeon's remote control, power came rushing back to the operations booth. Foley lost no time in activating the subcutaneous sleepers planted below Goblin Offender's skin. That put half the Bawakel out of action right away. Then he reprogrammed Police Plasma's own DNA cannons for non-lethal bursts. It was all over in seconds. Captain Kelp's first thought was for his subordinates. "Sound off," he shouted, his voice slicing through the chaos. "Did we lose anyone?" Squadron leaders answered in sequence, confirming that there had been no fatalities. "We were lucky," remarked a warlock medic. "There's not a drop of magic left in the building, not even a medipack. The next officer to go down would have stayed down." Trouble turned his attention to the ops booth. He did not look amused. Foley depolarized the quartz window and opened a channel. "Hey guys, I wasn't behind this. It was Cudgeon. I just saved everyone. I sent out a sound recording to his cell phone. That wasn't easy. You should be giving me a medal." Trouble clenched a fist. "Yeah, Foley, come on out here and let me give you your medal." Foley may not have had many social skills, but he knew thinly veiled threats when he heard them. "Oh no, not me. I'm staying right here until Commander Root gets here. He can explain everything." The centaur blacked out the window, and busied himself running a bug sweep. He would isolate every last trace of Opal Cowboy and flush it out of the system. Paranoid, was he? Who was the paranoid one now, Holly? Who was the paranoid one now? Kinda has a point. I mean, it's not paranoia if people are out to get you. Chapter 14, Father's Day. Murmansk, Arctic Circle. The Arctic seascape between Murmansk and Severomorsk had become a submarine graveyard for Russia's once mighty fleet. Easily a hundred nuclear submarines lay rusting along the coastline's various inlets and fjords, with only the odd danger sign or roving patrol to warn off curious passers-by. At night, you didn't have to look too hard to see the glow, or listen too hard to hear the hum. One such submarine was the Nikodem, a 20-year-old Typhoon class with rusty pipes and a leaky reactor. Not a healthy combination. And it was here that the Mafia kingpin, Britva, had instructed his lackeys to make the exchange for Artemis Fowl Sr. Mikhail Vasikin and Kamar were none too happy with the situation. They had been bunked in the captain's quarters for 2 days already, and were convinced their lives were growing shorter by the minute. Vasikin coughed. "You hear that? My guts aren't right. It's the radiation, I'm telling you." "I'm sorry, but it wasn't my influence that made you an insomniac. That was all you. I just also happen to share it, so we talk a lot at night." Go figure. "This whole thing is ridiculous," snarled Kamar. "The Fowl Boy is 13. 13! He's a baby. How can a child raise $5 million? It's crazy." Baskin sat up on his bunk. "Maybe not. I've heard stories about this one. They say he has powers." Kamar snorted. "Powers? Magic? Oh, go stuff your head in the reactor, you old woman." "No, I have a contact in Interpol. They have an active file on this boy. 13 years old and with an active file? I'm 37, still no Interpol file." The Russian sounded disappointed. "An active file? What's magic about that? But my contact swears that this boy Fowl is sighted all over the world on the same day, the same hour." Kamar was unimpressed. "Your contact is a bigger coward than you are. Believe what you want, but I'll be happy to get off this cursed boat alive, one way or the other." Kamar pulled a fur cap down over his ears. "Okay, let's go. It's time." "Finally," sighed Vaskin. The two men collected the prisoner from the next cabin. They were not worried about an escape attempt. Not by a prisoner who had one leg missing and a hood secured over his head. Vaskin hung Fowl Sr. over his shoulder and climbed the rungs to the conning tower. I cannot read today. Sorry about that. Kamar used a radio to check in with the backup. There were more than 100 criminals hiding among the petrified bushes and snowdrifts. Cigarette tips lit the night like fireflies. "Put them out, idiots," he hissed over an open frequency. "It's almost midnight. Fowl should be here any second. Remember, no one shoots till I give the order. Then everybody shoots." You could almost hear the hiss as 100 cigarette butts were flicked into the snow. 100 men. It was a costly operation, but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the 20% promised them by Britva. Wherever this boy Fowl came from, he would be trapped in a deadly crossfire. There was no way out for him or his father. while they were safe behind the steel conning tower. Kamar grinned. Let's see how much magic you have then, Arlansky. Holly surveyed the scene through the high-res night sight filter in her helmet with the eyes of a seasoned recon officer. Butler was stuck with plain old binoculars. How many cigarettes do you count? More than 80, replied the captain. Could be up to 100 men. You walk in there, and you'll be carried out. Root nodded in agreement. It was a tactical nightmare. They were bivouacked on the opposite side of the fjord, high on a sloped hill. The council had even approved wings on account of Artemis's recent services. Foley had done a mail retrieval from Artemis's computer and found a message. 5 million US. The Nicodim, Murmansk, midnight on the 14th. It was short and to the point. What else was there to say? They had missed their opportunity to snatch Artemis Sr. before he was moved to the draw point, and now the Mafia were in control. They gathered around while Butler sketched a diagram on the snow with a laser pointer. I would guess that the target is being held here in the conning tower. To get there, you've got to walk all the way along the sub. They've got 100 men hiding out around the perimeter. We have no air support, no satellite information, and minimal weaponry. Butler sighed. I'm sorry, Artemis. I just don't see it. Holly knelt to study the diagram. A time stop would take days to set up. We can't shield either because of the radiation, and there's no way to get close enough to mesmerize. What about LEP weaponry? Asked Artemis, though he knew the answer. Root chewed an unlit cigar. We discussed this, Artemis. We have as much firepower as you like, but if we start blasting, your father will be their first target. Standard kidnapping rules. Artemis pulled an LEP field parker closer to his throat, staring through the rough diagram. And if we give them the money? Foley had run them up 5 million in small bills in one of his old printers. He even had a squad of sprites crumple it up a bit. Butler shook his head. That's not the way these people do business. Alive, Mr. Fowl is a potential enemy. He has to die. Artemis nodded slowly. There was absolutely no other way. He would have to implement the plan he had concocted in the Arctic shuttle. Very well, everyone. I have a plan, but it's going to sound a bit extreme. Mikhail's Vasikin's cell phone rang, shattering the Arctic silence. Vasikin almost fell down the tower hatch. Da, what is it? I'm busy. This is Fowl, said a voice in flawless Russian, colder than Arctic ice, pack ice. It's midnight. I'm here. Mikhail swung around, scanning the surroundings through his binoculars. Here? Where? I don't see anything. Close enough. How did you get this number? A chuckle rattled through the speakers. The sound set Vasikin's filings on edge. I know someone. He has all the numbers. Mikhail took deep breaths, settling himself. Do you have the money? Of course. Do you have the package? Right here. Again the cold chuckle. All I see is a fat imbecile, a little rat, and someone with a hood over his head. It could be anyone. I'm not paying 5 million for your cousin Yuri. Vasikin ducked below the lip of the tower. Fowl can see us, he hissed to Kamar. Stay low. Kamar scuttled to the far side of the tower, opening a line to his men. He's here. Fowl is here. Search the area. Vasikin brought the phone back to his ear. So come down here and check. You'll see soon enough. I can see fine from right here. Just take the hood off. Mikhail covered the phone. He wants me to take the hood off. What should I do? Kamar sighed. Now it was becoming plain who was the brains of this outfit. Take it off. What difference does it make? Either way, they're both dead in 5 minutes. Okay, Fowl. I'm taking off the hood. The next face you see will be your father's. The big Russian propped up the prisoner high over the lip of the conning tower. He reached up with one hand and pulled off the rough sackcloth hood. On the other end of the line, he heard a sharp intake of breath. Through the filters of his borrowed LEP helmet, Artemis could see the conning tower as though it were 3 feet away. The hood came off, and he could not suppress a sharp gasp. It was his father. Different, certainly, but not beyond recognition. Artemis Fowl the First, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, said a Russian voice in his ear, is it him? Artemis struggled to stop his voice from shaking. Yes, he said, it's him. Congratulations, you have an item of some value. In the conning tower, Vaskin gave his partner the thumbs up. It's him. We're in the money. Kumar didn't share his confidence. There would be no celebrating until the cash was in his hand. Butler steadied the very far-shoot rifle in his hand. They had selected it from the LEP armory. 1,500 yards. Not an easy shot, but there was no wind, and Foley had given him a scope that did the aiming for him. Artemis Fowl Sr.'s torso was centered in the crosshairs. He took a breath. Artemis, are you sure? This is risky. Artemis did not reply, checking for the 100th time that Holly was in position. Of course he wasn't sure. A million things could go wrong with this deception, but what choice did he have? Artemis nodded. Just once. Butler fired the shot. The shot caught Artemis Sr. in the shoulder. He spun around, slumping over the startled Vaskin. The Russian howled in disgust, heaving the bleeding Irishman over the lip of the conning tower. Artemis Sr. slid along the keel, crashing through the brittle ice plates clinging to the sub's hull. He shot him, yelped the Kulingani. That devil shot his own father. Kumar was stunned. Idiot, he howled. You've just thrown our hostage overboard. He peered into the black Arctic waters. Nothing remained of the landscape but ripples. Go down and get him if you wish, said Vaskin sullenly. Was he dead? His partner shrugged. Maybe. He was bleeding badly, and if the bullet doesn't finish him, the water will. Anyway, it's not our fault. Kumar swore viciously. I don't think Britva will see it that way. Britva, breathed Vaskin. The only thing that Nenedizer understood was money. Oh gods, we're dead. The cell phone rattled on the deck. The speaker was vibrating. Fowl was still on the other end. Mikhail picked up the mobile as though it were a grenade. Fowl? You there? Yes, came the reply. You crazy devil! What are you doing? Your father is as good as dead. I thought we had a deal. We still do. A new one. You can still make some money tonight. Mikhail stopped panicking and started paying attention. Could there possibly be a way out of this nightmare? I'm listening. The last thing I need is for my father to return and destroy what I've built up over the past 2 years. Mikhail nodded. This made perfect sense to him. So he had to die. I had to see it done myself, just to be sure, but I could still leave you a little something. Mikhail could barely breathe. A little something? The ransom, all 5 million. And why would you do that? You get the money, I get safe passage home. Fair enough. Seems fair to me. Very well. Now look across the bay, above the fjord. Mikhail looked. There was a flare burning, right at the snow-covered hill's tip. There's a briefcase tied to that flare. It goes out in 10 minutes. I'd get there before then, if I were you. Otherwise, the case could take years to find. Mikhail didn't bother to cut the connection. He just dropped the phone and ran. The money, he shouted at Kumar. Up there, the flare! Kumar was after him in a heartbeat, shouting instructions into the radio. Someone had to reach that money. Who cared about a drowning Arlansky when there was $5 million to be claimed? Root pointed at Holly the moment Artemis Sr. had been shot. Go, he ordered. Captain Short activated her wings, launching herself off the hilltop. Of course, what they were doing here was against all the regulations, but the council was cutting Foley a lot of slack, having more or less convicted him of treason. The only conditions were that the centaur be in constant communication, and that every member of the party be fitted with remote incineration packs, so that they and all their fairy technology could be destroyed in the event of capture or injury. Holly followed the events on the submarine through her visor. She saw the shot hit Artemis Sr. in the shoulder, knocking him against the larger Russian. Blood registered in her field of vision, still warm enough to be picked up by her thermal imager. Holly had to admit, it looked effective. Maybe Artemis's plan would actually work. Maybe the Russians would be fooled. After all, humans generally saw what they wanted to see. Then things went horribly wrong. He's in the water, shouted Holly into her helmet mic, opening the winged rig's throttle to the max. He's alive, but not for long, unless we get him out. Holly skimmed silently over the glistening ice, arms crossed over her chest for speed. She was moving too fast for human vision to pin her down. She could be a bird or a seal breaking the waves. The submarine loomed before her. On board the Nikodem, the Russians were evacuating, clambering down the tower ladder, feet slipping in their haste. And ashore, the same. Men breaking cover, crashing through the frosted undergrowth. The commander must have set the flare. Those medmen would be delirious to find their precious money, only to have it dissolve in 72 hours. That would just about give them time to deliver it to their boss. Odds were he wouldn't be happy with disappearing cash. Holly skinned the sub's keel, safe from radiation in her suit and helmet. At the last moment, she flipped upward, shielded from the northern shore by the conning tower. She popped the throttle, hovering above the ice hole where the human had fallen in. The commander was talking into her ear, but Holly didn't reply. She had a job to do and no time for talk. Fairies hate cold. They hate it. Some are so phobic about low temperatures that they won't even eat ice cream. The last thing that Holly wanted to do right now was to put so much as a toe into that sub-zero radioactive water. But what choice did she have? Darv it, she swore, and plunged into the water. The microfilaments in her suit deadened the cold, but they could not dispel it entirely. Holly knew that she had seconds before the temperature drop slowed her reactions and sent her into shock. Below her, the unconscious human was as pale as a ghost. Holly fumbled with her ring controls. A touch too much on the throttle would send her too deep, not enough and she would fall short, and at these temperatures she only had one shot. Holly hit the throttle. The engine buzzed once, sending her 10 fathoms down. Perfect. She grabbed Fowl Sr. by the waist, quickly clipping him onto her moonbelt. He hung there, limply. He needed an infusion of magic, and the sooner the better. Holly glanced upward. It seemed as though the ice hole was already closing. Was there anything else that could go wrong? The commander was shouting in her ear, but she shut him out, concentrating on getting back on dry land. Ice crystals spun themselves across the hole like spiders' webs. The ocean seemed determined to claim them. I don't think so, thought Holly, pointing her helmeted head at the surface and opening the throttle as far as it would go. They crashed through the ice, landing on the slatted surface of the sub's forward deck. The human's face was the color of the surrounding landscape. Holly crouched on his chest like a predatory creature, exposing the supposed wound to the night air. There was blood on the deck, but it was Artemis Jr.'s own blood. They had pried the cap from the hydrogen shell, and half-filled it with blood taken from Artemis's arm. On impact, the fizzer had knocked Artemis Sr. off his feet, sending crimson liquid spiraling through the air. Very convincing. Of course, being thrown into the freezing waters had not been part of the plan. The shell had not penetrated the skin, but Mr. Fowl was not safe yet. Holly's thermal imager showed that his heartbeat was dangerously low and weak. Holly laid her hands on his chest. Heal, she whispered. Heal. And the magic scurried down her fingers. Artemis couldn't watch Holly's rescue attempt. Had he done the right thing? What if the hydrogen shell had penetrated? How could he ever face his mother again? Oh no, said Butler. Artemis was at his side in an instant. What is it? Your father is in the water. The Russian threw him in. The boy groaned. That water was as deadly as any bullet. He'd been afraid that something like this would happen. Root had been following the rescue attempt. Okay, she's over the water. Can you see him, Holly? No answer, just static on his earphones. Status, Captain. Respond. Nothing. Holly? She's not talking because it's too late, thought Artemis. There's nothing she can do to save my father, and it's all my fault. Artemis' brute's voice cut through his thoughts. The Russians are evacuating, he said. Holly's at the sub now, over the hole in the ice. She's going in. Holly, what have you got? Come on, Holly, talk to me. Nothing, for the longest time. Then Holly erupted through the ice like a mechanized dolphin. She arced briefly through the Arctic night, crash-landing on the Nicodemus deck. She has your father, said the commander. Artemis slipped on the spare recon helmet, willing Holly's voice to sound through the speakers. He magnified the picture in his visor until it seemed as though he could touch his father. Artemis watched Holly lean over his father's chest, pulses of magic shooting down her fingers. After several moments, Holly looked up, straight into Artemis's eyes, as though she knew he was watching. I got him, she gasped. One live mud man. He's not pretty, but he's breathing. Artemis sank to the ground, sobs of relief shaking his thin shoulders. He cried for a whole minute. Then he was himself again. Well done, Captain. Now let's get out of here before Foley activates one of these incinerator packs by accident. In the bowels of the earth, the centaur leaned back from his communications console. Don't tempt me, he chuckled. An epilogue, or two. Tara. Artemis was heading back to St. Bartleby's. This was where he had to be when the Helensky Medical Services identified his father from the suitably weathered passport Foley had run up for him. Holly had done her best for the injured man, healing his chest wound and even restoring sight to his blinded eye. But Artemis Sr. needed prolonged medical attention, and it had to begin somewhere that could be rationally explained. So Holly had flown southwest to Helensky, depositing the unconscious man at the doors of the university hospital. One porter had spotted the flying patient, but he had been successfully mind-wiped. When Artemis Sr. regained consciousness, his past 2 years would be a blur, and his most recent memory would be a happy one, bidding his family farewell at Dublin Harbor. Thanks again to Foley and his mind-wiping technology. But why don't I just move in with you, the centaur had quipped when they returned to Police Plaza. Do your ironing while I'm at it. Artemis smiled. He had been doing that a lot lately. Even the parting with Holly had gone better than he could have expected, considering she'd seen him shoot his own father. Artemis shuddered. He anticipated many sleepless nights over that particular strategy. The captain escorted them to Tara, slipping them out through a holographic hedge. There was even a holographic cow chewing the virtual leaves to throw humans off the ferry scent. Artemis was back in his school uniform, which had been miraculously restored by the people's technology. He sniffed his label. This blazer smells unusual, he commented. Not unpleasant, but unusual. It's completely clean, smiled Holly. Foley had to put it through 3 cycles in the machine to purge the mudman from it, said Artemis. Exactly. There was a full moon overhead, bright and pocketed like a golf ball. Holly could feel its magic singing to her. Foley said, in light of the help you've been given us, he's pulling the surveillance on Fowl Manor. That's good to know, said Artemis. Is it the right decision? Artemis considered it. Yes, the people are safe from me. Good, because a large section of the council wanted you to mind-wiped, and with a chunk of memory that big, your IQ would take a bit of a dip. Butler extended a hand. Well, Captain, I don't suppose I'll see you again. Holly shook it. If you do, it'll be too late. She turned toward the ferry fort. I had better go. It will be light soon. I don't want to be caught unshielded on a spy satellite. The last thing I need is my photo all over the internet, not when I've just been reinstated at Recon. Butler elbowed his employer gently. Oh, Holly, Captain Short. Eh? Artemis couldn't believe he'd actually said It wasn't even a word. Yes, Yes, Artemis. Artemis looked Holly in the eye, just as Butler had instructed him to. This being civil business was more difficult than one would think. I would like to, what I mean is, another elbow from Butler. Thank you. I owe you everything. Because of you, I have my parents. And the way you threw that craft was nothing short of spectacular. And on the train, well, I could never have done what you... A third elbow. This time to stop the blabbering. Sorry, well, you get the idea. Holly's elfin features wore a strange expression. Somewhere between embarrassment and could it possibly be delight? She recovered quickly. Maybe I owe you something too, human, she said, drawing her pistol. Butler almost reacted, but decided to give Holly the benefit of the doubt. Captain Short plucked a gold coin from her belt, flicking it 50 feet in the moonlit sky. With one fluid movement, she brought her weapon up and loosed a single blast. The coin rose another 50 feet, and spun earthward. Artemis somehow managed to snatch it from the air, the first cool moment of his young life. Nice shot, he said. The previously solid disc now had a tiny hole in the center. Holly held out her hand, revealing the still raw scar on her finger. If it wasn't for you, I would have missed altogether. No mech digit can replicate that kind of accuracy. Though thank you, too, I suppose. Artemis held out the coin. No, said Holly, you keep it, to remind you. To remind me? Holly stared at him frankly. To remind you that deep beneath the layers of deviousness, you have a spark of decency. Perhaps you could blow on that spark occasionally. Artemis closed his fingers around the coin. It was warm against his palm. Yes, perhaps. A small 2-seater plane buzzed overhead. Artemis glanced over skyward, and when he looked back, Holly was gone. A slight heat haze hovered over the grass. by, Holly, he said softly. The Bentley started on the first turn of the key. In less than an hour, they arrived at St. Bartleby's main gate. Make sure your phone's switched on, Butler said, holding the door. Helsinki officials should be getting the results of their trace from Interpol soon. Your father's file has been reactivated in their mainframe. Thanks, once again, to Foley. Artemis nodded, checking that his phone was activated. Try to locate Mother and Juliet before the news comes through. I don't want to be hunting through every spa in the south of France looking for them. Yes, Artemis. And check that my accounts are well hidden. No need for Father to know exactly what I've been up to for the past 2 years. Butler smiled. Yes, Artemis. Artemis took a few steps toward the school gates, then turned. And Butler, one more thing. In the Arctic. Artemis couldn't ask, but his bodyguard knew the answer anyway. Yes, Artemis, he said gently. You did the right thing. It was the only way. Artemis nodded, standing by the gates until the Bentley had disappeared down the avenue. From this moment on, life would be different. With 2 parents in the manor, his schemes would have to be much more carefully planned. Yes, he owed it to the people to leave them alone for a while, but Mulch Diggums, that was a different matter. So many secure facilities, so little time. Counselor's office, St. Bartleby's School for Young Gentlemen. Not only was Dr. Poe still employed at St. Bartleby's, but he seemed to have been fortified by his break from Artemis. His other patients were relatively straightforward cases of anger management, exam stress, and chronic shyness. And that was just the teachers. Artemis settled into the couch, taking care not to accidentally press the power button on his mobile. Dr. Pope nodded at his computer. Dean Gurney forwarded me your email. Charming. Sorry about that, muttered Artemis, surprised to find that he actually was sorry. Upsetting other people didn't usually bother him. I was in denial, so I projected my anxieties onto you. Oh, half chuckled. Yes, very good. Just what it says in the book. I know, said Artemis, and he did know. Dr. F. Roy Dean Shelp had contributed a chapter to that particular book. Dr. Poe laid down his pen, something he had never done before. You know, we still haven't resolved that last issue. Which issue is that, Doctor? The one we touched on at our last session, about respect? Ah, that issue. Poe steepled his fingers. I want you to pretend I'm as smart as you are, and give me an honest answer. Artemis thought of his father, lying in a Helsinki hospital, of Captain Holly Short, risking her life to help him, and of course of Butler, without whom he would never have made it out of Cowboy Laboratories. He looked up and found Dr. Poe smiling at him. Well, young man, have you found anyone worthy of your respect? Artemis smiled back. Yes, he said. I believe I have. And that is the end of the book. You will join us next week for the 3rd installment of the Artemis Fowl series. I have forgotten what it's called, but I will let you know when I know. So, we will see you next week at 11 p.m. And have an excellent rest of your night. You know, what remains of it. Bye for now.